Hello everybody, we're on. We're a bit late, obviously, because I'm such a silly person who's always a bit late. No, I'm kidding, of course. I had some technical difficulties and I couldn't be on time where I should have been. But we're here. I think my microphone's working. I think my voice is working. I'm gonna be moving stuff around here a bit just to make sure that you can hear me okay. Today we are playing Lockdown number 5. Not a mambo, that's the tagline for today. Hello everybody, we have 24 players on the field, in the field, at the field, I don't know, they're somewhere out there and they're gonna be duking it out for the honor of, well, actually I'm gonna tell you a bit more about this later on, but I do want to make sure that we're gonna be starting the first rounds fairly soon. I will have some juicy updates quite soon for your pleasure, and well, let me just start with the first update, and I'm just gonna drop it on the screen right now. Here we go. We have a logo. This is the logo for the format. This is an amazingly painstakingly developed and designed logo that took around 7 million euros of the official budget of the event, thanks to all the donations by everybody. Also, around 5 weeks of planning, discussions back and forth, 3 different teams. We had a creative director actually hired from Los Angeles to look at this. And this is what I came up with. So we have a logo for the format. This is going to be appearing on all official, you know, like papers, different posters, all merchandise. Obviously, if you ever see any merchandise, that's going to be there. This is the Lockdown logo. I hope you like it. If you don't like it, well, I'm sorry for you. This is the first update for today, of course. We're going to be kicking off the rounds in a few minutes. I'm going to be, of course, TOing and streaming. So do bear with me because I haven't done this in a while, huh? Have I? It's been a while. You can actually hear my voice being strong. That's probably going to change over time. But yeah, here we are. This is quarantine week. Nobody cares anymore. I stopped counting days, but we're in a phase where we can actually go out quite freely-ish, here at least. And we can do quite a few things, like sports. So I've been doing a lot of that. I hope you're all doing fine. And I hope you're feeling okay with everything. So I assume we're gonna have a great day today. I'm just trying to make sure that whatever I said on Discord made sense to everybody. Whatever I mentioned there, of course, obviously makes sense to everybody there. There's already some wild math happening in there. Some people are analyzing things quite fast, and I just have to tell everybody there that, oh yeah, geez, we actually have the pairings up, and I shall totally show you the screen for Cobra just so that you see. This is of course the TO view. But we have 12 tables today, 24 participants, thanks to the last minute clusterfucks jumping in and filling the field out. It's great to have just people showing up last minute. And I know I said I'm going to close the registration 13 hours ago, which I kind of didn't, but never mind. This was all about making sure that people actually sign up on time, and we're going to be just fine, which we are. Dear folks at homes, look at this, or wherever you're watching this actually. Quite the diverse field. However, I have to say, I don't see a single criminal. Weird. You may have seen the ban list for the event. I'm going to be talking about it during, of course, the event as well. But yeah, criminal got quite a big hit. And what can I say? Nobody decided to play criminal. We do have an Apex. We have well, I'm not even going to say 50-50. We have a ton of Shapers and we have some Anarchs. Not a single criminal. This is going to be an interesting thing. Please do not. If you're a criminal fan and if you're watching this, first of all, criminals are bad people in general. Do not support criminals, you know, unless just romantically. Second of all, not today, my friends. You will not see a single criminal on the screen. But we do have a lot of other interesting things. We have Hasbioroid. We have a handful of Wayland. Not too many Waylands. We have quite a few Jintekis. And yes, indeed, Palana Foods was only at 6 points. That was the math that I arrived at, having done a wild math at 3 o'clock in the morning at some day during the last week. We have some NBNs. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. No criminals. I think it's gonna be a refreshing. Refreshing. It's gonna be a different method to see. We shall see how this rolls out. Let me just check if the lovely folks are actually setting things up on JNet, which they should be. On the competitive tab, tables are going up, and I'm just gonna pop the cherry, and I'm not actually, well, I'm kidding, not the cherry. I'm gonna go to the screen. Should I be wearing my mask? I'm not gonna be wearing my mask. Today, it's a mask-free day, everybody. Woo! So you can totally see my face without a mask. Because this is, like I said, week, I don't know which one, and masks, we are 2 meters apart from each other, or I don't know what the equivalent in feet is. But we are apart enough so that I don't have to wear a mask. You don't have to wear a mask. Let's just, you know, show my beautiful teeth to you. Okay, anyway, this is not about the teeth, this is about the games. Let me check with the Cobra folks. Cobra as in JNet, as in everybody on Discord, as in 24 people playing today. This is gonna be awesome. This is gonna be fun. I believe, first of all, I should be turning the music off. And I'm gonna be talking about the music a bit later as well, because Trip Mirror is releasing a new album, and you should totally get it. The link is somewhere in the stream, and it's gonna be popping up on the screen every now and then as well. Go to their Bandcamp page and support a musician that makes very fitting music for our beloved game. Okay, let me just do the TOing thing, which is just looking at the tables, going around. People are sat together in many cases. We are still waiting for table 11 to fill up, and I'm not gonna kick it off until we have everybody. By the way, we have a ton of people returning, which I'm super happy about. We have MCG, who's the absolute veteran of all of those events, has played it at all of them, I think. I don't think MCG passed us, like, you know, passed on a single one of them. Yeah, there should be some sort of a special award here. Hi Jessica, welcome. Yep, 5 out of 5. We have a confirmation in the chat. And by the way, chat, of course, I forgot how to interact with people on Twitch. It's been a while. You know, too much biking, not enough twitching, I guess. I was twitching on my bike. That sounds weird. Anyway, let's jump into Discord. Let's take a quick look. Red 5 standing by. Memes already. Table 5 isn't ready. Indeed, we are waiting for table 5. Table 5 is ready. Everybody's ready. So I'm just gonna check with table 11. Indeed, we have everybody ready. Okay. All this typing. And we're off. We're off. I should be starting my timer as well, right? Right? Yeah, just so that I know what's going on. Oh, no, now I have to refresh the things. We have refreshed the things. And which table are we going to jump into? I don't know. Let's find a table with a criminal. No, I'm kidding. Let's take a look if we have... I'm not even sure. Like, seriously, for reals. Any suggestions? Jessica, you get to choose the table. I'm kidding. I mean, like, you can suggest a table, but no, like, anybody, choose a table for me. There's so many things, and not a single criminal, so many different IDs. I believe we're gonna jump, and also so many top 4 players here as well. It's very hard to choose, you know, seriously. But let me just be a picky person. And I think, do we have an Apex game in here? Yes! We're gonna watch that Apex versus NBN. So we have Internet here, and we have Metaphor. 2 veteran players of the game for sure. Internet, one of those people who made it to the top in previous editions. I hope the sound is okay, by the way. And again, this is just me not having streamed in years, so I may have to silence things a bit. And of course, I will have to do this because cookies, caches, all that stuff. Apologies if you got a bit deafened by JNet producing its lovely sounds. But, you know, settings. Settings everywhere. Settings to the left, settings to the right. So what do we have here? We have Spark Agency. The first time each turn you raise an advertisement, the runner loses one. So there's going to be an econ war with a lot of spam, asset spam. And we have Apex, and everybody knows and loves Apex. And this Apex is playing Endless Hunger. I haven't seen this card on a table in quite a while. I just hope the stream is actually on, and I hope it didn't drop. If it did drop, I'm sorry, but yeah, real Apex alert. This is an Apex of Apexness. Like, I have no idea what's gonna happen here. I haven't seen any of those decks ever before. Well, maybe the Spark in passing. No, I'm kidding. We have an Amani Senai. We have a tiered subscription. We have some apple juice, by the way. Oh, well. I nearly didn't make it on time for my own tournament, you know? Because I was stuck in a shop. Because the queues in the streets, I'm telling you. All the people doing all the shopping at the same time. Me in between trying to go like, yes, I want to do stuff. But well, as well, I managed. So we already have the serious business card, hard-hitting news. Apex already tagged quite a bit. And a bit of a kerfuffle. No credits whatsoever. So hard to shake all those tags. Let's see what can be done with... Oh wow, with 3 tags. So this is going to be a tag floating Apex, which might potentially mean a quick shutdown for this fluffy and absolutely friendly AI monstrosity. Right? Oh, sorry, digital. We don't know if it's AI. Okay, we have a triple advance here in server 6, and that's a Beal. It is a Beal. Okay, I'm gonna zoom out for everybody's sake, including myself. That was a sneaky Beal, also known as a Sneal. If you have any technical issues whatsoever with the stream, do let me know, and I'm gonna try and help you out or fix them myself somehow. I hope everything is working. I haven't streamed in ages, so you know this is the first in I don't know quite a bit since the last lockdown. Which I will remind you was the last Iberian lockdown. This is a new series with totally the same rules, or actually some changes, but you will hear about them later on. And we renamed it to Lockdown, and it has a logo now. How about it? Okay, so Apex survived, but survived the tag storm, but is fairly poor. Then again, you know, you have Endless Hunger on the table. You don't care. Then again, if you're Spark Agency and you're playing a very horizontal deck, maybe you don't care about ice. Most likely you actually don't. Quite a few classics here. We have the Mamba Temple, obviously for rezzing cards. We have a Path Campaign, always good. Mani Senai, obviously a very good and disruptive card. And we have a tiered subscription, which is sweet. I think it's one of the nicest assets from the new era of new cards, basically. It does incentivize running. It just says, yeah, please run. I mean, you know, it's just gonna give me money. So, of course, you have to run it to trash it. And maybe I shouldn't have said it incentivizes running. No, it incentivizes running for the corp. Basically, that's what I meant to say. And it's only a single point of influence. So I'm wondering, why don't we see tier subscription in other spam decks, asset spam decks? Ooh, we have a remastered edition on the table with a counter on it as well. So we have to say that, well, Amani Senai adding that Endless Hunger didn't help either. Of course, Endless Hunger is fairly cheap at 0 credits, so it's not a problem to install it again. Assimilator, there we go. The engine is coming up slowly but surely. I'm wondering what Apex is going to be assimilating here, but maybe we're actually not going to learn because the corp is going to be probably trying to rush out in server 7. Jessica's point about Apex playing Apocalypse, very good point. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, we have a contest. We have a contesting of the an attack on that server, and this is a gold farmer, and that can't actually be broken with Endless Hunger. Unfortunately, this interaction does not jive. Unless the runner pays 6, they can't get in. So Sat Apex Panda or Apex Panda. Actually, Apex Legends. Yeah, this is a Legend of Apex. What we have? We have Aesop's Pawn Shop. Will this be enough though? That's the question. That could be another remastered edition getting scored in a second or two. And well, that would spell not doom, but definitely quite a lot of pressure for the runner. And that's a second remastered edition indeed. This is not going to be easy now. 6 points for the Corp. The runner, unfortunately, unlucky so far with accesses. There were some accesses, but like I mentioned already, not enough luck in those accesses to make them point worthy. Okay. Indeed, NBA. What am I even talking about? I thought about basketball because I saw people playing basketball today outside. NBN, obviously, is a corp that does not really care about Endless Hunger much. With all this pesky ice that's taxing you or tagging you, you can't really do much with Endless Hunger. And that's it. That's a score out. That was just rushed out. Very hard for the runner to contest here. Pick a table, any table. Let's jump. Let's jump. What should we watch? There's so many interesting games and not a single criminal in sight, which is fun things to, well, expect, I would assume. A ton of shapers in the field, just saying. So there will be quite a lot of shapers to watch, which probably means we should be watching table 5. Let's go in here. We have Edward Kim and Cider Laboratories. In a scuffle. Oops, I zoomed in. Oh, this is interesting. Did I just break the zoom on this table? Ooh, chances are. Yeah, this is not working properly. This should be better now. Yeah. Oh. So we have a semi-horizontal deck here by Bahram running Cider Laboratories with the ability to, well, recycle cards from archives to R&D if the runner spends some clicks or loses or spends clicks during a run. And this is a tricky proposition, of course. It has to happen during. On the other hand, we have Edward Kim with, of course, the Operation Trashing ability and a heap of econ on the table and draw and a demolisher. This is looking yummy and spicy. Not to mention the hippo, not to mention the paperclip. Oof, that's a lot of stuff here. Mason Bellamy, nice. So there will be some recycling happening. What does the corp have in the bin? Attitude adjustment, never a bad thing. Red level clearance, same. Violet level clearance, quite a powerful card. Indeed, and fully operational, sweet. Fully operational, very good card here. But, of course, Edward Kim getting in. That is a bit of violence happening on the server with the hammer coming down several times. Yep. Oh, Jessica, thank you for the tips. Yes, we will be jumping into those tables as well, obviously, sooner or later to see those players. But for now, let's focus on this game. And we're going to be doing a lot of jumping. Like I mentioned earlier on, no criminals in the field and not that many Wayland players or not that many Wayland IDs in the game either. Quite a lot of Jinteki, quite some NBN, and a handful of Waylands among 24 players. That's a Cybernetics Core Dress. That's a very nice include here. Is this a combo deck in which actually try to assemble the combo in your hand and then just combo points out? We shall see. I would expect MCA austerity policy somewhere in here, although we do have a Jinja, so that's an interesting thing as well. Probably quite a few assets or upgrades in this deck. HB, of course, being fond of those, plus fully operational. Always a good card when you can combo a bit of horizontal structure and a bit of ice protection as well. I'm going to be clicking a bit in the background. I hope you don't mind. I basically have a bunch of things to set up as well for later. Like I mentioned already, today was a bit of a wacky day, but we're all here. We're all fine. 24 people playing. Great. Couldn't have asked for a better turnout on a lovely Saturday. Like we have a lovely Saturday. Hope you're having a lovely Saturday. Well, you are. Checking in with Discord, we are 50 minutes away from the rounds. We did have a technical issue on one of the tables. Thank you for reporting that to me. And that means that probably one table will be getting a time extension just because technical issue. Usually it's nobody's fault. We can just blame the code and already too late and all the robots have taken our jobs. Oh well. Do we have a freeze or do we have Baramu thinking hard because 7 cards in hand? And maybe, yeah, there's definitely thinking happening. Makes sense. Thinking person's game this, always and forever. There are only so many decks you can play on pilot. Probably not one of them. I'm just checking some documents in the background as well for the just to make sure I have everything running. And we've had over 170 games so far in reported for the Swiss rounds only. I'm not talking about top cut. That's quite impressive. This is the 5th edition after the 4 editions. Yeah, that's a lot of games, a lot of memorable moments, and I'm very happy that we get to do this one more time. Okay, so the situation is as follows. The runner is pretty decently set up, although one has to remember that they only have a paperclip. And no amount of okay, there is a Black Orchestra in the bin, but there's no MK Ultra, and no amount of pressure is gonna get you through Sentry if you don't have Sentry Breaker, and it actually can stop you. This being HB, there are some in-faction sentries, of course, that could be quite painful. I'm wondering if there's a tier somewhere on the table. This has been going on for quite a while, this game, and so far both sides, I don't know, they're quite well set up, aren't they? Hard to say who's gonna win this. I assume there is some sort of a combo assembly happening in the background, like I already mentioned earlier. This looks like Seder is going for a big hand that they can assemble all the pieces they need. They already have 16 cards in the bin. So that's quite hefty. We do know that there's an agenda and there's a food, global food. 2 points for if they need that. Oh, we have a moshing. That's a great card. Very thematic. Haven't been moshing myself in quite a while. Let's take a look if they can. Yes, they do have the whole suite. They have 29 credits, so that gatekeeper a bit cheaper because of the ice carver on the table, but it's not gonna stop whatsoever the runner from accessing the corp. In a bit of a pickle here, I would say, because only 11 cards left. Stargate online, all the breakers ready or in the bin. I think the runners got this one way or another. There's 4 points in the bin. That was just a Vitruvius getting in there. Where are the agendas? I assume they're in hand. I assume they must be in HQ. So what is the corp thinking of here? How are they gonna pull this off? Is this some sort of a game changer, wicked tempo combo deck? Is this a semi-rush deck? Who knows? Okay, double and stone silver 1, but these are upgrades because we do have the Maryland still in there as an asset. So those could be, well, those could be things. More Mason Bellamy's. Be a Ginger in there as well. Let's take a look if the runner's gonna actually. Okay, another card in silver 1. Oof, and the Maryland Strush, so that probably was an agenda or an asset, and I think the corp is rather installing agenda. That means that, what's the play here? I mean, the runner is quite rich. It might be very hard to stop the runner actually getting in. And this situation here, oh wow, pop-up window. That's a lot of very cheap ice, and that might not be good for the corp at this stage because the runner is definitely super well set up. Basically, whatever the corp can throw at the runner right now is just a question of money. They're totally ready to do so. I think there's going to be another Stargate runner just to close off. 9 cards left in our. There's probably a couple of nice and spicy cards in HQ, but you know, all you need is just to trash some extra points here, and then you're gonna be just fine. Already 4 points in the. So it's not really that easy for the corp here to do anything, which is unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, but that's what it is. Going to be an easy situation for at all. Two cards face down in the bin as well in the archive, so that could mean that there's another agenda in there. server 1 double advanced, so that could be a food. The runner is sitting on a lot of money, or enough money to probably contest server 1. It could have an ash or two in there, who knows. The only way to, of course, be sure is to run and check. And I don't know. If I was the runner here, if I was Black Cherries, I would probably just Stargate through that, exactly, through that rather weak at this point Gatekeeper. Rather wary Gatekeeper. There's a hippo just being, you know, for extra style points. But yeah, I would just dig for another agenda, and then I would just close it off. Let's see what gets trashed, what the result of the Stargate run. Drafter Fairchild 3.0 and fully operational. So no agendas again. You could say it's a whiff, but that probably means that there's some agendas in HQ. Maybe that's worth a poke. I wouldn't expect any traps here from the corpse side, unless they're, you know, cerebral overwriters maybe or something like this, but I wouldn't expect any snares. Here we go. That's a guess. Falsified credentials. Okay, server 2. Yeah, that is correct. So the runner up on the money here. Will they run server 1? No, they're actually poking HQ, because this is probably where, I mean, there have to be some agendas. There's no other way, right? It's just mathematically impossible that there are no agendas in HQ. Okay, so Black Cherry's taking their sweet time. I mean, of course, you have points in the bin that are absolutely for sure yours, unless the run is able to. The corp is able to do that. Well, for example, they could score Project Vitruvius, and it does have an announcement. Which means they can actually drag a card out of the bin. Global Food Mag. Oh, I think that's game. You just. Yeah. Trash the Mega Pre. You can run for the food. The corp can't do much about it, so that's 2 points extra. And then you run the bin. And then basically what the corp can do to hinder your game would probably be snatching that food. But you, oh yeah, if you snatch that food with the Vitruvius counter, that's still salvageable. Apologies for the noises. I'm gonna be unpacking my lunch of champions, which comes in a very tight package. So I hope this doesn't annoy you too much when I'm fighting with you know, some foil. But 3 cards left in R&D, so I'm not so sure if now 2, of course, because Edward Kim. I'm not so sure if the corp can do anything here whatsoever. This situation. The mill is real indeed. We have a first game done. Table 1 has a corpse split. And guess who has to put the numbers in? Probably me. Okay, so Baramu here. In a tough spot. What can be done? I mean, okay. That's 4 agenda points, no clicks. So I think that's game, yeah. Oh boy. That was unfortunate. And that's game. Double victory, I would say. No, I'm kidding, of course, but like the mill and the point. The mill is indeed going to probably be quite popular nowadays in today's tournament because there is no turning wheel in the game. That's one of the banned cards. And just to actually remind you of the banned cards, I'm going to do a very quick over to the screen. So just so that you remember, this is lockdown number 5. There's no Apocalypse, there's no Amakua, there's no Boomerang, there's no Diversion of Funds, there's no, I've had worse, there's no Pat Tap, and there are no criminals in the field anyway. There's no Turning Wheel, and Rebirth and the Currents are of course banned. Also, on the Corp side, these are the bans for today in alphabetical order. Kakugo Mass Commercialization, Obokata Protocol, Rashida Jahim, which is quite a big kick, Slot Machine, Surveyor, SSL endorsement, and team sponsorship, plus of course all the currents. I think looking at this, the side that's the least affected on the Corp side is, well, NBN. I mean, only Slot Machine, and you know, there's, you know, different things are still possible. But yeah, let's take a quick look. As a reminder again on the runner cards, and here criminals are definitely down and out. Anarchs can probably deal, although Apocalypse, Hoshiko, and well, basically the Apocalypse archetype across the board is out of the game. And yeah, that's why you have a lot of Chaos Theory. Chaos Theory is probably going to be digging deep today with interesting combinations of cards. As a reminder, we're going to be jumping into a different game in a second, but you are watching, of course, Lockdown number 5, and there is an album coming out soon by Trip Mirror. You should totally give it a listen. There's already one song available. We usually play things from the first album, always be running one on the stream as background music, which is really cool. Okay, let's just jump back in there. Oh, I refreshed the clock and now it's gonna be refreshed. No, bad me. Let's hide the clock. I'm gonna be informing you of the time in the round left anyway. Let's maybe take a quick look at a Shaper game. No, I'm kidding. Well, let's take a look at two giants here. Sanjay and Captain Nice, table 11. We have a harpsichord, like, wow, and a Reina Roja, a spicy harpsichord. I haven't seen harpsichord played seriously, and of course this is a very serious tournament. I haven't seen harpsichord in a while. It's so good to see harpsichord in here. With an exchange of information nonetheless. No less, excuse me. What am I even talking about? Like my English, I left my English somewhere else. Outside probably. Sunbathing. This Reina Roja looks quite familiar. We do have mining accidents on the table. We do have hippos. There is a Xanadu. I love the surprise about me shaving. Yes, I have shaved indeed a while ago, and that mask was totally used to hide my shavedness. Indeed. I have removed my facial hair. Rotage got swept, unfortunately, but again, this is a game, and round 1 sweeps don't do anything. I will remind you one more time that we do have in history players who have been swept round 1, and they even probably know who I'm talking about, and then they proceeded to win the whole tournament. So do not despair. Round 1 is just a warm-up. You just want to see how your deck clicks, how it flows, what your opponents are using. Get used, you know, to the feeling of playing online one more time. Although I assume a lot of us are used to this quite a lot. If you've been playing offline Netrunner for quite a while, during the quarantine, you are a lucky person. Then again, you probably had the same opponents all the time, so chances are you're like, oh geez, I want to play against somebody else. Well, I mean, you know. Cheers to you all. Fresh water. This is not looking good for the Corp. And of course, Harpsichord is online and operational. But 6 points are quite a lot of points. Quite a few points already. That's already, you know, game point. And a Stargate could be it. Look at this, we have the Gutenberg. And indeed, Sanjay is doing actually double duty today. I should totally mention this on stream because I think it's absolutely awesome. So yeah, we do have a player that Sanjay is the Oracle for. So that's the King. The King himself, I guess I can say, because maybe it's themselves. Well, you know, it's the royal we. But yeah, you could also be a she and be called the King. Why not? Whoever you want to be, you're going to be that person. Welcome to the online world. And welcome to the future. But yeah, we have the King and we have Sanjay pulling double duty today, playing on well at all the games that Sanjay is playing today, obviously. Plus being the Oracle for the King. And we have more results. Table 12. Table 12 has a corpse split. Interesting. We were watching table 12 as the first game of today. Then we swapped tables. We're going to be doing a lot of table hopping today just to, you know, celebrate all the players playing today. 24 people. A lot of returning names that I'm very proud of and very happy for. Could this be it for Sanjay? It is a whiff. Tollbooth Hedge Fund and Gold Farmer. So no dice. Oh yeah, in case you're wondering what an oracle is, indeed, because we have in the chat a question about this, like, what is an oracle or who is an oracle in the context of games? In the context of Netrunner, basically, because we have a lot of diverse players from all over the place who may need a bit of help, may need a bit of assistance with playing the game efficiently. An oracle is a person that is going to assist you with making sure that you have a good understanding of the situation on the table in case you have problems with your sight or with your hearing. Although hearing, well, that could help with, yeah, that depends, I would say. Now I'm wondering. But yeah, that's also, like, basically an oracle is an assistant that helps you play the game. If you need an assistant to help you play the game. And yeah. Have a player today in the field as well with the 24 players, within the 24 players, who is being helped out by Sanjay. And huge thanks to Sanjay for A, playing, and B, helping out, and C, actually Sanjay is organizing something called Ocarina, and I'm going to be mentioning that as well. There's so much stuff happening again online because, you know, I was out for like, what, 3 weeks maybe? And then, yeah, then I just dropped in, and suddenly we will have another identity crisis, I think, somewhere. Maybe online, maybe not, we'll see. I will have to check. Always be running in a second. We will have Ocarina, which is an awesome idea. There will be quite a few other tournaments. The Store Championship season is on as well, so I will be pulling up Always Be Running in a few minutes, probably after this. Take a look. Okay, another Stargate run. This is looking serious. And this server is looking very, very stacked. I'm wondering, can I give you the satellite view? Let's play like this, okay? So I'm gonna narrate like this. So that'll be quite something. Okay, apologies for that, but yeah. Another Gutenberg, so double Gutenberg. One of them is Johannes, the other one is Steve Gutenberg. I think that was his name, right? An actor that used to play in movies back in the day, before several wars, crises, weird situations, pandemics, and also known as the 80s. Back in the day where the world was simple and all places around the world were smoking places. Police Academy, 3 Men and a Baby, indeed. I would like to see a sequel to 3 Men and a Baby. 3 Babies and a Man or something. That would be quite an interesting. You know, you'd have 3 babies trying to raise a man. Jessica made a very good point in the chat. Thank you, Jessica, about the Oracle. So the assistant, the Oracle, is helping you figure out what the situation is on the table. You can always ask them for, you know, information about the game state, a legal game state, and of course legal information. But they will never, ever, ever assist you with any decisions. So basically, they just want to make sure that you know exactly what the legal information that you can obtain is, what the legal game state or board state that you can be informed of is, and then you get to make decisions. They help you carry the thing. Okay, we go here. This is a fly on the wall, so to speak. A good game. Sanjay got indeed flown onto the wall. I don't know. Good game indeed. The Corp was trying to rebuild it, but that's Stargate. There's going to be quite a lot of Stargates, I think, today indeed, which probably means a Stargate ban in the future. Who knows? Who knows? I cannot really tell you. We'll see what happens with the next one. Let's take a quick look whether we should jump into a table. Of course we should. I think table 3 is gonna be setting up another game. It looks like they're setting up a game. While I'm munching on things like a terrible person I am, I'm gonna tell you we still have around 25 minutes left in the round, more or less. Well, let's go to this table. Number of which eludes me, but in this it is indeed Lana versus Freedom Kumalo. Oh well. 3 Babies 2 Electric Boogaloo. Indeed. And there was a sequel to three Men and a Baby, 3 Men and a Little Lady. But was it like a grown-up person that was just fairly small or something? Because I know people like this and they're cute and everything. I don't know. Movies, I mean, seriously. Oh, Anarcha Mushroom, no! This is sad. Ouch. Indeed, ouch. But the game goes on. So, Palana, for those of you who may not remember this ID, the first time each turn the runner draws a card, you gain 1 credit. And Freedom Kumalo is a viral crypto anarchist, a distant relative of Noise, who manipulates virus counters for fun and profit, but mostly actually for the Corp's displeasure. You can just trash cards. Okay. A bit of technicalities happening here on the table, but no pressure whatsoever. And I should be checking something else somewhere else, and I'm terrible for not doing this. So again, panically, but you know, we're renting the tables today from JNet. I'm kidding, of course. We just want to. I need to make sure that after the event everything is clean and you know. It's, oh boy. This is harsh. All of a sudden we have the runner on 6 points. And the corp is in dire straits here. And I don't mean the band. This is gonna be tough to get back from. This is going to be tough, tough, tough. Very good banter in the chat, so I'm super happy that everybody's enjoying the situation out there, whichever table you're at or wherever you're watching this. I missed this, I have to say, of course. I mean, after a while, I was busy with a lot of different things and I just couldn't focus on organizing another one. But I will have updates after this round for y'all to give you a few more scoops about what's going to be happening with lockdown and how things are going to work in the future. And I hope I can pull it off with your lovely assistant. Okay, we have the Archives being the most protected server in the universe here with a Crick and an Engram flush. And this Engram flush, it is a code gate. Therefore, oh, I have seriously, that's good. Okay. Okay, I was expecting something else, but there's an Nisei. This was a Marcus Body, but it didn't really make sense. Okay, fair enough. I mean, this was just the corp trying to set it. It was a silly move, but I mean, it was with flair. It was with style. So okay, it seems like we are running out of games slowly. I should be checking the results then. In different places, scroll, increase the scale, and take a look at this game. We have Chaos Theory, which is the most represented runner in the whole tournament. I think there's at least 8 of them, 8 Chaos Theories, and we have Cybernetics Division, which I have noticed there's at least 4 of. I'm not mistaken. So interesting options here on the table. We have Caldera, which is probably a very good and valuable card in this deck. For this matchup. There's already 1 brain damage on the runner. There's a hefty tax to get anywhere here, and the corp is on 6 points, and server 3 could be the winning server. I believe that to be the case indeed. Oh yeah, oh wow, this is a gene splice. Whoa. Okay, we need to watch MCG next turn, you know, from the very start, because this is gonna be something interesting. And here we have a branding issue because Iberian lockdown is no longer Iberian, so it's just a lockdown. But fair enough. I think this is just nostalgia, you know, striking hard. We have Chuchin and PJ20. And I should be scrolling again. One of these days I'm gonna scroll things for me. The corp well ahead here on 6 points. The runner Not too lucky with anything, I would say. Not that much money on the table. There's a Kati and 2 daily casts, but that might not be enough to, you know, efficiently just go through even server 3. I mean, that drip econ is gonna take you. We do have a Euler or Euler actually, and a Gauss. Server 3, yeah, well, it's becoming quite seriously protected. Then again, the corp was only 5 credits, so you might just push them a bit. On the other hand, well, it is a tough situation for the runner, one has to admit. We still have around 17 minutes in the round. Oh wow, yeah, indeed. This is breaking. We have a stim hack into server 3 because server 3 could be the winning agenda. We have a tour guide with 3 subroutines on it right now, which is fine enough. Simul chip trashing. We have SMC getting onto the table with that Simul chip and an Ika or Ika. I would usually pronounce it Ika. Maybe it's a ukulele. Well, anyway, getting onto that tour guide must be interesting. Like cyber squid on a cyber alien, you know, like fighting for domination and the run sub. Gold farmer, which is by now by quite a few people probably hated a bit more even than border control. Not sure. And then pop-up window and the runners through, and they do steal AR enhanced security or ARIES. And that saves their bacon because, indeed, that was the winning agenda for the corp. If the runner failed to get through, yeah, that'll be it. The third power in HQ, and we have Ika as well. Ika. Well, I mean, yeah, pronunciations are. I think this is the fun part about this game as well. We get to pronounce cards any way we want and confuse our opponents, or just show them the card, you know, and say this is what I'm playing. Okay, we have a preemptive action, shuffling some stuff in. Divert power. We have a Lady Liberty. My oh my. Lady Liberty is an amazing card. The runner definitely looking better on the money. That stim hack run, even though it was of course brain damage, and that meant, well, even less of a hand size, obviously, that stopped the corp from winning, or prevented the corp winning the round, and next turn I mean, and did save quite a lot of money for the runner, so they could actually capitalize on that Kati daily cuts. And now Hot Pursuit. Okay, that's another 3 subroutine tour guide. So Ika is gonna be probably rehosted. It's fairly cheap. Other than the moving it around for 2 credits, it is fairly cheap to break subroutines. It is a very efficient breaker. As long as you have the 2 credits to move it around as well. It's a very nice breaker that multiple times per turn, which is also a big boon to it. It's not like Mongoose has its limitations. Here you just have to have money, and Shapers usually are okay with money. Okay, so we have the tour guide being broken. And the vert power again, so no luck, no dice on the runner side. But they have 3 points. I think the biggest concern right now is for the runner is Bologna as a scenario, basically. You have to make sure you have the money. It doesn't win you the game. So a Bologna, for example, in server 3 that's installed an advanced, for example. Unless it's an NGO. No, that was actually... Okay, that was an Ares and that's a game. But yeah, I was going to say that Bologna could have been also very hard to steal. But yeah, well played indeed. Let's just jump into table. Oh, what is it? Here, we have a cybernetics division and a lot. And what is Lat's favorite drink? Favorite beverage? Lat A. I'm shutting up now, and yeah. I'm shutting up now, and I'm gonna be catching up with the results because people are reporting the results, and as a TO, I do have the duty, the sacred duty of putting those results into tools. Oh my, I missed quite a lot. Okay, table 8, we have Longy Sweet. Table 3, we have Way Sleep. Doubles. 7. And Netrunner. Not hearing anything happening. I assume. What is going on? Oh, that's game. Excuse me. Sorry, that is game. I was totally so busy into, of course, into the situation. Cobra updating scores. There was a. I didn't hear the victory fanfares, bugles, trumpets. I don't know. We should have like super. Oh wow, this looks. Embolus. What? When your turn begins, you may pay 1 to place 1 power counter whenever the runner makes this run. Remove 1 power counter. And the hosted power counter says, and the run uses ability on you can run this server. That is a serious business. And an Ash. Okay, this is definitely access denial here. Like, yeah, you're not gonna be accessing. You're gonna be accessing zilch. 0, nada, nothing. Ever. We still have some games. But that just means that I haven't updated all I'm gonna be doing. And that is a big run by Ketzel, and that Ketzel looks amazing. And I, of course, mean the ID, which is awesome, but also find the truth on the table and a bagat, or actually, yeah, the other day we were, yeah, I should have practiced pronunciation. But yeah, basically, I'm gonna call this card baguette because I am very fond of bread, and there's a lot of fire in the background, so I'm pretty sure they're setting up an oven to make good bread. I can only support that. Bread. If you can eat bread, if you like bread, good bread is better than bad. I knew Baramu would be on that Quetzal deck again. Oh, well, you know, some people just have preferences, that's how they call it, and they enjoy playing things. Nothing wrong with that until they beat you with it again and again and again. And we're looking at you as Mari. And by the way, in case you're wondering where Asmari is, due to mathematical circumstances, Asmari and controlling the message are both unavailable because there are no 0-point runners. And in the future, we're going to try and avoid such situations. I'm not saying this is a bad situation. I think it's actually quite nice. Just saying. But yeah, we're going to be trying to avoid such situations. And I'm going to in between the games. Table 6, we had BJ20. Table 9, I'm in Firecracker. In the meantime, we have what you could call, what some people would call a proper game of Netrunner happening here. Quite a decent, powerful, strong, interesting, spicy with a surfer setup and with progenitors and with Pelangi. I mean, what's going on? Anyway, a very interesting setup for Quetzal here. Firing on all cylinders, trying to get places. And on the other hand, we have quite a lot of ice, and I wouldn't say it's not taxing. I would say it's actually quite annoying in all the cases. And the Corp is definitely, you know, defending their best possible way. With a varied suite of ice, with different options on the table. Here we have, of course, a drafter. Checking in with the Discord. Still have more than 5 minutes in the game. CTM is great. Real Netrunner is the core playing 3-card Monty with Ari's turn. Yeah. Well, you know, no Asmari and no CTM. We'll have to live with this, I'm afraid. And that is game with a CFC excavation contract. That vulnerability audit definitely hurt the Corp. But it's a cool little include, and yeah, I liked it. Okay, so Baram scoring the points here, getting in. We still have one game going? Well, I'm going to be very quickly dropping into the intermission just to remind you of a couple of things. And I'll make sure that we are up to date with what's going. On Discord, I have to check that situation. In the meantime, the sweet sounds you're hearing is always be running the first part. And Trip Mirror, whose music I'm super happily plonking at you in the background during my streams, usually my Netrunner streams. Not that there are many other ones for now, but yeah, I'll get back to this at some point later. But yeah, that music is from Always Be Running 1. Always Be Running 2 is coming up very, very soon. You can pre-order it on Bandcamp. Totally should, if you want to support a community member who's creative and musical. That's awesome. No saxophones on this album, I think, on Always Be Running 2, although I could be wrong. But yeah, if there is a saxophone, there are some people out there who would definitely like to support that album. I am pretty sure. Okay, everybody, how are you doing, chat? How are you all today? This is Lockdown 5, the 5th edition of something that started as Iberian Lockdown and then evolved beyond recognition. I'm doing a very quick check-in for the results because I want to make sure that the players get the results soon. I think I'm still missing 8 table. Okay, so I skipped it, which is very possible. Just click around a bit. Okay, so me clicking in the background reminds me of Billie Eilish, Everything I Wanted. Well, who knows? Me clicking in the background means that I should be switching to a different source right now and reminding you of some cool things about and actually introducing a couple of things as well. This is the time where I'm going to give the players a bit more extra time and I'm gonna start the next round in a few minutes, but for now, a reminder, there are some updates, some scoopy updates of scoopiness and updatedness. Generally, we have a logo, and you all know that already. So this is the logo for the format, and this is absolutely awesome. But we also are going to introduce something called the Lockdown Council, and this is a big deal for me because I kicked this thing off by myself, and I'm very happy it worked out so nicely for the 4 editions and for the 5th being this right now. But I wouldn't mind some, well, honorary and volunteer and, well, absolutely kind-hearted and supportive assistance and mentoring on this. So, the Lockdown Council is going to starting with this edition. And basically, right now, it's the top 4 players from all editions, including this one. They will be the ones voting on the ID points, so they will be the ones, all of them, making sure that the IDs are, you know, they are arranged how the meta for the IDs only looks. And, you know, they will also ensure that there's no situation where we have technically locked out IDs. I mean, if an ID is overpowered for some reason, we might be banning it, but I think IDs are the spice of the game and, you know, they're not overpowered. It's just the other cards that could be problematic. And they also will be helping with the structure and format for future events if there are any changes. You know, they basically have a seat at the table and I will treat them as equals and people who totally know what they're talking about because they played in those tournaments and they've built decks and they spend time thinking about it and so on. And of course I hope to have some of them those of them who would be interested in joining me as commentators on the stream for this type of event or this series of events. But not only, I mean, come on, there will be more events, right? So just to give you a quick update who the Lockdown Council folks are for now. As of 5th edition, of course, not finished yet because the top 4 players will be entering it. Although if some of the people you see here, and they are competing today actually, with some exceptions, if they make the top 4 again, of course this is not going to be expanding, but all these names here, all those lovely people are honorary members of the council. That doesn't mean that they have any duties. But they will be always asked, or they will be always welcome and invited to provide their feedback and to be a part of what we're going to be doing. And speaking of more changes, there's going to be changes to the card bans. So this is a slightly bigger deal, I would say, and this slightly bigger deal does not break the format whatsoever. But yeah. It will definitely make things a bit spicier. So the top 4 players will be choosing the cards together. Right now, they're doing it for individual votes, so they never see what the other a person never sees what the other 3 players are suggesting or voting for or choosing. If they do it together, they still have, of course, their choices, but they will be more aware, and there probably won't be there won't be double picks basically, and that's going to make things a bit more interesting. Also, we're going to be expanding the card bans to 20 slots, so 10 for runner, 10 for corp. Right now we have 8 for each side. We're going to make it 10. So the top 2 players are going to be picking, or they will have the final decision on 3 cards each. And the other top 4 players, so the place for 3rd and 4th, they will have 2 cards to choose from. So that's not going to change for the 3rd and the 4th place. And additionally, as the other 21st card probably, all participants, and I'm gonna start this today. I'm gonna be sending a form later to all the participants, sharing it in Discord. All participants vote on 1 card of their choice. So I'm not telling you what the options are. You can just choose any card in the game, and the one that is the most popular one by however many votes, I don't know, like, you know, it will be, I'm pretty sure this will be like some sort of a discussion panel or something. People are like, hey, what should we choose? It's like, no, everybody gets a vote and they can vote on whatever they want. I will be tallying the votes, and whichever card is the most popular pick will be banned for the next edition as well. On top of the 20 cards, of course, chosen, but the participants only vote on 1 card, so they cannot really choose 1 for corp or 1 for runner. They just get to choose 1 card. That's gonna be it. They vote on 1 card, and that's gonna be their selection. So these are the updates for lockdown. We're gonna be rolling some things out this time around already, and yeah. Let me tell you what the situation is in the world of points. Unless I have misrepresented any results, we have quite a few sweeps, we have quite a few splits, we have still 24 players playing. I don't think anybody's dropping just yet, which is great, and yeah, if we can avoid people dropping, that's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna do some TOing right now, so I'm gonna go mute myself and enjoy the music while I click around, and I will be back with you in a second. Okay, I'm back. I did some typing in the background. I did some shady deck dealing or decklist dealing in the background as well. You haven't actually heard it. But today, also happening a bit later today, and that's a big thing, and hopefully that can happen without any hitches, technical hitches. We haven't had any technical hitches just for now with JNet, so you know, thanks Jackson Howard. Jackson Howard be thanked for things working properly. But yeah, let's take a quick look at a very quick look at always be running while we have the players preparing and taking a break and so on, a 5-minute break. So we have Lockdown 5 today, of course, running live and direct. We also have Identity Crisis happening later today. I think it starts at 1 Eastern time. Although Eastern time meaning, of course, the North American time zone. But that is being ran by the one and only Alexis. Spontaneously came back. Identity Crisis 2, Electric Boogaloo, obviously. If you haven't played Identity Crisis, you totally should give it a try. Then tomorrow we have Ocarina, the only kind of runner in New Angeles. That's the name of the format. And I strongly urge you to click this link. I'm not going to talk about it right now because we're deep in here, you know, we're deep in the tank here with our tournament. But Ocarina is an absolutely revolutionary format. I can clearly say that, absolutely honestly, without you know, over promising and under delivering. It's a revolutionary format put together by Sanjay. You should totally give it a try. Just reading and understanding what's going on there. Sanjay did an amazing job preparing it. With the Ocarina team, apparently there was a discussion behind it as well, people testing things and so on. Do give it a look. We have Fight Club happening on the 1st of June, and that's gonna be a biggie. Fight Club 3 versus 3 team event. So Fight Night is coming back as Fight Club. Or was it the other way around? Maybe it was Fight Club all the time and I always called it Fight Night for some reason. Never mind, but it's back. It's a team event. It's a king of the table or queen of the table or ruler of the table. Kind of a, yeah, last team standing, I would say, or last team member standing format. Do give it a look. You just need a team and you can play and everybody's welcome. Totally. Absolutely. And then there's a ton of other events happening, and I'm still not aware of any offline events happening just yet, but who knows, we'll see how this is gonna be developing. I will be updating you about the news regarding those events as well over the other streams, obviously. In the meantime, let me just jump into Discord and just make sure tables are ready. More or less. Checking my face on the screen. Do I still look like myself? Yes. Okay, we are gonna go table. We should totally go to a table, right? I mean, that's the whole story here. If we don't go to a table, we're gonna go to table 1, where we have Cable Carnage, the winner of the first edition, and Armin Firecracker. So we have 2 members of the Lockdown Council here. Duking it out. I'm gonna be starting the timer any minute now. Just checking if all the tables are nicely seated. Okay, tables are ready. And we are off to the races here. They are starting. I should be starting. Everybody should be starting. What is going on? We're just gonna stop the music right now brutally. We have Earth Station versus Lat. And I think this is gonna be quite a spicy matchup. So Lat, obviously, drawing an extra card in case they have the same number as the Corp at the end of the turn, and Earth Station just being Earth Station, basically, just being this evil contraption that gave us the stars and freed us from the clutches of gravity, but at what cost? At what cost? That's basically it. Okay, so anyway, welcome back to the stream for those who just tuned in. Lockdown number 5 in full swing. You have the Cobra link here on the stream. Should be there. Maybe I should just sit like this with my finger on the time pointing like this. Oh, anyway. Well, okay, I should shut up. We have Lat getting a Rizeki under the table. We have the Corp already flipped and probably playing a Crisium, and server 1 is a wall-to-wall, which is a super powerful card, especially if you have to pay extra to get in there and to trash it. A lot of pain on the runner's side, but I think the runner will be setting up here, and R&D is theirs for the taking. And I think R&D is going to get pummeled a bit. Dirty Laundry, again, let's see. No luck there, but there's money. And that is never a bad thing against Wayland or against, well, any corp that's going to be taxing you. So yeah. This is still anybody's game at this stage. The Corp with a slight advantage here with that wall-to-wall, fairly secure. And it's really such a powerful card. I mean, it kind of makes you hate ads even more, right? But first of all, the illustration by Zoe Cohen is great. I love it just has a great vibe for me. Very futuristic. If you've ever been to one of those big plazas or squares, you know, in a big city where it's just all neons and screens and ads wall to wall, indeed, this is pretty much it. Probably multiplied by 20 for futuristic purposes. And yeah, the card is such a monster, just so good. Insight! We have Akit, Economic Warfare, Project Atlas, and Octanor. Ooh! So there, I believe there may be a top hat hitting the table. Indeed. How did I know that? I don't know. I think Insight and top hat, basically it should be called top inside hat or something at this point, because this is the combo that makes things happen. And the question is now, which one do you access? That is a big question. Do you access the Atlas? Do you access the Oaktown? The Atlas, okay, because you want to stop the Corp probably from, you know, choo-chooing into a speedy, fast train of awesomeness. And the Oaktown, of course, is going to give them money, absolutely. But the Corp will probably have money anyway with wall-to-wall, and it's probably easier for them to score that Atlas anyway, and Oaktown is not such a big pain with when it's scored. If you score an Atlas with a counter, that could be definitely painful for you as the runner. And of course here we have Cable Carnage responding in kind with a rather abrupt economic warfare and a hard-hitting news just to make the runner consider their choices. I mean, you know, why did you steal the agenda? Why did you why did you run? Now you're gonna pay the cost. And yes, Jessica, I totally agree. Yeah, the Atlas steal here definitely makes a lot of sense, and the art is absolutely good. Thank you so much for being there in the chat. Have you ever missed a single stream? No, that's, of course, that's a silly question. It's not about being here, but it's great to have people coming back, whether as participants to tournaments or as people watching or as just people being around and, you know, supporting the whole fun train that we're on, because this is the endless Astro train that we're riding into the sunset, as some would say. Okay, all the tags gone, quite a lot of money gone, but those Rosekis are going to be pumping, and that's fine. R&D kind of protected. Server 1, that wall-to-wall came back and a hostile took its place, so more money for the Corp, but a bad pub as well, and that's already 2 bad publicity on the Corp side. This could be crucial for the runners later game. 2 free credits each run, that's a nice chunk of change for them. Those Rosekis, again, they will be pumping. There's a Beth on the table as well, that's great. Yeah, so the runner's pretty well set up here. It's just about the money now. On the other hand, the Corp, we know that there's an Oaktown somewhere in there. We know that server 1, there it goes. We know that server 1 is that remote that costs 6 extra, so the corp is just with impunity able to, you know, just install and just advance, and public, no public, whatever. Like, that could be anything. That could have been even a government takeover, just saying, but it's not. On the other hand, you do have a BEF ticking against you on the runner side. So as a corp, you have to take that into consideration. Rozekis are going to do a lot of work, and the self-modifying code is a threat. Now the runner thinking a bit, because of course choices. Squeaky sounds. Another bottle of Anicam, so additional draw for the runner. The corp not slowing down, installing, could be an Atlas in server 1 now, or something else. Could be just, cannot be a Rashida, by the way, because Rashida is banned for this tournament. And honestly, I'm quite curious to see, because right now we have maximum of 8 restricted banned cards on each side. But I think with 10, it's going to be quite interesting to see what people come up with. Plus the popular vote one, which I should actually be... Don't tell anybody, I don't have the form ready just yet. It's almost done. Apologies for the typing in the background, but things have to happen as well. And being the TO, of course, means that sometimes you have to type at people and whatnot. But okay, let's get back into the game, because the situation is escalating slowly but surely. There hasn't been any scores just yet. Another wall-to-wall, or the same wall-to-wall, but yeah, basically coming back onto the table. And we can see that the corp is definitely trying to, well, basically use the ability of Earth Station to its maximum, just to make sure that that remote is well protected, ice or no ice, but basically with money as well. On the other hand, I'm a bit worried about this R&D, because if I was the corp here, you know, the top hat inside combo is a thing. There is a top hat already on the table. There is one insight in the bin, so probably there's another one coming up soon. There's a Pelangi on the table as well, and now the runner can basically break into R&D for cheap, because they can choose whatever they want when the corp reses. But yeah, I guess it was the runner just also getting a bit more prep. On the other hand, the corp is gonna relentlessly, as much as they can, put agendas into that remote and just tease the runner. That's the thing now. As lat, what would you do? Would you at all costs try to get into server 1 and make the corp lose credits to stop you? Or would you rather try and dig R&D, or maybe run HQ first and then the remote? There is a Crisium probably on, there is probably a Crisium on HQ as an upgrade, just to stop the effect from triggering. So the successful run effect on Earth station ascending to orbit. And absolutely agreed again, Anikam, it's a very good card. It's fairly cheap for what it does as well. It's basically extra draw for 3 credits. Not to mention the MU. Here we have a Mausolus. Mausolus, or as some people call it, the most monumental edifice put for mice, you know, built for mice ever. Mausolus. Mausoleum, sorry, that's actually. But Mausolus is here. They're related. And here indeed is the Christian grid, so that Christian has to be trashed, and then HQ has to be approached again to turn Earth Station's ability off. Wall to wall in the hand. We don't know if this is the same wall to wall as. So no, probably it's the same. Yeah, it's probably the same copy wall to wall rather than multiples. However, yeah, we don't see the corpse hand for good reasons, so it's hard to judge. 6 cards left in the corpse bank. The runner has 2 breakers and Pelangi on the table, so this is looking decent. Pretty sure they could try and contest server 1, hoping that there is no border control, but maybe even, I mean, even if there is, that's going to be quite costly for the corp. Instead, I run an R&D, and here we have a triple advanced Akit, and that's, first of all, amazing art by Owen Sinodov, just so cool. I have a print of it somewhere. I'm gonna tell you where, but it's very close to me here. And second of all, it's a very good piece of ice. It is a lovely little piece of very efficient, good Wayland ice that does things to you. And does things for the corp. Yeah, totally agreeing with the chat here, Jessica. I would be trying to contest the remote as well, but I think what the play here was make the corp probably invest here and now go for the remote, because with 3 credits the corp cannot res border control, for example. They can res some other things. Oh well, we'll see. I mean, server 1 is not as... Oh, okay, that's actually a last run on HQ again. And then they're gonna be out of click. Oh, but there's a food, fair enough. I mean, that is not a bad ping at all. That's not a bad snipe. It is a bit worrying because there could be a double... No, there can't. Well, I mean, a punitive was an option on the table, but there was not enough money, so it was either scoring the agenda or trying to play a punitive, which wouldn't do much. So this is pretty much anybody's game still. 4 agenda points on the runner side, 5 on the corpse. And the initiative on the runner side right now with still 1 click remaining. I would go R&D. I guess it's also about finding additional copies of Insight, because that would help. How many have we had so far? The one that revealed some agendas that we've already seen, either stolen or scored. Server 1 gets an install and advance and Audacity. So that's a score, and that's probably an Atlas and that's game. That was a rushy game by the Corp. Turn 11, 7 points. Very well played, both players. Interesting options on the table, interesting decisions. Now we're leaving this table and we're gonna jump into table 6. Actually, no, we had table 11 and we had... okay, well, let's do table 6 first. So let's take a look here. We have... Whoops, I went a bit too far. And this is already done, by the way. This looks like it's over, unless I'm missing something. Yep. Probably they're just discussing things. Okay, so table 11 it is. We have Architects of Tomorrow versus Jasminder Serene. Jasminder Serene with notoriety. Hello. Spicy. Not a current, and it's the anti-apocalypse basically, which I find quite funny and cute because, you know, apocalypse is just destroying the board state, but notoriety is just saying, no, I just want a point for exactly the same achievement. I want a point. I don't want to, you know, watch the world burn. Yeah, not contesting the Oaktown in the previous game was big, but I'm not entirely sure what the runner should have done there. Probably just paid the 6 to run the remote at one point. Most likely, yeah, with the Crisium, I mean, there was a tax for running twice on HQ, and then just trying to get into that remote, yeah. But the Corp was really playing a super tight game just to make sure that they score. They rush out the agendas, and that worked out for them. That was really... In the meantime, the Architects of Tomorrow already have a Vitruvius counter and quite a nifty remote with some pain in it. Now, okay, we have second thoughts here. Server 1 could be an NGO, just saying. NGO has not been banned for this edition. Rashida, on the other hand, has been banned, so no Rashidas today. If you want to see a Rashida on your screen today, you should totally go to Netrunner DB, find the card and look at it as much as you need to. But yeah, that's a food, global food, the Corp at 5 points with a Vitruvius counter, which... could be useful, of course. You have the MCA austerity policy. Yep. Let's see. The runner is definitely on the poor side here, and it doesn't help that they don't have any programs on the table and very little money. The Corp, even though kind of low on money, this looks pretty solid. Like, the runner has to basically respect all that ice one way or another and play their weight around it. A lot of hard thinking, and it's only round 2. Okay. Okay. That is an interesting play. And that puts a ton of pressure on an under prepared runner at this stage, because it will not be impossible to contest server 1, but it will not be cheap. Oopsie. A lot of hard thinking here on both sides, I would say. But the corp probably has this one, unless the runner can pull it off somehow through that remote of moderate pain with fair trap on itchy 1.0. And the drafter just, for a bit of spiciness. They will have to make a lot of money. And with 2 brain damage, we're entering a danger zone here. Okay, running HQ. Paying 5 to break everything and trying to score an agenda from HQ. And that's a corporate sales team, which the corp doesn't really mind, because if server 1 is an agenda, the runner right now can't do basically anything save for playing a stim hack, which they are actually doing. So I mean, what else can you do here if not that? 12 credits. There will be brain damage after this run. We probably will see what is in server 1. This is tense, but I hope it's just not the server freezing or anything like that. I'm just checking. Oh, the scroll. Okay, excuse me. The scroll just didn't really work properly. That's my fault. Okay, so the itchy trace or the itchy tag avoided with Jasminder's ability. And now on to Drafter. And indicating to fire on broken subroutines. It's quite an interesting situation. I'm just quietly observing this and thinking about different lines here and so on. But yeah, this is the click manipulation economy basically. Okay, so the runner can still continue their incursions. Server 1 proved nothing too serious to, you know, get that MCA austerity policy out of there. In the meantime, Hot Pursuit, which is a great little card with a slight cost, but quite a lot of synergies across the board that do help make it a bit more competitive. I don't know, this is a very interesting game. This is an example of how much fun we can still have with new ideas. A lot of thinking done on both sides. But I like it. These are players who, when they commit, they keep going with the plan. But first, they do make sure, yeah, that this is all going to work out for them. Dirty Laundry on HQ. And the runner is still nowhere near scoring any points. 4 brain damage. That's a serious liability. This Fairchild again, not causing too much trouble. Okay, we have a Mamba Temple. I'm sorry, what am I even talking about? Not Mamba Temple. We have a Ravana Rest. Why did I say Mamba Temple? I was looking at the MCA austerity policy and thinking, yeah, this could be a Mamba Temple from the right scale, of course, in the right distance, not up close. Anyway, Embolus doing its things. Okay. Here we go. Here we go, and that's a score with the Vitruvius sealing the deal, bringing the corp up to 7 points, a clean win. And 15 turns, but yeah, you can say 15 turns is not really a lot of game, but when you have 2 players of this caliber facing off, and they've probably played online, maybe even against each other, but I'm pretty sure, you know, that they may have met, excuse me, they may have met at least once in real life. So when you meet players like this, yeah, they do take a bit of extra time most often just to think about things and just to calculate all the stuff. But when they make a move, you're like, oh, okay, you know, I'm in trouble, or okay, this is game over. Chat, do tell me, which tables should we be looking at? So many tables. I don't know. I feel like I'm in a furniture shop. Table, 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 table. In the meantime, I'm checking the usual resources for any issues lifted or raised by the folks in there. Trying to find an ID we haven't seen today yet. It's gonna be hard. Let me. Let me just check with the chat. Anarcho Mushrooms game. Okay, sorry, I was just clicking around again. So here we go. And we have Anarcho Mushroom on a horizontal replicating perfection. We have a partially unloaded Guardian Blade. I don't know what happened here, but I'm not gonna refresh just now. Maybe I should just change screen for a second. But thank you for the suggestion. This is first of all an interesting matchup. Second of all, what is going on here? There are like remotes for days, and then the corpse just rests in an envelope. Dirty laundry for that Sundew, which has to probably go. You want to keep the pork, the corp poor, but of course, given the circumstances, you do the. And the corp will be pushing out more remotes. This is definitely a horizontal build. Numerous remotes and political dealings. Okay. Is this the biggest waiting game in the history of Netrunner? No, I'm kidding, of course. I mean, there's no pressure whatsoever. Both players are aware of the time. They're well versed in extended time periods between, I would say, I don't know, this is gonna be a bit of a crapshoot, but like between 50. No, okay, no. So yeah, let's get back into the game. Good guy MCG making the game more watchable. Indeed! Have to make this. So the runner is definitely set up, but now money is the biggest issue here. And let's just take a look at the heap to see. Well, no, I mean there doesn't seem to be, other than the staples in a way, there doesn't seem to be anything big, like, you know, like a day job or like basically any big money card that nets you extra money, but probably will cause you have issues later on. I'm really curious about the different servers here, that we have so many servers. I'm really curious to see if there are any sneaky agendas here. That would be quite something. Friendly banter then, explaining the situation here for us. And indeed, yeah, the heap doesn't look bad, but it's a bit of a mishmash. Like, it's 50% of the cards here are yes please, and the other 50 is yes please, but if I have money and if I can do, like, I can do something with that money. That's about it. Both players fairly low on credits. A new remote and more protection. Okay, so MCG here choosing to just draw up casually. I can hear the steam rushing from their ears. All the way here. Chat, who do you think is gonna win this one? Like, and again, it's just for fun. But yeah, given the board state, given the situation, given what you could see in the heap, quite a lot of good stuff. And in the archives, quite a lot of good stuff. Now basically we're entering this game where both players are poor or extremely poor, and it's up to Jinteki as the corp to figure out how to use this fact that the runner does not really have any, you know, leave. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. There we go. I am bad at this game. Whoops. And those things happen. Those things happen. Oh. Well. And this is a very good point for me to remind everybody watching that this is a casual tournament. So we're playing for fun. This is a friendly tournament with people enjoying the game. So take backseats, so to speak, or undoing different things. It's all in the player's discretion. Of course, if a final call has to be made, I'm happy to assist as the tournament organizer and the head judge and all the other things that, of course, I'm so awesome at. But yeah. And that is very true here as well. I mean, to the credit of both Jessica and MCG and Arca Mushroom, they actually can pull it off because they have Moonbus. So this is gonna be it, and that's gonna be a score, and that's gonna be a big nasty. I'm kidding, but Flower Sermon is. It was on the ban list at some point. Yeah, I should compile the ban list. Maybe release a book. You know, I can, with like, you know, poems about the band. No, okay, I'm kidding. But there will be some more reminiscent, like there will be some more memories about different knockdown editions later on in the series. Just to, you know, maybe not statistically speaking, but just to kind of have a better idea of how things went, because it has shifted quite a lot. The band cards, the ID costs, maybe not so much, maybe not in many cases, but the ban list as a custom thing, I think, pretty sure people had basically their own picks always, and that's the good thing. And there goes a flooding entanglement. Ooh. That's philosophic. Dirty Laundry onto a very good card, which is Political Dealings. Political Dealings that hasn't actually seen a lot of, let's say, standard competitive play, but it's Nisei's manner of fast advancing in a way. It's just saying, yeah, this next card may or may not be an agenda, just like any other card I have in my hand may or may not be a trap. Therefore, if it is an agenda, and if it's a 3-2, I will probably score it in a turn. Let's do this, right? And I think, yeah, Political Dealings with things like Merger and, you know, Project Yagi Uda and Flooding Entanglement and so on, that could be quite nice. In the right kind of deck, in the right kind of hands as well, because I'm pretty sure I would be terrible at piloting that deck. Hey Patrick, welcome to the chat. Indeed, yeah. So Mark here needs lots and lots of money, indeed. And the flower sermon is gonna make R&D a bit of an issue. The good thing is, of course, you have R&D interface, so you definitely want to apply some pressure on that server. But on the other hand, yeah, flower sermon's ability, it is quite nasty. Oh. I'm just trying to, you know, at this stage of the game, I'm trying to figure out what does this shape remind me of. Could be a yeah, it actually looks like a submarine a bit. Well, anyway. And you don't have to dig R&D when you have legwork. The corp only on 4 credits. And this is the interesting time of making big decisions. Do I want to spend, if I actually may, if it's possible, do I want to spend money on protecting HQ here? Well, Anger and Flash is never a bad card. Oh boy, okay. There we go. That's huge. That is absolutely huge. 2 agendas in a triple axis. I'm pretty sure the corp is not happy about this. But what can you do? Sometimes those things just happen, and you do have a hand size limit, and the runner knows it, and there's probability on the table, and that can happen sometimes. At least the game is not completely lost or anything right now. It's more about being very careful, unless this is an agenda. The corp is relentless in creating new remotes. I mean, seriously, we're running out of screen real estate. No, I'm kidding, but maybe it's a graphic project. You know, how to remake the display of remote services. So manageableness. No, I'm kidding. Well, servers, sorry, not services, but yeah, so that it's manageable on the screen. Because I don't want to zoom in, because then we're gonna lose sight of what's going in the remotes. What am I witnessing here? Just get back to stream from my games. Yeah, I mean, someone called Yakuza. This is full of raisins and, you know, general spamminess. It is spam like there's no tomorrow. And MCG here has to deal with this somehow. Although, let's be honest, you are on game point as the runner. You don't have to worry about things that much. You just have to hit one agenda and hope not to die in the process. In the meantime, the corp is just taking absolute advantage of their board state and just slowly resing things. Not rushing into it, but just slowly resing. Server 17. We're running out of server space. But that is a score, and this is making things interesting now, as it is medical breakthrough. So now all the other medical breakthroughs are cheaper to score at the same point. All the way down to scoring 2 points from hand by playing the last medical breakthrough, installing advanced for a bad thing. I think the corp has to res here just to, you know, just to make it more expensive for the runner to interact with things. I mean, it's not prohibitively expensive, but it will cost him. On the other hand, the runner has 3 R&D interfaces. On the other hand, the corp has a flower server. And that means that also things like daily business show kick in. So, oh no, that sounds like a whiff. No agendas for the runner this turn, but then again, legwork and stealing 2, so 2 out of 3 agendas. Yeah, that's not bad. That's value legwork. Around 15 minutes left in the round. And I think I'm not counting the influence here, but I think, oh yeah, we had 2 legworks already. Oof. Getting into R&D. This is in a way nerve-wracking. I'm just I'm holding my breath here because this is just the way the game works, I guess. There is a dealings on the table, indeed. There is a Jeeves on the table. There's an agenda as well. An agenda in R&D. Good game. Well done, both players. Recovering from that loss of 2 agendas in 1 turn, that was kind of hard, but really well played, Arnica Mushroom, and really well played MCG here. We're just gonna jump out for a sec. I'm going to take a quick look. And you can, in the meantime, investigate a bit. Oh, sorry, you can investigate a bit and tell me which table we should be jumping for. But I am going to very quickly look at a couple of things. Okay, let's go to let's go to Chuchin on HB. Let me just very quickly jump into that game. It's table 11. I hope they're still on. Seems to be the case. Oh no, actually Rotage won already, sorry. Oops. Well, that was fast. So let's just jump into test running versus Hawaii. Maybe, perhaps. If that is still on. Again, might as well be over. And it is over! Yeah, because in the meantime I'm of course updating the scores, but I'm not really trying to remember them. I'm just trying to go through them and make sure that they're input into Cobra correctly. This is looking big and daunting and challenging, and what is going on here? We have a super solid Jemison pronged structured server situation. You can see this little fork, you know, like going up. We have server 4 with a double advanced card that I have no idea what it could be. Probably a trap. I'm kidding, but anyway. And we have Smoke, and I know for a fact that Cluster Fox loves playing Smoke. Smoke is a Belgian runner of sorts in a way, or it's like a poster person for the Belgian community, I think. There are those legendary Smokes cruising, roaming, you know, like around the community. The alt art IDs that they made for one of their bigger events, and that they for some reason ended up having hundreds of. So of course, you know, it's just like, do you have this Smoke already? Yeah. Would you like more? So it kind of makes me think of the Nisei Rezekis back in the day, the playmats. Well, anyway. The game itself still at a good spot for both players, and it's really hard to say what's gonna happen here. I would say there is a film critic on the table. There is a Netrunner Kerr with 12 credits on it. Now, if that isn't a lot, now if this is not a lot of credits on the Netrunner Kerr, then I don't know what is. But yeah. There is a single access R&D run. That's an Atlas. This is getting tight because there's also a Stargate in play. Are there any agendas in the bin? No. So the Corp was favored, but now the runner actually takes the upper hand here with that sneaky Atlas steal, and that's gonna really put a wrench in the Corp's plans as well, because it's probably the best Wayland agenda. Well, okay, hostile takeover as well, but yeah, it's probably the best 3-2 in the game. Say maybe, I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying I'm trying to share my opinion maybe because I really like it. Back to the chat. Jamison is the Corp idea. I've changed my mind on most since I got into the game. I hated it for the longest time. Now I find it so fun. Indeed, we have Mr. Tea Time, Craig. He's not playing today, but Mr. Tea Time is a big fan of Jamison. If you want to talk about Jamison and the different builds or the different approaches to speed and, you know, like reliability in Jamison decks, do talk to Mr. Tea Time on Slack. Definitely the right person to chat up about this, because yeah, you will have a great time. While they're thinking hard, I'm gonna get back into reporting the scores. And I'm really happy that things are working for everybody. Like, we had 0 judge calls. We just had one technical issue with the tables, but no extra time was necessary at the end. corporate town. Now, wow, this was a big play. I just heard something happen and I didn't even take a look at the chat. But yeah, that corporate town. I don't know. It was a big play. It was this corporate town trashing that Netrunner is a big play. Let me just see how many how many Netrunner do we have in the bin? Okay, I mean, fair enough. This was probably the first of 3 because, or maybe 2 of. This is definitely a card you want to have more than one in smoke for consistency, basically, and for situations like these where stuff happens and suddenly, bam. You know what's gonna happen next? There's a Beth, there's a film critic, there's a Cathy Jones. This is gonna be painful. This is a situation in which the runner really has to optimize now and pick and choose. On the upside of the situation, the corp had to forfeit an agenda. So, be it hard as it may, basically they sacrificed an Atlas because that was the agenda that they had the choice of between Atlas and Atlas. So the 2 points could be big. On the other hand, the ability to trash a resource whenever the corp's turn begins, paired with 5 trash cost, that's a big thing. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the first card that the runner is going to be, you know, taking care of in the nearest possible future right now, because the corp is not particularly rich. They only have 4 credits. And okay, trashing corporate town is 5, but if you have the money, you should totally do it, because otherwise your resource game is just gonna evaporate. If your deck is based on any resources as the crucial cards, and I think here Netrunner is one of those cards, then you absolutely categorically want to get rid of that corporate town somehow. I don't know how you do it. Like, there's that's a very spicy include as well. I mean, corporate town. Oh. Yeah, I'm trying to think what are the possible plays here for smoke. There was one stem hack already played. Maybe there's a second stem hack somewhere in the wings. They could just try and go all in with a Stargate run, but then that border control is probably going to prevent them succeeding. So it's a tricky proposition here. Running HQ might not be a bad idea, just to draw the corp into potentially spending money on the defenses there, just to make sure that they cannot really defend server 1 well enough. And I'm really curious about server 4. We haven't jumped into this game from the very start, so we have no idea what's in there, or if we do, like, I have no idea how it came to be there, basically. But it's most likely a trap, and the runner's not gonna fight. Oh yeah, by the way, please disregard the timer on the screen. I am a complete fool again, and I think I should stop using the timer on the screen, because I was refreshing the screens, of course. We have around 3 minutes left in the round, so Server 1 getting an advanced card. That corporate town went away, and that's a big play. Could be for a tie, but well, we'll see. Netmerker hitting the table. Because why not? The corporate town is out of town, so to speak. So corporate town has been raised. And now, you know, the model town for the corporati, or how they're called, Sarari people, Sarari men and Sarari women of Jemison Astronautics, is out, so runners can roam freely, and they can stim hack into that remote. So this is a big thing here. This could be game, one way or another. Okay, this could also be a border control, and not even waiting. Ooh, how rude. I mean, no, how to put it? Probably the optimal play is letting the runner go through all the different pieces of ice and then just, you know, shutting them off. Then again, yeah, just not letting them spend any stim hack credits whatsoever and just stopping them from pumping that Mercur a bit, or, you know, just doing any shaper shenanigans and denying them money to pay the rest of their incursion, the rest of their intrusion into that server. Not a bad idea at the cost of a brain damage point. Then again, 12 credits still left in the runner's bank. So I don't think the corp can stop the runner from accessing the server 1 card. And that could be an NGO, of course. But is it? We do have one NGO in the bin. So the tension is rising, and that's a food, and that's game. Well played, Clusterfox. Well played. Wrapping it up before the end of the game. I don't think, yeah, that was the last game of this round. We're moving fast here, or well, fast. I mean, we're moving 65 minutes every round, but yeah. Let me just jump out again for a second just to make sure that all the results are in there. How are you doing, chat? What do you think of the last play? Indeed, like, yeah, that was an interesting situation. Anyway, I'll be right back with more of my voice doing things, but you should totally take a look at tripper.bandcamp.com. There's a Netrunner album part 2 coming up. I already pre-ordered because I'm a fan, so I hope I can use more of Tripper's music on the streams and have a sample of the first one, obviously. Hey there, hello, all the people on the stream and all the people who just joined as well. You know, some of you have been on for the last 2 hours and a bit. Some of you may have just joined. We are playing Lockdown number 5, which is a different kind of format, obviously. It's a continuation of the Iberian lockdown, but no longer Iberian because we decided to go global with it. It's been global from the very start. Anyway, we are entering round 3. 24 players at it. All the tables, from what I hear, are ready. I'm going to check on Discord again because I happen to also organize this for some reason. I don't know how this happens, you know, that I organize a tournament and then all the people show up and are absolutely lovely. And you may have seen on Cobra the results popping up there for a second on the screen. It is looking quite interesting, I have to say. We have quite a few people still in the running for the top 4. We have 3 strong contenders, including 2 classics, I would say, Cable Carnage and Captain Nice. So people who already have made it to top 4 and, you know, won a tournament. And we have Longy, who has been having a bit of a, well, patchy... I would say, excuse me, patchy, not performance, but like patchy luck, I would say. You know, sometimes doing really well, sometimes doing not so well. But now a very strong situation here with Hasbro Architects of Tomorrow and a Smoke deck. So having swept both games, both matches, this is looking good for Longy. Exciting. Then we have Test Running, Baramu, Hawaii, Internet, Armin Firecracker, Black Cherries, Encoder, Rotage, the one also known as Neo, PJ20, Analyze Chris, and so on and so forth. There's a ton of people. Everybody's still in the running. I'm happy to see Wayland on top, just saying, but hey. But it is quite varied. And we have a Harpsichord in there and a Spark, so this is looking quite good. I should be kicking the games off because we're reaching that time. So, yeah, I'm gonna just type it in. And we're gonna go. And we're gonna jump into a table straight away. Let's go to one of the top tables. Let's take a look at Longy playing. Lockdown table number 2. That's a Harpsichord, everybody. How long has it been, you know, like... that you've seen Harpsichord being played and successful and happy and, you know, like competitive. We have to come up with special formats for Harpsichord. No, I'm kidding, of course. I mean, I love Harpsichord. So yeah, here we go. Uh-oh. That Penrose. That Netmarker. Yeah, the question is, would you install Penrose and then not use it the same turn to just skip the ability to break barriers? I don't know. It all depends, of course, what cards you have. And there's a Tranquility Home Grid. Great card. I love it. And maybe I should start building serious Harpsichord decks. Like, seriously, I haven't done this in a while because, you know, stuff. But like, Harpsichord can be quite fun with the right cards, like Tranquility Home Grid, and you know, Well, anyway, on the other side of the table we have, of course, Smoke, the Stealth Shaper. So we can kind of expect a certain build of that deck. We've seen, well, Cluster Fox was playing the Smoke in the previous game. We've seen, of course, Film Critics, Netmarker, which is a staple, and then a nice combo of all the Stealth Breakers with Pelangis to just sort things out. Speaking of which, Gold Farmer, it is gonna be costly. But you probably want to get into that server, unless you just say, nah. But no, I mean, I assume leaving that server B is not going to be good for you in any way whatsoever. So you do have to spend money. You have to pay 15 gems to access this content, which basically means you have to lose a credit for every subroutine you break. Here we had a misclick, but that's not a problem. So we have a redo of the run. Just, you know, for the game state and for the card interactions to trigger properly in case there's something happening that should be triggering properly. And here we go, first points for the runner. Okay, that's quite a solid setup from Smoke here, because you have a Palangi, you don't have much money, but that that self-modifying code is gonna help you. You can always farm Netmarker credits by running HQ or archives. There are other ways of making money. In the meantime, the corp has to indeed do what they're doing here. So just jam into that remote, get those Tranquility Home bonuses. And at this stage, it's probably better to take money. And just hope that the runner cannot suddenly play Peace in Our Time. Well, I mean, Peace in Our Time is fine because you might give the corp a bit of extra money and you will not make any runs this turn, obviously, but this is just setup and it's such a big boost of money, basically credits. Server 1 getting additional cards. Could be a remastered edition, could be a foods. What's the harp archetype? It's a harpketype. I don't know. I have no idea. This is a very good question. And like I mentioned already earlier, I haven't played Harpsichord in such a long time, but I assume, well, basically you just want to jam cards and make the runner run, and you have to tax them with Gold Farmer and the like. And I don't think you would play in such a way where you just, you know, you do the old Harpsichord where you just install 3 agendas and let them run and just take one and then you score the other one or something like this. I mean, I don't know. Like, I think there might be a bit of a better way to tax the runner and make them run, and still counting on them not having a film critic, because that kind of spoils things. But yeah, since employee strike is off the table, that's not a bad idea to consider to surprise your opponents. Then again, it's more of a fun idea, I guess, because of course you're gonna play 6 agendas Mario, or you're gonna play absolutely fair and square, super interactive, yeah, ever. Okay, so can Longy get in here with 4 credits? There are no reses, but the border control is in place. So server 1 has a double advance card and something else in there. Longy's not giving up. That corroder is gonna... Right, of course, Trickster Taka is gonna give him a discount. So he might save a credit, but... Oh yeah, that's a Bellona. I was kind of thinking that Bellona is an option here as well. And in a world With Bologna, harpsichord is cool. Asmari, I don't know. And a Kali testing. Okay, calibration testing. That's a great little add-on here as well. Then again, I think, okay, harpsichord right now might not be, like I was already mentioning a second ago, might not be competitive because of Stargate and because of all the other nasty bits out there that might just mess with your plans. Maybe a harpsichord with a lot of, or with enough one pointers and a game change could be quite interesting. I don't know. I haven't tried any builds recently, so I think I'm gonna give it maybe just to take a look, see how it rolls nowadays. If it actually makes any sense. It doesn't. It's homework. I should take notes here. Homework and make harpsichord work. Okay, so Longi relentlessly running here, low on credits, but there's no point in worrying about credits because you do keep pumping that Netmerker. Trickster Taka, which happens to be stealth. In case anybody forgot that little bit, of course it's a companion, of course it's a virtual resource, but it's also stealth. And it's such a cute piece of art. Sorry, it's just probably my favorite companion. On the strength of the art alone. So cute and so mean and such a... Trickster Taka plushies win, I would say, right? Okay, so a bit more defending going on, and yeah, this is the thing with smoke here. You do have some ice. You can tax things out a bit more because of the gold farmers and whatnot. But the Netmerker has 4 credits on it, and Smoke has a recurring credit, and there's a Trickster Taka credit, and you have a Pelangi counter, so you can actually make things into barriers, which makes Goroder break them. Probably, you know. Okay, what's gonna be an Anicam and an Archives run, probably indeed, to get extra money and to put a credit from Smoke on Netmerker. Because you can. That was a nifty little play. Anicam definitely helps speed the game up a bit for the runner, and they do need to draw into some more solutions and answers here. Whatever the corp might be putting in front of them. Oh geez, I wasn't looking at Discord. Okay, I have a judge call. I'll be back in a second. I just have to jump into a judge call. So please stick with the game. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back into the game. I'm back with the microphone. We had a judge call. I happen to be the judge as well. What have I missed? I missed some scores. But yeah, apologies for that. This was just a very clicky, tap-tappy period for me. A judge call about a card interaction that I wasn't 100% sure of, so I asked for some help as well, and I think I made the right call. And you know, this is where I would probably have some extra people confirming, but I assume I made the right choice there. Anyway, back into this game. I'm gonna be keeping my eye out on Discord as well, or an eye on Discord in general, maybe not out, because what we have here is a failure to score to steal agendas, but the runner is really well set up, getting all the breakers on the table after image, which is a super awesome, powerful, great looking card that just does wonders. And even though we don't have any criminals present today because they got the short end of the band stick, or maybe the long one, hard to say, there are criminal cards here and there. We've seen some falsifieds. We've seen some, well, we see after image here. We've seen some legworks. So yeah, they are definitely present. And there's a Bologna, and this is the thing. Even with 0 credits, but with a film critic, and this is the film critic I mentioned earlier on as a potentially game-breaking card for Harpsichord. That Bologna was game points, but it's not anymore. And now the runner actually has the upper hand here. And this is a tricky bit because seriously, that server 1 is just not going to be probably protected well enough to stop the runner from sneaking in with those Netrunner credits. Speaking of which, the Corp is actually putting more defenses there. With 10 credits, not a bad decision. I'm just a bit worried because After Image allows you to, you know, skip around Feint. 4 stealth credits. And Trickster Taka and After Image are besties. Like, they're definitely just there. Complement each other. And this could be game. There is that Raven, but I'm pretty sure Longy's not gonna, like, the runner here is not gonna be worried about taking attack if server 1 has an agenda. You have to get in. If it doesn't have an agenda, you still have 2 credits. You're probably able to use Trickster Taka's credits because you can use it for programs. You have the Networker credits, so you are totally able to get in and then still pay for a tag. We did see a ghost branch. I did check in with the chat. Yes, indeed, there was a ghost branch. That was quite awesome. So hooray for ghost branch. But there's a bypass. There we go. So that's a bypass. No tags taken. So it's a cheaper way in a way. And the thing is, It's only a single. So now you have to actually encounter the Turnpike and break it, which is totally cheap with a Netmarker and Smoke credits and Trickster Attacker credits and so on. Gold Farmer, totally doable as well. So this could be game, or this could be an NGO, and this is another thing. Like, this could totally be an NGO, which it is. And of course, we didn't have Metaphor here with us to tell us if it's an NGO or not, because some people are busy playing. Huge thanks to everybody on Discord actually trying to figure this one out, because it seems to be a simple interaction between reversed accounts and or not interaction, but like timing between resing reversed accounts and using them, and using self-modifying code to actually spend the money before the corp takes it. But yeah. We had a short discussion in there, and hopefully we're gonna keep continuing with the tournament and with the game. And this is why I would never ever be a single judge at the tournament, because calls I make, some of them are absolutely okay, some of them are just like, I think that's. But yeah, one of these days I'm gonna attend the Netrunner University and learn all the rules of the 90,000 pages of errata, and I'm kidding, not. But of all the different interactions and so on, I'm gonna memorize them, and that. Oh, hello, Cooked. Hello there. Hello, Ed of the Cooking Persuasion. Great to see you with us here. And yeah, that Jessica, that's a very good question. And yeah, we have a bunch of different approaches to this, and I think apparently not really. You can't, like, if the corp reses on their turn, if the corp reses reversed accounts and decides to click it for the counters to take money away from the runner, there is no window for that. So I'm learning as well here, and I should be taking notes, but yeah, I mean, sooner or later this is gonna pop up. But yeah, that's why it's good to have more brains in one virtual room than just mine. In the meantime, this game was getting tougher for the corp by the minute, and Longy closes it out. So very well played, both players. Longy just really pushing that stealth economy to the max, and that film critic basically with that Bellona stealing the game from Hawaii, unfortunately. But this is not done just yet. We're gonna go into. We watch the rematch, or should we watch table 1 or 3? Oh wait, this was table 1. Should we watch table 2? Is table 2? Actually, was there a table? What happened with table 2? Maybe we already have the scores. We still have more than 30 minutes in the round. One table will be extended by 15 minutes because I actually haven't seen their call, and this is a silly thing, but Discord just muted all the notifications because I'm streaming, and I'm like, how am I supposed to, you know, play this? Let's take a look at table 6, maybe, perhaps, unless I. What's Sanjay on? Oh yeah, well, let's take a look if this game is already over or not. Close to over. Whoop. Oh boy, this is a harp with Mwanzas, which looks solid to be honest. And we haven't seen this deck fully developed to its maximum potential, and the Mwanzas definitely make a lot of sense. Mwanza harp is strong. Mwanzi chord, harp seems I don't know. Mwanzi chord city grid. That's basically what's happening here. And there's a stealth smoke. Go figure, with cards that use stealth credits and a net marker that has stealth credits. And also a card I haven't seen in quite a while, Mind's Eye. Well, hey. Has anybody ever seen Mind's Eye in play? Like, you know. This is quite something. It is a rare sighting of a Mind's Eye from the good old days of Magnum Opus. Or not Magnum Opus, but yeah, in Reverie basically. And those days of the Omega on the card that spelled an end of a certain era. Sniff, sniff. But hey, here we are, all those years actually later. We're having a good time. So there. I mean, you're more than welcome. For everybody on the chat who's wondering about the situation with reversed accounts and paid abilities windows and SMCs and so on, you're more than welcome to jump into Discord and onto the lockdown channel and chat about this. We made a call. I mean, I decided to make a call based on talking with other people and reading their explanations. And even though I did not agree with it myself in a way, because I think there is a window, but then again the explanation also made sense, so I think we'll need to have this written down at some point. But yeah, certain calls are made, and you know, I'm pretty sure if this was the only game happening, we would all take a bit of extra time, but there's just so many games happening that we just want things to get going, and bad judge calls get made, and that's okay. You know, then that person is never a judge again or doesn't organize a tournament, and this is where you know that this is the last edition of lockdown. No, I'm kidding, but like yeah, it's good to learn from your mistakes. So if I made a mistake by accepting that explanation, which sounded legit to me as well, even though my gut feeling is a bit different, but then again, gut feelings in games are only good if you're a player, not a organizer or a tournament runner. Then yeah, we stick to the explanation that actually makes logical sense. Caddy Jones with 12 credits, 7 credits of net Mercur, enough money in the bank. But on the other hand, you have Harp with all the Mwanzas firing on both cylinders and 25 credits. That's not bad. Question is, we haven't seen that many cards trashed. And both players are technically speaking on game point because there are cards there. I don't know if Exploderpalooza would be mine, but there's probably some deals as well. I mean, Foods, that's 9 points. Then you have the Kitties, that's going to be 12. 15 minutes is 13. And then 15 points would have 7. Unless you only have 2 Kitties. So 12 and then 6. Well, okay, let's not worry about the agenda composition. I'm pretty sure Sanjay will be sharing that at some point. And let me just remind you that tomorrow is Ocarina. You can still see it on Always Be Running. Go to Always Be Running, look for Ocarina, which is a format which is totally wild. When I saw it, I was like, what? And then I was like, genius! It's gonna be on tomorrow. I am not sure I'm gonna be streaming, to be honest. This weekend I actually am taking advantage of the nice weather as well. It's beautiful outside. Tomorrow I might be actually busy with humans and interacting with real humans offline, because our lockdown has been well, loosened a bit, so we get to actually see very limited size-wise groups of people, which is great for, you can imagine, it's great for the psyche. It's great for just keeping it real, and I'm really going to take advantage of that on a Sunday. You just meet with some friends and take it easy, chill in the sun. And if Andre is streaming Ocarina, great. I mean, you couldn't get a better person to talk about unusual and exciting combinations of cards. I actually want to watch that stream if possible, a bit of it live if I have the time, because I'm just, you know, you're playing on JNet still, so how do you even make it work? But yeah, I mean, this is, yeah. Mark, indeed, you're absolutely right. Yeah, you just have to put a judge in a tricky position where they have to admit that they might make mistakes, and then they're just gonna totally skip being judges for the future. Ooh, okay, so Ocarina is just gonna be extra magic, and this is how much I'm out of loop, out of touch with certain developments, but this is looking great. And I think Ocarina should be the new party format for Netrunner, for like big fun tournaments, because it's just so brilliant, such a cool idea. And absolute kudos and tip of the chapeau and whatnot to the, which I'm not wearing, but yeah, tip of the hat of the virtual to the JNet developers who are making this possible. And oof, every single time I stream, it's like, this is so good to have as a platform, just beyond words. Back in the game though, I think Smokes got it, because basically the corp really doesn't want the runner to get a 2-pointer now, and I really have no idea how many Exploded Paloozas Sanjay put into this deck, but if it's there, and if you access through that Mwanza, then you get 3 extra and you get 2 extra, so basically you access 6 cards, and there are it's just 25% cards of whatever is left in R&D. That's kind of rough. Sanjay's probably gonna pop that border control. Indeed. Just making the run a bit more taxing. It's not that Smoke is gonna care much, but Smoke does indeed have 4 tags. So there could be some shenanigans happening with exchange of information and whatnot. Let me just see if in archives we have exchange of information. Nope. There could be an exchange of information for the game, for the win. You know, 15 minutes for a global food. Why not? The question is, are there Beals and Exploded Paloozas in there that would spoil this master plan? And I'm worried that there might be some. And Gremlin is gonna be accessing what? 6 cards now? 1 initial, 2 for the R&D interfaces, and then 3 extra cards from the Mwanza. So that's 6 cards. That is huge. Out of 24, 6 cards, indeed. Yeah, that's it. That was the play that was very, very worrying. But yeah, well played, well played. Let's leave this game and let's jump into, where were we? We dropped them already. Okay, they're table 6. But let's take a look at table 11. We had a mulligan on the runner side. We had a keep on the cider side. And look at the card in the bin, Warroyd Tracker. Ooh, ooh. That is indeed spicy. And there's an Inkawa, and there's a voting machine initiative. I haven't seen this agenda in quite a while. And this is the worst kind of nightmares, because you have voting machine initiative and MCA austerity policy in the same deck. It's like, you think you have clicks? Well, let me show you my little friend, you know, like the clickless, and probably false leads as well, yeah. And a good shout out in the chat there. Indeed, Chuchin is making really interesting spicy decks. Last time we were watching, and was that the previous edition? Yeah, it was. There were some really nice shenanigans, courtesy of his deck building, and everybody was just getting, what is going on? This is, you know, wild. It was completely. Server 2, is this the winning agenda then? Yes, indeed it is. That is a 2-pointer, and we have a 7-point win by the Corp, turn 16. Hopping out again, jumping into table 4 just because I can. One of the matchups here that is probably going to be deciding the top 4, although please do remember we still have one more round to go after this. So yeah. And indeed, the decklist of the week was Chuchin's because of that super spicy. I mean, so much fun. I love it when people go, you know, like, I don't want to say mad scientist, but they go kind of like wacky scientist. Like, hey, I can just make stuff. Oh, there's a situation with memory here. Okay, that was fixed. That was temporary. And hey, I should be scrolling the chat. I think I'm going to ask the JNet devs for a chat control, like a chat button where it just, no, I'm kidding, but that couldn't be a bad thing. You just kind of click a button and scrolls all the way down on its own, right? Think so, people? Hey, killing each other is fun. I wouldn't say killing is fun. I mean, virtually, yes, in a video game or in Netrunner. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, like, just out of context, that statement is a bit scary. Okay, running that remote with the Cybernetics Court to make sure that the Corp is not gonna have a hand size of 9. What is defending that server 3 though? If it's a Fairchild 3.0, for example, as we own, is a card that does happen in HB, and not only, but mostly in HB, that could be a bit of a banger, so to speak. We do have an Odore, 4 sentries, obviously. We do have 7 tokens on Data Sucker. That's about it. Oh, well, okay, there's also a Black Orchestra, but okay, no, the runner is actually going to be accessing this and trashing it, so I wonder what was defending server 3. I would have rezzed something just to tax the runner a bitsy bit, but then again, I'm not the Corp, and the Corp player here, Baramu, totally knows what they're doing. Like, let's be honest, we have 2 players here that definitely know what they're doing with those decks that they see and I don't, much better than I would. They built them themselves. They're not net decking scum. No, I'm kidding. They're just not, or they're more creative than me. There we go. 7 Data Sucker tokens is gonna go a long way indeed. Metaphorically. Okay, well, I'm not gonna try and I'm not gonna pretend I can pronounce this. I didn't kill you, it's called evolution. Yeah, it's evolving, exactly. Jinteki is just evolving you to a different state of being with its net damage. It's like, oh, you seem to be alive, let me help you with that. So yeah, it's acupuncture, but into your brain with a jackhammer made of 0s and 1s. Scary. Gotta love Cyberpunk. So here we are, server 1 getting a double advanced card, and this is looking rough. I mean, those 7 counters on the Data Sucker can definitely help, but Houston, you have a problem because you have a Black Orchestra in the bin and you have an Odore on the table. But what about barriers? You know, all in all, it's just another brick and a barrier, and then you're just gonna bounce off of it. And I'm pretty sure that this deck is running some barriers, at least one. I would probably say Cider Adaptive Barrier because it's thematic, extra points, and you just win on style. Ash in the scoring mode for the win as well, absolutely. Needs one ice and server 2 for a nice pyramid. I totally agree. My OCD is just going, install card server 2 now. It's great. Shapes, arrows, or pyramids pointing up. Oh, success. Well, anyway. How is everybody doing in the chat, by the way? I'm checking. I'm gonna be checking. Like, I should be checking Discord every 2 minutes. I should have this rotating window. I just didn't get a ping. I think I should have ran a separate instance of Discord on another computer, just to avoid a situation in which players are pinging me and I'm just not there, which is terrible. But I just didn't hear the ping from Discord because it decided to not ping me because I'm streaming. Ugh. Thanks for nothing, Discord. Cheers to you all with a lovely carton of Zumo de Montana Selección. I actually do appreciate the fact that everybody seems to be okay with me consuming liquids and not only on the stream. It's like, that was basically my lunch. Lunch of the champions. Stargate run on R&D. Do you care as a corp here? I mean, if you have a winning agenda in server 1, you probably don't. Runner has only 2 clicks. Then again, you do have 2 face down cards in archive, and if the runner hits an agenda, but then again they only have 2 credits, so maybe you rest something to, I don't know. But then again they have all the counters. Okay, no res. There's gonna be an meta access because you don't really access fully operational. Okay, that's a whiff. I would trash any of those cards because they're all annoying. Yeah, they're actually all annoying. Hedge fund is probably the least annoying because it's just straight up 4 credits. So fully operational is the most flexible one. Although red level clearance, that does give you options, but not as powerful ones as fully operational when compared. So it's kind of almost the same. I don't know. What would you trash here between fully operational, red level clearance, and hedge fund? Hedge fund is probably off the table. Okay, here we go. Server 1, 3 cards left, and there's a vanilla. And we do remember that Bahram-Wu's deck is kind of light on ice. It doesn't have anything scary in it, or we didn't see anything scary in it in the past games. Border control, that's enough to just stop this run, so that's probably game. I would say server 1 is a 3-pointer, or maybe not. You don't even have to worry about actually using the border control because vanilla is there for the taking. And Fencer Fueno, you know, like this narwhal just breaking its majestic horn on it because it's just made of vanilla. The only type of ice cream that's going to help you figure stuff out, whether an ice cream place is good, is vanilla. Okay, we had a Mason Bellamy. Res, and that was enough just for the fun of it. And there was a global food initiative, and that's 7 points, and that's game done as well. Okay, let's hop over to the rematch, unless they're done already. But no, Longy now is defending as Architects of Tomorrow, so Bioroid, Bonanza, Boogaloo. Versus Edward Kim as cosplayed by Hawaii here. No, I'm kidding. I mean, I don't know. I kind of have this, I mean, I don't have a problem. It's just, it's a bit of a cognitive dissonance when people talk about piloting decks because you're not flying anything. Like, if this was a Top Gun, the card game or something, you know, or like UFO, the whatever, combat simulators. Okay, you're piloting. But here you're just, I don't know. What could you be? What could you be doing with a deck? I mean, playing a deck? Okay, but like a cool name? I don't know. I hereby open a competition. Piloting your rig. But a rig is like... I mean, if you're talking about a big truck, then you're driving it, and that's a rig, and that's what truckers call it. But then a rig is just basically your hardware and the software and so on. And you're not, I mean, I'm sitting in front of a rig, you know, it has like things and, you know, you don't, I don't have a heli console. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. But I have a rig, I'm not piloting it anywhere, it's just standing on a desk. I'm dusting it every now and then. Like, that's about it. So I don't know, like, it's of course it's all semantics and you can use any word you want as long as it makes you happy and works for it. I'm just not a big fan of piloting, but don't worry about me, I'll come up with something. I mean, shuffling is, you know. But anyway, we do have a demolisher on the table, and Huawei's deck is really a destructive piece of work because, you know, it has hippos, it has all the usual toys, it has DDoS, it cannot have apocalypse, it doesn't need apocalypse. I think there are some imps in here. It is nasty and it just destroys things because why not? Demolisher is an awesome console. I love the theme in it. It's like, yeah, we can, you know, just we can just hammer NBN's cards because they're usually the most annoying ones to trash. So let's just go for it. And indeed, it's if it's a hydraulic press, for example, it can do wonders too. Things that are usually hard to crush. Maybe it should have been called Crusher. I mean, Demolisher is also a good name. Both would be very good metal band name. But I think maybe there should be a companion piece of hardware called Crusher and it does something else. Like the first time each turn you trash a corp card, draw a card. And maybe it could trash the cost of each corp card by 1 as well. It could be unique, but you know, Demolisher and Crusher, that would be so cool. Anyway, I'm shutting up because Edward Kim is like, yeah, whatever, I need money. And indeed, money it is. That is right now hitting the table. Ed Kim is absolutely smashing, and also he's smashing everything as well. And Passan and Hippo is such a nice combo. Surprised we don't see more of it. Indeed, agreed. Scroll the log. Indeed, I totally should be scrolling the log. Sorry. We need a scroller, that thing that, you know, that's automatically. I'm gonna work on a button somewhere. I'm gonna make my own CSS click thing here that's just gonna scroll thing. See it there, it's gonna be branded, it's gonna have a trademark on it, and it's gonna be flashing and showing you little. Yeah, it's gonna be a button that automatically scrolls things. If I maybe I'm just gonna build it. The log is always at the very bottom, but I want to see what happened. No, it's just welded there. It's just gonna keep going down. Okay. Well, I should be also checking the time. We have a round, 13 minutes in the round, so that's great. Plenty of time. I should totally ask Rotage indeed if I can get a log scroll duck from the farm. Yeah, like I had a I could have a log scroll pig, but it would be kind of big. Then again, that's probably good because I always understand. No, that I was to work, but Eli 1.0, such a good card. Oh, it's gone. Such a good card, Hippo. Such a good. And then we're at Ichi 1.0, which can be clicked through if the runner so desires. You can just double click through it and run the trace. Yes, with Corp having so much money, they're probably not gonna go into money wars here. Okay. They're actually going for the trash because losing the paperclip is just 4 clicks. Sorry, 4 credits. What am I talking about? 4 credits if they need it next time. So that's not too bad. That's another itchy in HQ, so the other card is something else. No luck for the runner, but they still have 3 clicks, so they can pressure the corp a bit more in other places. Then again, the corp has pretty nifty pieces of ice here, like the Fair Children already up. There's a single border control just in case for the future on server 1, and one unknown outermost piece of ice on R&D. Log scroll into smoking barrels. Don't shoot the duck. Oh yeah, okay. So we got into discussions. For streaming, I could probably increase the size of my log. Oh, I could just do this, you mean? But then the cards are going to be smaller. I like the cards big because then people can... I don't know. Maybe I could just stretch it like this, but then... I already increased the size of the font. So it's actually bigger now. But yeah. I don't know, it's hard to figure out. And I am very bad at piloting the log. Indeed, I'm very bad. I don't know, with the log, I mean, your logging is probably the activity, you know, that lumberjacks perform. I should probably put a checkered shirt on and some heavy duty boots and take an axe. Basically be like Edward Kim, but in a shirt with an axe instead of a hammer, and just go like chop chop. Could be a chop bot 5000. That ginger on R&D could pose a big problem for the runner here, because, well, they definitely need points. We're slowly running out of time. Corp is on 5. 9 minutes to go indeed. I'm gonna actually message them. That bravado is quite brave. I should be, indeed, totally, completely, again, inputting results into Cobra, right? I mean, my job. So I did this for absolutely 0 games so far. So maybe let's just do it this way, that I first finish with this game and then I do the other thing. Here we have a Ravana. And again, firing the Ichi because no programs, just running without a bravado. Sorry, with a bravado without programs, like whatever. This is like the bravest kind of running. But that doesn't win you the game. You really need the points. The corp is quite okay where they are with 5 points and time taking. The good news for Edward Kim here is that... What is the good news? Well, they do have 2 breakers in the bin. So they do have the MK Ultra for sentries, they do have the paperclip boarded barriers. The good news. The bad news is a lot of code gates. I mean, not all of them are code gates, but there's quite a lot of code gates. So yeah. I'm wondering, where is their gate break? Are you looking? The orchestra? I'm not seeing the black orchestra in the band, so either I'm just, or it's visiting just yet. 2 level clearance. I'm expecting a strong play by Longi here, just to put something in server 1, and yeah, that's basically forcing the runner to contest that server. It's a very gentle push. It's like martial arts. It's like, I'm actually not hurting you, but you know that if you don't do anything about this, you will lose this fight. So, oh, well, that could be actually game. I guess, okay, this is where the Black Orchestra finally popped up. Yeah, that's gonna be game. Oof. Or no, not. Ooh, last 2 cards. Yeah, that's harsh. Trying to get a code gate breaker and or a decoder, as they are popularly known amongst the people who pilot their decks. No, I'm kidding. I love all the people who pilot their decks. I was not one of them. I surf my decks. No, I'm kidding. And here we go. That Black Orchestra finally popping up. So server 1 is gonna get contested and accessed for sure. Could be an NGO. Most likely is, I would say, even. But it has to be said that Huawei was really unfortunate here, like really unlucky with the Black Orchestras being at the... And this is, for example, where it shows that you don't have... I've had worse. Because what was the draw in this deck? Well, okay, you had the Deuces. You had... Oh, that's about it. And okay, you know, the Earthright. So it's decent. But yeah, it's not that many cards. With I've had worses, you would be probably way more prepared for extra draws or net damage prevention or not cleaning up after getting net or but I've had worse is banned for the tournament. Wasn't my idea, but I like it. Border control finishing the run, and yeah, all that money. But you know what? Still click through the Fairchild. Just saying. I mean, you could run. Oh, actually, you can't. Sorry. Never mind. I say. So the Fairchild is actually break. And you could totally trash the humanity first. I mean, sorry, human first here because it's not doing much. So between all those cards, and of course Huawei is probably doing the maths right now and looking at cards they have left, economy-wise and so on. Looking at many different things. I should be looking at the timer myself. But we have plenty of people looking at timers. Okay, so here's the run. Now let's see what the solution here is to that little puzzle that the corp put in front of Netrunner. Okay, so here we go. They could pay twice and get a brain damage, or they could trash the human first, pay 2 credits and get the brain damage. And brain damage is indeed racking up. I totally agree. Plan Beekeeper. Oh, I love the creativity in the chat. That's a food, okay. It might be a bit too little too late. I don't know. So we have around 2 minutes left in the round, and there will be a 15-minute extension for the 2 players if they are still playing, of course, because of the judge call, because it was completely my fault, by the way. So this is not that it took us 15 minutes to figure things. It took us 15 minutes in total for me to notice that there's a judge call, and then to just quickly discuss the potential options. And thanks to everybody who just 15 minutes or 15 minutes, and that's what I owe the players. So we might have a bit of a longer break. Well, break. Some players may have a bit of a longer break while the others finish, but we'll see. Maybe. For now, this is getting very close to the ending. So the architects of tomorrow doing work here. We ran to time. Round 3 is officially over, so after Hawaii's turn, Longi will still have a turn to play. And I'm not gonna jump out of this game and check how many other games are still on, but I did message everybody on Discord about it. Hopefully they will notice. If they don't, well, that's a different story. Time to eat a banana or two. Longi is a tough opponent. Indeed. Indeed. The reigning champion of Beacon is not an opponent you should, you know, make light of. You should be like super serious and be on top of your game because it's Longi. And super nice person, but you know, just saying. When it comes to cards and credits and clicks, you don't mess around with. I'm kidding, of course. Longi is a lovely person and also a very good player. What is going on here? I believe there are issues, maybe perhaps. And thank you, Mark, for checking, by the way, if they finished. We have a redoing of the run just to make sure that things were properly mechanically speaking. And I have to say that, yeah, having this tournament start 2 hours earlier is such a good thing because I will actually have an evening. No, I'm kidding, of course. I'm loving every minute of it and I just want to sleep at a regular time for me. But, and this is not a spoiler, and I'm gonna do a spoiler in between rounds while this exciting game wraps up slowly. I will be talking to the people from different time zones and different metas around the world who are attending these tournaments about, well, if they're interested in running their own. So that we continue the series and the numbering, like the numbering convention, the numeral convention will be kept. But yeah, maybe there's gonna be a lockdown that's friendlier for people in other time zones, and I'm gonna be just involved very tangentially. Might not even be streaming it. But yeah, that would mean that, for example, people who let's say place in top 4 for this one, and if there was another one happening in the Asia Pacific area, then this top 4 would be deciding the meta for that tournament, and then maybe that other tournament, I don't know, the North American, South American meta, I don't know. That would be quite interesting. But this is something for the Lockdown Council to discuss, because we have quite different metas in there. Anyway, scoops aside, one more dig into, or not actually dig, it's more like a little shovel action. It's gonna be only single access. Eli 1.0, okay, so that's game then. Yeah, good game, well played, both players. Woof, and that was indeed the last game. So what I'm gonna do right now, again, I'm gonna give you the lovely screen. I'm gonna put some lovely music on, and yeah, let's take care of the scores. I'll be back with you as soon as I can. For now, I have to dig deep into Cobra and put all the results in there. Okay, I'm back, and Cobra should be showing you the latest standings, the most up-to-date situation on the different, well, not tables, on the different positions here, obviously. So here we go, and Longy and Captain Nice undefeated so far. So it looks like it's a Haas Bioroid meta, isn't it? On the other side, we also have Test Running and Baramu. Well, I mean, there's more Haas, of course, in the top 4 at this very moment. Harmony Medtech, I think we're gonna be watching that game. And then we have on 12 points Cable Carnage and Encoder, and that Wayland, that Earth Station. Still fighting strong, hopefully. Well, I mean, we'll see how this plays out. Do remember that the number in the brackets is the ID point total. So basically, the lower the number, the bigger the chances of that player, if they get tied with others, to get into the top 4. So you could say that it's kind of clear cut. Like the top 6 players, it's probably just between them. But you never know. I mean, different things happen. Who knows? We'll definitely be playing the last round. It's gonna start. It's gonna be starting in around 8 minutes. I have some announcements to make to the players on Discord, so I'm gonna be jumping out again. But do take a look on Cobra. Do take a look on Always Be Running on the events happening as well. Ocarina happening tomorrow, and later today we have Identity Crisis 2, Electric Boogaloo or Identity Boogaloo, as ran by Alexis. And it's a great format as well. 2 very different formats happening in the next 24 hours, I would say. So do take a look. If you're interested, sign up, participate. It's gonna be so much fun. I'm again jumping out for a second to just announce something to the people on Discord, and I'll be back in a few. And by the way, my bedtime right now is before midnight for sure, because I'm getting up at 5. So yeah, loads of fun. But I actually like it. Okay, everybody, I'm back. And we're gonna be going in for the 4th round and the final round of Swiss. Just checking in with all the tables. Everybody's absolutely super awesome today, and I have no trouble whatsoever organizing. The only slip up was me not noticing that one judge call, and I'm gonna be checking Discord much more often now. But yeah, we should be kicking off this round. We should be kicking this round off fairly quickly. And yeah, there's already some friendly trash talking about stuff, obviously, because why not? I'm just making sure that all the tables are ready. Everybody's been absolutely awesome today. I had a great time so far, and of course we're still ahead of the top 4. Like, there's gonna be a top 4. This is gonna be quite a lot of fun. There's gonna be most likely Longy in it, which is, you know, that's gonna be an interesting addition to the mix, and we'll see who else. I cannot really tell you much. Cobra has the results so far. You can analyze them yourself. I'm kicking the final round off right now. We're gonna go with 65 minutes, and we're gonna go to table. I don't even know which table. I'm kidding. We should probably go to table 3 or 4. I think table 3. Like, no, we wanted to watch test running for sure, because Harmony Medtech, people, Harmony Medtech. I haven't seen Harmony Medtech in a while. Such a good corp. The nicest of corps. They heal you, and then they maybe kill you. I don't know. And Ketzel, also known as the runner with the most amazing hair ever. I think Ketzel wins all the hair games ever in Netrunner. I mean, seriously, look at that beautiful mane. Do we have any runners out there with better hair than Ketzel? Like, honestly, can we just discuss hair for a second while this game, you know, like unrolls? Chat, what do you think? Who's got the best hair game in Netrunner? And of course, corp cards included. I don't mind corp cards, but I think runners are kind of, you know, hairy the right way. I don't know how to put it. But anyway, yeah, I think Ketzel totally wins the hair game. Unless I'm, of course, mistaken and there's some other contenders. Or challengers, sorry. Street Peddler on the table, so 3 cards already waiting there to be potentially installed. One of them at a discount of 1 for Ketzel. If there are any windbreakers in there, well, of course you won't install them. Why would you? Unless you really need them, but you won't. And test running on the other side, playing the second celebrity gift, 19 credits, but R&D still undefended. So will Ketzel, you know, just decide to maybe poke that R&D a bit and maybe take a quick look at what's happening over there. I just noticed that the sun disappeared here in the skies for a second because of clouds. Now my face is half screen. Pretty cool, doesn't it? Anyway, years of practice and looking mean on streams, especially with a green filter on. Okay, here we go. There's a Yusuf on the table, and that's gonna be, of course, farming those counters. So, Ketzel slowly setting up the corp now. Okay, yeah, definitely putting some defenses on, but then again, this is Jinteki, and there was a post recently on Reddit about being afraid to run. And I totally feel that person posting it. It was a player saying, you know, like, more or less they figured the corp out, how to play, how to, you know, get into the flow of the game. But then running, that they were really not a big fan of running and just face checking eyes and not being prepared to run and so on and so forth. And it's a skill as a runner, as a person playing runners, and basically we all play runners and corps, of course. So when you play a runner, it is a very important skill for that side of the game. to just be able to face check, or just be able to say, yeah, I can, you know, I have to do this, or I really want to do this because of the situation on the board, the economy, clicks, the points, what have you. So it's a very important skill to have. And yeah, I don't have, I'm more of a safe runner. That's, I think, why Shapers were my saves for a while. But then I realized that, hey, if I take everybody's money with 419, that I just can run, they won't be able to res anyway. So, or if I destroy their stuff with Anarchs, then, you know, they won't have stuff. So there are ways around it, of course, and Shapers are probably the most. But practicing face checking, you know, just getting into a random JNet game with some friendly stranger and just playing, not to, I mean, of course, to win or to not lose in a silly way, but changing your style just to see how you feel doing things slightly differently. I think it's a very good idea. I don't do it often enough myself, but I would definitely recommend it to those of you who are, you know, who are maybe feeling a bit too timid when running, or feeling that they have maybe some trouble with a certain aspect of the game. Just try it out. Oh, Captain Cody waking up at 3:45 a.m. to play. I'm so sorry, but I also do appreciate your sacrifice to the cause. But absolutely, there will be other times, and I might be running this, the next edition, probably 4 hours later than this one, which is probably a bit better for some people. So yeah, but like I said, I want to franchise it indeed. Thank you, Metaphor, for that. But yeah, I'm just going to try and figure out how this can be done, how this format can be spread around the planet in a series of tournaments. That's for me, the continuity is important, and we'll see how that works. And nobody said anything about the hair game in Netrunner, so I assume my point about the Quetzal stands, and that's it, right? Like, oh, do we have a judge call? Okay, apologies for typing furiously, but I do have a quick discussion here on the side about the tournament, indeed, just to make sure that everything's fine. Okay, an Anansi. We haven't seen Anansis in a while, and here it is in its all majestic, terrifying, eight-legged, webby glory. I love Anansi, and I cannot spoil anything, but if you like Anansi, please be patient. If you like Anansi and a certain comic book series by Neil Gaiman, but it's just so cool that this is the spoiler I can give you unofficially. And now I think Nisei is sending a strike team on me, you know, just on my position here. Like, they're just sending somebody to just come over and put a big piece of plaster over my face. So I just plaster, like, well, I mean, you know, like band-aid. They're just gonna patch my face so I don't anymore about Anansi. It's coming soon. I mean, seriously. Oh. Yeah, never mind. So yeah, I just confirmed that there's gonna be an Anansi plush. When you play Anansi, you have to put the plushie on the table, like, and then, you know, it's gonna have like 3 needles. So then the runner, if they don't break all the subroutines, they will have to poke themselves with the needles. That's how it's gonna work. You heard it here first. Border control on that server. So that's a strong indication that the runner should get in there. But that Nancy is not going to make it any easier. And yeah, this border control. Do you leave? This is the question now. Do you leave it here or do you actually break it with Yusuf so that the corp is going to pop it? But then again, maybe the corp is not going to pop it because... Or, I don't know, this is the thing. There is no I've had worse. So that Anansi damage could be potentially very deadly. They do pay the cost. Oh, no. Actually, what happened here? There's some redoing, remaking, reshuffling, taking of... And again, we're playing on a casual level. This is not, this is not super competitive. Netrunner where you would have to go like judge, this happened, that happened, I've seen things. And Firebolt in server one. Okay, so that's getting trashed. Firebolt and border control, that's a very strong combo. That's a very nice thing for the corp because now they can potentially score out. Then again, Surfer is on the table, so yeah, I wouldn't even know. Okay, it's not that easy. With the Palangi, with all the counters, with Surfer, this is a very strong setup. And that Find the Truth, so good. With the turning wheel out of the game for this edition, as decided by your lovely top 4 people. Yeah, Find the Truth, very nice addition. There has been collusion between players. No, I'm kidding. The top table decided to actually take an ID. I was explaining this to the people in the lobby before the games, of course, that they're not encouraged, but if for any reason people think that it's just better this way for them, they could totally do it. I'm not gonna be offended or anything, and it's totally fine. Plus, it also gives some extra time for people, to have a break. Or to cook some food. And we're playing, this is not a tournament environment where we have everybody in the same venue and you're happy to play because you're with the people and it's the atmosphere is different and so on. Whereas here it's like, okay, if I can skip a game and just get the points and I don't have to worry about things, I might, do the laundry, I don't know, do the dishes, cook something, eat something, whatever. And that's exactly what's happening with the top table. So they're taking a slightly longer break, which they totally deserve. After such smashing performance, which still doesn't mean that like the third and the fourth spot are decided. There's still options there for quite a few players. Okay, we had an Engram flush on HQ and also Find the Truth doing things. There's basically so much stuff happening here. Mental Health Clinic, a very nice card. But this engine that Ketzel is sitting on with the Palangi, the Nabkiri, Yusuf, the Virus Breeding Ground, and the Surfer, that's really, really cool. Basically, a lot of options on the table for the runner, which doesn't change the fact that the Corp might have some tricks up their sleeve. It's just a bit unfortunate for the Corp that the money from the 2 celebrity gifts and the hedge fund already kind of evaporated. They're down to 3 credits. Not like the runner is any richer, but the corp does need money to get things going. The runners have certain answers to lack of money. The corps actually don't that often. So they have to really make sure that they do have fuel in the tank. They do have credits in the bank. And I wish I had another rhyme, but I'm afraid I don't have time to come up with it. Surfer is broken, but is it broken? Do you mean it's broken on JNet, or is it broken as a card? There might be some issues with Surfer on JNet where it just doesn't allow you to, like, the way it moves you around, it does not really represent itself well on the table. Like, you just see certain cards moving around, but it doesn't really work. And I remember some people saying that they cannot, like, when they click, sometimes it registers, sometimes it doesn't. But, well, I mean, I never play Surfer. I'm not that good at surfing, so Jessica always with the timely commentary that is absolutely true, especially from where you are sitting. Well, yeah, but that makes sense. Oh, and by the way, huge thanks to Encoder for boosting the server. The Discord server. I just noticed right now. Some shenanigans with the mechanics of the table situation, and with this pause in the game, okay, now we're back on track. Gravedigger, oh yeah, this looks like a Kumalo deck that happens to be, you know, I was going to say piloted. No. Sailed by Quetzal, the pirate of the virtual cyber seas, with a parrot as the hair that Quetzal has, which is the best hair in the game again. And nobody's challenging me on my statement. I'm not slightly disappointed. I'm just saying, you know, I was expecting a challenge. Somebody saying Quetzal has good hair, but have you seen or or the other person? Anyway, we have the runner bravely contesting server 1. 2 credits only, but a ton of virus counters are on any virus cards that matter in this situation, obviously. So unless the corp comes up with some sort of a border control hard stop, hard end run, then server 1 is gonna get visited by Quetzal and probably, well, actually, maybe that's the corpse play here. It's like, okay, you have 2 credits. Maybe there's an agenda in there, which is okay, but oh, okay, no, they're not letting them in. So now the last click, that's controversial. What would you do as the runner here? Yeah, probably letting it go is not a bad option. I mean, it's a Lacosta, awesome. And a Purge. That Purge is harsh. So the virus breeding ground, it's gonna be regrowing those, it's gonna be rebreeding, I would say, those virus counters, but it's gonna be slow. And the thing is, without successful runs with the Nopkiri, it's gonna be hard to power Yusuf and get things. Belangi as well. So now the runner has to figure out how to get places once more to just get those virus counters going. Oh, thank you for supporting my unchallengeable claim, Jessica. Quetzal indeed has the most awesome hair. If I was to have hair from anybody in Netrunner, that would be Quetzal, probably. Because I was thinking the other day, like, no, actually I wasn't. I'm making this up, but still. I mean, who's got cool? Not that many people. Yeah, hair is not a big thing. No, Quetzal is glorious. I would probably go for a slightly dark green, but still. Also, it's great to see a positive archetype of a person with green hair as opposed to a certain criminal comic book that, you know, is jocular. A lot of silence at the table, but I assume this is basically Baramu wondering what to do with that mad dash, because mad dash is good for you, and you do have some options on the table, but it's all about calculating. You could Pelangi and mad dash through that Anansi. That's gonna cost you though, and I think, yeah, I mean with Pelangi 1 mad dash 0, that's good. Pelangi comes with virus counters, but yeah, it does get a bit tricky because you just won't have enough count. So I don't know if the game froze here or is wondering here, because I don't see. It's always hard, you know, to make calls right now on the table from all the public information. But okay, here we go. There's a Pelangi and there's a mad dash, and indeed, this is the play I was talking about a minute ago. So yeah, they're going for it. There will be 4 net damage included here, and Obokata is banned for this tournament as well. So the Obokata threat of, you know, you have to have 4 cards to steal it is not actually on the table. The runners here making an informed decision, or at least an informed gamble, let's go it this way, because that could be many different things. Hi there, Net Jogging. The NR theme on the stream is OD. Glasses are a great touch. Yeah, I mean, the glasses are basically here to preserve my privacy. No, I'm kidding. I mean, you know, I kind of get a lot of blue light from the screen, so good to just, plus it makes. But yeah, and the green filter is definitely one of my favorites. Basically, you can see my JNet, it's all green. Usually it wouldn't be those colors, but yeah, I like green. Green is a great. So there we go. If I ever come up with a faction, never mind. And Wayland, oh, never mind. It's already done. Anyway, the runner is paying the iron price here for getting in there and to server 1 to see what lies beyond that Anansi. And let's just see what it is. Global food, totally worth it. That's a 3-pointer right there with that mad dash. The La Costa is going to stay on. I cannot really trash it, but the mad dash should be turning into a point. Why is it still stuck? I'm a bit worried. Maybe it's only on my side, but the runner should be on 3 points with that mad dash. in the scored area. I don't know why it's not there. It's not a biggie because this can always be remembered. I'm just worried that the game area, sorry, the play area might get wiped. And then again, let's not worry about it too much just yet. Okay, they fixed it. They fixed it in a slightly different way. I think this is a good. I think this is the good. Yeah. I think this is a good workaround. Yeah, so I think we're all fine. Yeah, we're all fine. And disperse, you're weeding the garden. Nice. So yeah, this is we're trying to be entertaining while people do some actual hard work. That's good. Okay, so that La Costa is actually putting counters on itself, which is not advancement tokens, sorry, which is not a bad thing because tricks of light exist. And you know, it's never a bad thing, absolutely. Like you can do some magics with tricks of light, advancement counters on advancement tokens on La Costa. This is one of those scenarios in which it's very important to have different power counters and advancement counters or tokens, because you know maybe there's something that's going to put a power token on La Costa for some reason, and you're like, how do I juggle this? But yeah, Gachapon hitting the table. Such a happy little guard. Still a good 40-ish almost minutes in the round. A little under 40 minutes, to be honest. But yeah. For those of you just tuning in, this is the fourth and final round of Swiss for the 5th edition of Lockdown. The premium tournament with an unusual meta. Well, I'm kidding, no. Everybody by now probably knows what it is about. IDs with points that you have to spend on them to play that ID, and you have to be under a certain limit, and custom made ban lists by people who, well, performed really well in the previous version. So the previous edition, sorry. So the top 4 players from the previous edition get to decide which cards are banned, and this is going to be changing a bit, and I already mentioned that. We will be expanding the list to 10 cards per side from 8, and there's going to be the popular or unpopular card bans. All the participants of this edition actually get a vote, including the top, and they get to vote on one card only, and then that card, the card that gets the most votes, the votes, even if it's just 2, you know, or like 3. And in case of a tie, actually I have no idea what to do. No, I know what to do. Don't worry. But anyway, I'm just gonna run. So yeah, we're gonna have a wild card. Actually, not a ban. Yeah, wild ban in the wild. And on top of that, there will be 20 other cards banned. So a total of theoretically, well, I mean, we're not counting Rebirth and Currents into the ban pool because they're banned by default. So 21 cards other than Currents and Rebirth removed from the game for the next edition. That's going to be quite interesting because I'm curious what the people are going to vote for, and then I'm really curious what the top 4 people are going to together decide on. And yeah, the top 2 players will have 3 cards to pick. There are 2 players in the top 2 cards to pick. And of course, it's their decision. They can just, they can just make sure that there are no doubles in case they have the same pick. So I think it's going to make it a bit more exciting because it's going to shape the meta a bit more. Slightly wider stroke of the ban brush. We don't have ban hammers here. If that doesn't work out by any chance, of course, because I haven't really tested it, but if that doesn't work out for any reason and feel like too restrictive, we're probably gonna roll things down a bit and make sure that people still enjoy this format. But yeah, that's the Lockdown Council. I'm gonna be pinging the top 4 players from the previous edition, including this one, who are basically the guardians of the galaxy. No, I'm kidding. The stewards of this format. People who make sure that this actually makes sense. Because one person have different ideas, and that might not be the perfect thing to do. And I don't want to decide on something without listening to it. Anyway, we have an NAPD cordon in play, which is a lockdown operation. And that is a very good operation here for the corp, scarring that future perfect. So 50% of the points on the corp side and 50% of the points necessary to win the runner side, because Harmony Medtech is a thing, and that Mad Dash was a very good pick, a very good choice here by Baramu in this configuration. But now server 1, double advanced Lacoste grid and double advanced something, and an Anansi, and that Anansi is no longer insurmountable. So I'm wondering if this is a trap. It's a trap, or maybe it's a ruse, which is like a trap but not as painful. See you later, Jessica. Good luck. And thank you for watching so far. Or until now. Since the very beginnings, the very humble beginnings of the stream. No, okay, so the runner contesting the HQ here through the Engram Flush. They do have an Imp and Pelangi and enough counters on Virus Breeding Ground. Absolutely great as a combo card with Yusuf. Yusuf is, I think, the other great card that's not Aumakua that actually makes good use of Virus. Yeah. some very interesting results on certain tables that might influence the top 4. So I'm not gonna spoil any more, or I'm not gonna tease you with anything else. So let's just see how these games play out. And in the meantime, we have 30 minutes left on the timer, more or less. Mental Health Clank and the HQ, so we actually haven't seen a single one res this game. We've seen them accessed, and now they're, well, that's interesting, but I think it's also the runner realizing that this corp is not going to be making a lot of money, and so getting this little piece of drip economy out of the way is not that bad of a deal, especially since they don't have any brain damage, and yeah, additional hand size with 16 cards left in the deck so far. Doesn't really a lot of sense for the runner. That's another purge. The Lacosta slow rolling a card inserted 1 could be really anything. Could be a 3-pointer that's necessary for the runner or the corp to win. But now the runner, this is one of those moments where the runner has a great but also demanding position in which, okay, they have all the time and all the clicks, and they see what's going on the table, and they know how many points are, you know, at stake here. So it's all about deciding, is the triple advanced card in server 1 actually worth it, or is the ruse? You know, do you go through that Nancy, and do you try to break through it with tokens, with virus tokens, but you're right after the purge, so maybe you don't. Maybe you just face plant into it and then pay all the damage and then continue, hopefully, towards victory if it's a 3-pointer. Or do you, for example, keep hammering away at other servers? As a reminder, once this turn is over, once this round, sorry, is over, so in around 30-ish, 25-ish minutes, we're going to have a 45-minute break, and then we're going to go into the top 4, so the top 4 games. And that's going to be exciting, I think. We already know that there will be Longy and Captain Nice in the top 4, unless something really unusual happens. And then between those 2 players here, everything is still possible, I think. I mean, they're in a good spot, but there have been some results on other tables. Table 3, we had a sweep by Cable Carnage. Table 4, I still don't see the results, just because I'm not checking them super often, but yeah, they're still playing as well. Look at that Friday chip doing work. This is definitely a Kumalo deck that just happens to you know, to contain Quetzal as the ID, or to include Quetzal as the. But viruses, I think these are viruses kind of done right, or done in a more creative and fun way to play, rather than, I mean, I'm not saying it was bad, I'm just saying it was pretty abusive, like the early noise builds where they would just mill you, where virus was a word that you would be worried about, not because of the counters mostly, although medium was a thing, but it was not. Oh, does anybody still remember medium? It was more about the destructiveness of installing virus. That was just a bit too much for me, I was. And I knew players back then who just, listen, it's all fun, but competitive play and noise and this and that at this stage of the game, nah, it's probably not gonna get any better. Little did they know, but back then, of course, I mean, and at any point anyway. any game's career. Yeah, the players decide what they want to do, and that's. I'm super glad so many players decided to stick around and play Netrunner and continue playing it, because that's how we're all in it together. This is the fun part. Without every single player playing, there wouldn't be anything around it, or you know, streaming stuff. Who would I be streaming? Anyway, all this nostalgia aside, are they still accessing here? Oh, apologies. I hope you don't hear people with heavy duty tools, power tools, in the background. All of a sudden, somebody decided to put some power tools to use here. I don't know why. Here we go, server 1. This could be game, but I would. No, I'm kidding. Data Nancy is gonna get 1, 2. Yeah, you can pay through it. So now let's see what's in here. I wish there was some sort of a soundtrack, you know, like rising tension music. So Fire Vault, okay, there's no dice again. That was a very nice ruse. Oh, that Lacosta is not staying in the game. The imp took care of it. Demonic infestation in cyberspace. And test running is conceding here. I don't know why, but the players are probably communicating what they're doing. We're gonna hop out of this game and take a look. I'm thinking, I don't know, which table should we look at? Probably on table 5, table 4. Or we should just watch the rematch here. This rematch will be, yeah, let's take a look at the Cider versus Freedom Kumalo this time, so let's see. Yep. I just did yawn. It is getting a bit darker here and my body's like, "Rrr." That's okay. I just need more coffee. Or actually. So we have Cider versus Kumalo. Both players keep their hands. And after the hedge fund, we have the corp, well, thinking hard because what do they have? Important question. Oh, maybe we had a crash. Let me just very quickly see what's going on. Probably will need a reconnection. Yep, here we go. Those things happen. That server 1 card could be anything. We're probably gonna find out in this though. Or maybe not this turn. Maybe not this. Marlin campaign, so a bit more money in the future. For now, playing it evenly. Red level clearance, such a good card. Still nothing predicting R&D, and I think if the runner's lucky, they could, of course, get a bit ahead of their competition here. Here we go. Talk about being ahead. You really don't need mega pre-qualifier. That's controversial though. Gatekeeper. Yep, there we go. So just running choose trash gatekeeper because that mega pre is gonna come up anyway. And that base Chiriboga is gonna go into the corpse hand right now. And now the question is, oh no, sorry, they're redoing this. No, what? Oh, okay, sorry, everything's fine. So oh, okay, okay, I think I know. Glitch. So an upgrade going on to server 1. Now I probably have to make this quieter because I was going for a bit of fresh air, but this is way too noisy. This is why noise is bad for Netrunner, you know? Interrupts quality commentary. So R&D definitely under pressure with this target on the table, but the runner's not really finding any answers just yet to any nasty eyes that could be raised by the corp with 14 credits. So Kumalo here deciding to slow down a bit, getting that Earthrise Hotel, much needed Earthrise Hotel, onto the table, and the daily cast will still drip twice, so that's not a bad thing at all. Kumalo definitely needs more money here, you know, to contest anything seriously. Especially since we have a Jinja on the table. Okay, Cybernetics Court. We've seen this card before in this deck. Extra hand size. Jinja. Never a bad addition. Unless you're afraid of heights. No, okay. But yeah. Of cold heights of the ice towers. Used to hitting the table, okay, so now slowly starting to slowly starting to obtain some more money. fully operational, very nice. Other places of this tournament, just to make sure I'm not skipping anything. Results slowly trickling in. Good, because that keeps A, the game going, and B, things exciting. So the runner now stabilizing a bit more, getting a bit more draw as well. That Earth Rise definitely helps. There's extra money in the hand because moshing as well. And moshing is such an interesting, such an honor card. Okay, do we have another server? No, there's just a lot of thinking, and I truly understand why this is the case. Yeah, there have been results, like I said earlier on, that change the field a bit, but we'll see only, or we'll be sure only after we finish the game of the round. And then there's a summary of the top 4 situation. So, what are the odds that server 1 actually has an agenda? Let's do some magic with lights here. Ah, much better. Okay. I'm visible again, and so are you, screen. I mean, well, I actually didn't mind, but that is indeed an agenda. That is a Project Vitruvius with a counter on it, which could be useful for quite a few things here. I mean, the bin already has, well, red level clearances are not a bad target. Gatekeepers, but the fully operational one. Fully operational in this server, sorry, in the deck with the remote servers definitely helps to gain tempo. And you do have a bigger hand size because server 2 has not been contested by the runner just yet. So that cybernetics court definitely working quite well. Still have around 12 minutes in the round. And we have probably around 5 games going, this one included. Update is, and look at that mighty Tower of Ice and despair. I mean, seriously, this is looking very intimidating. I don't see the runner contesting this. But then again, let's remember Baramoo's deck is pretty lightweight. In Vanilla's here, seen Gatekeepers. It's not a ton of monstrosities that require 10 plus credits to res. It's very nimble and nifty ice that you can just deploy and then res at an opportune moment. For example, like this Fairchild 3.0, which is a bit on the expensive side, I think, for this deck. But it's a great, I was going to say conversation starter, of course. Especially when you say how Fairchild 3.0 burnt cards, well, yeah, from your tableau or credits from your bank, or actually burn holes in your brain, because it can do so. The fairest of children. Although, yeah, Fairchild, but yeah, 3.0, even mechanic. Okay. Okay. Apologies for being so quiet. I'm just trying to again analyze the different lines here, and I think I kind of fell out of the loop of commentating in Netrunner games, because when they get a bit more tense like this one, because this is quite tense right now on both sides, I'm just going deep into my mind space thinking like, okay, what's gonna happen here, what's gonna happen there, and that's probably not the most entertaining. But we have an attitude adjustment happening right now, which will allow the corp okay, they actually had 2 mega pre-qualifiers, and now they're back into R&D. Not a bad play at all. The runner responds in kind with a Stargate run, obviously, because what else are you gonna do? And that chisel, so Hippo already doing some work, and the chisel just sitting there nicely. Now the corp has to decide whether it actually makes sense to rest things. Mega pre-qualifier. Okay, now would you steal that? I think I would, given the time left in the round. Yeah, 8 minutes left, so I should let them know about this. What was on the peddler? Oh, are we talking the first peddler? I remember. Here we go. This is one of the most epic runs of today, I think, so far from what we've seen. Not like there was a lack of epicness in the other games, but 5 pieces of ice, something in server 1 that is Mason Bellamy, fair enough. And vanilla. That's a very nice sweet combo. Also very cheap. Yeah, that's a very good point, Captain Cody. This run is kind of, I don't know. R&D is definitely ripe for the taking. You do have the Stargate ready. The chisel can definitely help. Not much can go wrong in there. Whereas here, I mean, okay, you might stumble through it and so on, but then, well, maybe R&D is the next run, and maybe this is just kind of a poke to see what the corp will do, how much money they're willing to spend. Here with the vanilla res, we see that they're not really willing to spend that much, at least at this moment. So maybe that's another Fairchild. We'll see. Now the decision switches, you know, the decision making tree switches automatically towards the corpse, saying, okay, well, I mean, you know, what do I do here? Do I res? Don't I res? And that's a border control. 4-4. Yeah, this is gonna be very rough for the core, because the runner keeps continuing, and because of the viral nature of Yusuf. Okay, we have, okay, can still get through things. And I think at this point, you know, given all the investment, I would just continue if possible. So the question is server 1 Ikawa? Indeed, it probably is Project Ikawa, because decreasing the clicks in the runner's possession, never a bad thing. Ooh, but was that, I mean, I would have waited again for later. Yep. We're getting very close to the end of this round and to the end of the Swiss rounds in general, so this could be a big thing here, but well, I mean, the global food definitely giving Baramu here the edge. Let's see what Stargate shows. A mega pre-qualifier, oh well. That is not enough, so to speak. And even if you had 2 of those, because there was another run, of course, with a mega pre in there, but I still think that crashing that gatekeeper was the right choice. But I see Baramu here potentially winning on points. That Mega Pre-qualifier will probably not be enough. We're getting to time now. Slowly getting to time. I'm just checking how many results we have. Okay, we're slowly getting there. This is one of the final games. Right now, I will add them. I will give them some extra time. But yeah. So time has been called in this game. Time has been called on Discord as well. That is 2 points in the runners. Okay, there we go. That's spicing things up a bit. Oh well, unfortunately, they can trash it with Imp, and then they get the brain damage for Devil's Charm. Fair enough. Would you run again here? I probably would. There's just exactly like there's only so many things you can do. The Corp will still have a turn after this. Ooh, that's 2 points, but that's still not enough. So that's a good game then. Very well played by both players here. Unlucky accesses, I would say, with the Stargate runs on the side of the runner. But yeah, will the Corp now Biotic a win? No, I'm kidding. I mean, well, they theoretically could, but well. Red level clearance. As some people call it, the red level clearance Clearwater revival, but probably not really. That's a Bass Chiri Boga with some extra clicks, and that's the combo, and that's another Vitruvius. And that's game on points. Well done, both players. Good games indeed. It was indeed the last game of the round, finishing right now, so we're right on time. I'm gonna disappear for a sec just to make sure that we have all the results in, but you are of course more than welcome to stay for the announcement. I will be announcing the top 4 right after we have the results in, and then I'm gonna be telling you what's gonna happen. But the first round of top 4 is gonna be probably starting around 1/4 the hour, more or less, I would say. Let's get in there. Okay, everybody, I'm back, and with me, I'm bringing the results with me. We have a clear-cut top 4 with some returning names, so this is going to be quite interesting. We have Captain Nice and Longi and Baramu on 21 points, all playing Has Bioroid. So that's a pointer. And on the 4th place with 18 points, we have Cable Carnage, the winner of the first ever lockdown. And of course, I mean, Captain Nice and Baramu as well have been quite present all over the place, absolutely. And you know, I actually should check who won what. I do remember basically that Cable Carnage won the first one. I'll get back to you with all the historical facts about the previous 4 editions. Once I'm done with announcing this to the players, and yeah, we basically have the top 4 here, a clean cut. I don't have to do any magiques. So many other players playing, which was really cool as well. 24 people participating today, competing for the top. This is great. I'm super happy we could do this, but we have the top 4. Okay, I'm just... Okay, let's take a quick look again at the... Let's take a look again at the scores here. So yeah, I'm just gonna do a top 4 cut, and I don't have to drop anybody today. This is perfect because the standings are the way they are. I don't have to do any magics. I don't have to abuse the platform in a way that would be unnatural for it. So that's fortunate. But a huge thanks to all the players today. So in scoring order or whatever, I cannot do it alphabetically. But of course the top 4: Captain Nice, Longy, Baramu, Cable, Carnage. Great to have you on board again. Test Running, Armin Firecracker, Whiteblade. The one also known as Neo, PJ20, Internet, Encoder, Zombie, Analyze Chris, Rotage, MCG, Grim, Away, Black Cherries, Metaphor, Anarcho Mushroom, Clusterfuck, Zanetti, Chuchin, and the King. All of you are absolute legends for playing today in the 5th edition of Lockdown, or Lockdown number 5, not a Mambo, as we call it in some places. And yeah, the top 4 will be starting in 45 minutes, more or less. I'm gonna be leaving you for 45 minutes with some, maybe with a counter on the screen. I don't know. Let me figure this bit out. Yeah, I'm gonna be coming back in 40-ish minutes. But the intermission screen should be on. Let me just see if I can do this and if I can make it work. Maybe it's gonna work. Maybe it's not gonna work. Who knows? I don't. Do you? Indeed. So I'll be coming back quite soon. In the meantime, setting things up, taking a break. Have some dinner, people, or breakfast, or whatever you need. I'll be leaving the music on. And remember, always be Okay, everybody, we're back. We're back, and there has been some, of course, the usual. In case you're just tuning in, this is going to be the top 4 cut for lockdown number 5, and we are going to be entering the Thunderdome. No, I'm kidding. We're gonna have 4 players duking out, of which I shall mention Baramu currently on the first spot in Swiss after the reshuffling due to the ID points. We'll be facing Cable Carnage, the winner of the first lockdown, and Captain Nice, the winner of the previous lockdown, number 4, is gonna be facing Longy, who is a new addition to the top 4 and a new member as of today of the Lockdown Council. So yeah, we're gonna be discussing more details with the Lockdown folks later on in the coming week. But for now, we're gonna be heading towards the table as for the final games, for the very final games. And you can see also on JNet that Identity Crisis is starting up as well. We have people sorting things out there. So for those of you who are not aware of what I'm talking about, Identity Crisis is a great format by the... And I don't want to lie, I keep forgetting the names of the states, but I assume it's the Colorado meta. I could be wrong. But it's organized by Alexis, one of the members of that local meta over there. And it's an absolute blast. It's a totally different format. Colorado, thank you so much, Zinchling. I haven't been doing Warhammery things in a while, so pronouncing all the dark evil gods of the old world and the demons that are, connected with them. It's a bit of a challenge, so thank you so much for confirming. And it is indeed the Colorado meta, and Identity Crisis is kicking off soon. So yeah. In the meantime, we have the 2 tables, Table 1 and Table 2. Baramu versus Cable Carnage on Table 1. Table 2, Captain Nice versus Longy. I think we're gonna watch Longy play. I mean, we've seen all the other players several times already. So let's take a look at Table 2. They're setting slowly up. I find it quite endearing still that we have IL used as the identifier. It's like a code name from the good old days of Iberian Lockdown, but now it's just Lockdown. It also sounds meaner and cooler, and it fits on a can of a drink much easier. It's much easier to put on a t-shirt. People are not wondering whether this is about food or, I don't know, corrida or anything like that. People are not wondering whether this is Spain or Portugal. It's just Lockdown. That's it. Rough, hard, metallic sounding word. That's kind of mean, and not only, but it's also very technical. Okay, I of course had to do repairing. Repairing and fixing and whatnot is a standard when I'm organizing anything, so just making sure that everybody's in place. Making sure that my brain is in place. Because if that's not in place, what's gonna happen next? Okay, we're gonna be kicking off the rounds any minute now, so bear with me. We're gonna be watching Table 2 first. Longy and Captain Nice. I'm just waiting for the other table to set up. Just to make sure that everybody's in place. And let's see what it's gonna be like. I'm quite curious about this top. On one hand, because you could say it's the same old, or it's like the usual suspects playing here. But on the other hand, we have a dark horse in the races. It's Longy, who can be quite the player, quite the competitive participant, and that is probably gonna shape the top 4 a bit as well. And I'm already excited. Oh yeah, I should have actually told. Oh, I didn't make the slide. I'm a terrible person. I'm gonna share it maybe at the very end of the stream. I should probably share it at the very end of the stream. I didn't. I have it ready somewhere in my stash, but I actually didn't show it with comments and with explanations. So let me just very quickly. And I was busy having dinner, so. Let me just very quickly try and put it together using Magix and my power off. Did I actually put it? Maybe it's not put. No, maybe it is already put together. I just didn't share it with you. But no, we have 4 screens for this. So this is live television production. I shared the card bands with you. I told you about the log. I did not tell you about the event. Okay, so I should totally expose this. Export this. Save this. So yeah, I think it's going to be a good time to tell you a few very quick things while our players are getting ready. A few very quick things about the future of the format. I already mentioned that I would love to see it spread a bit into different time zones if it works out, of course, and if people want to organize continuous events. As in, what I mean by this, that one of them will be actually affecting the other. So regardless of where it is, we're just gonna try and keep the continuity. But yeah, that of course has to be discussed. And also one other thing to bring up is, in general, there would be a lockdown event every 4 weekends, more or less, on a Saturday or on a Sunday. And after every event, for the first week, the top 4 players would be choosing the ban list. On the second week, the lockdown council would be setting the ID point costs. And after the 3rd week, so there would be, on the start of the 3rd week, there would be 2 weeks for people to prepare. There would be the announcement and registration open for the next lockdown event, basically with the ban lists, with the ID point costs, with all that sorted out. I think it's a structure that it's nice enough because it gives people time. It's not too stressful. I hope I can keep it up on my own. If I can't, well, that's a different story. But we'll talk about it. This is the future of the format, and I'm super excited about it. I should be starting the I should be starting the round. And I should be jumping into the table, onto the table, behind the table, at the table. Yes. We're gonna watch Captain Nice and Longy duking it out as Smoke and Cybernetics Division. What about that? What about that? I'm gonna put the timer on the screen as well. More or less accurate. Of course, the less accurate is fine. So here we go. This is the top 4. And having had some food and a bit of a break, I'm definitely going to turn into a laser sharp focused commentating machine right now. Because I gained some energy. We have a Mushind card in server 1. And this is the part of the game where you have to ask yourself, is it worth going for that card? What if it's a cerebral overwriter? What if I'm gonna faceplant into that? What if I'm going to suffer the consequence? Probably not worth it. What kind of a deck is this? I don't think we've watched too many of Captain Nice's games here. Longy has to be careful, for sure. The runner has to be very careful here. That could be an absolute minefield. Minefield as well, and minefield and everything else. There's a res, so there are probably snares in there somewhere. Who knows? There's a Vitruvius there. That's not bad. You get the money, you get the points. You could still check server 1, but would you? I mean, you're already ahead on points. So maybe that's not the right thing. And this is the part where Cybernetics Division plays a bit like Jinteki ID. Because of the nature of this reduction of the maximum hand size to 4 by default, and because of so many cool traps that you can use either in this ID or sorry, in this from this faction or any other faction below Jinteki. This is just opening up so many options for the Corp to be oppressively tricky. As in, play mind games with you, you know, with every single card they play and advance. We have a modded Anikam coming onto the table. Modded, a great card in this deck. I'm pretty sure with any cards costing 3 or more. Very good include. Such a basic card that we've seen since the game's very beginning. And it still makes sense. For certain builds, it is absolutely the right choice. Captain Nice here, and not taking any prisoners just yet. Just building up those servers. Bluffing things out. I wonder if Longy's strategy is going to be, you know, just attacking R&D or HQ maybe, and just staying away from anything that's installed in advance. This could be, I mean, this is the part where figuring out your opponent's playstyle versus your deck. Well, there we go, server 4 access. Well, let's see what that is. But yeah, your opponent's tendencies or kind of preferred ways of playing. That's a Vitruvius. That was a sneaky Vitruvius. Oh, gee. Once you read your opponent well, you will adapt to their strategy, to their tactics, to their, you know. I don't want to say tells, because it's kind of hard to say that somebody has a tell on JNet. Like, you know, this tick or this behavior that you can go like, oh, okay, I know what they're doing. But in a way, installing remotes and then seeing what your opponent is going to do with that, whether they're going to check or whether they're just going to let you have some cards untouched, is a tell in a way. It is a way of checking your opponent's playstyle. And of course, the scariest opponents are the ones who can change their playstyle just because the situation calls for that. And you're like, you won't run this, and then they do. And then, for example, you could use a Vitruvius in server 4, but that, of course, that was a part of a plan. And server 1 is still something. Could be an agenda, could be a trap, could be, I don't know, could be nothing. Although, no, it has to be something. If it's a card, it has to be something. So between these two here, I wonder if our chat folks, if the viewers, if you, dear people, observing this matchup, what do you have for a favorite? I think Long is, of course, in a much better position right now, point-wise, but it's all about being careful. And I don't remember if Longy's list, because I haven't seen it, and that's fun not to see a list. I don't remember if that list has any kind of damage prevention, protection, or, you know, alleviation. I'm pretty sure Captain Nice's Cybernetics Division is about pain. Although, for example, this little lovely piece of ice, Naja 1.0, I mean, seriously? Who would have thought that this card is still going to be played? But yeah, it's a tiny little piece of ice that could be useful for certain strategies, although hasn't seen much play in competitive standard format. So, oh, there goes an NGO into the bin, I assume. Definitely trashing it is a good idea here, because you're taking away the money from the corp, you're taking away a ruse card, you're taking away, you know, a potential smokescreen for their agendas and stuff like that. And it really, really makes the game different when you have to face an opponent that you just don't know what traps they have, or you assume that they have one type of traps, but they could have 3 types of traps. Server 6. And what could that be? I mean, could be anything. Could be an NGO. Could be a trap. Okay, me typing things in places and Longy taking a bit of a think here what to do. But there's an RD interface sitting at the table. What is the upgrade on R&D? Is it Mwanza? No. Here we go. Next gold and Roy Body. Ooh. Sorry, Roy Body. Marcus Body. What am I? Too much Blade Runner will do this to you. It's gonna be Roy Batty for me forever. Like, that's it. Sorry, cannot fix this. It's just, you know, it's etched in my mind. This is in my brain, and that's part of my personality. Batty character with a bat name. So anyway, that is a biggie. However, the tricky bit is the runner has after image, and they can actually sneak past through it. But first of all, Marcus Body happens straight away off the bat, so to speak, off the body. Well, anyway, and after image is gone. That was the play here. Now next gold has to be encountered because Longy has no money whatsoever to do anything with self-modifying code. However, there's Simul Chip, and now, well, yeah, I mean, it is possible you can Simul Chip into that after image because it was trash, so Simul Chip doesn't require, or you could even trash the self-modifying code, but you could Simul Chip into the after image and then pay with the Netrunner credits to you know, cover the 1 credit difference because Simul Chip only gives you a 3 credit discount, and then you would still have credits on Trickster Taka to bypass the sentry. So I think that's the play. I don't know if it's a legal play. I think it's a legal play. I think it's a very combo wombo play, but this is the way forward in a way. And if you don't want to get well, okay, actually only 1 net damage. Come on, maybe that's not worth it. And I think this is the question that Longy could be, you know, wondering about here. And absolutely, yeah, you could, yeah, essentially, thank you so much as well. Yeah, I'm looking at the chat every now and then, but absolutely, this is the combo here, or the play through. But is it worth 1 net damage? That's the question. Yeah, well, apparently it is, and absolutely, I mean, I think that's gonna be the. We see the credit from Netrunner. We see afterimage coming back. And now Trickster Taka or the Smoke credit or the Netrunner credits, although these are probably the most precious ones right now on the board for the runner because they're just so universal. Because they the card contains this amazing phrase that I think could be used on many more cards, which is basically use credits on Netrunner for anything. Like, you know, if you have to pay a fine because you didn't have a ticket on the train, on the commuter train, you just use Netrunner credits. If you want to order a pizza and you're kind of low on, you know, on the credit card or something, you just use Netrunner credits. You just have to keep putting Netrunner credits there. That's it. So stealthily, obviously. But yeah, that's the story. That's how you do it. Netrunner credits generally could save the economy. Just saying. Somebody should look into this. And very good points there by Zinching in the chat. Thank you so much. Yeah, you don't want to lose the corroder here, so avoiding the interaction with next gold is a very good move here. The corroder being potentially very useful quite soon. But now maybe we'll get to see what server 6 and server 1 are all about, because the runner's at 0 credits. Corp has some money. Maybe they're gonna advance and score something. One has to wonder. Uh-oh, are we entering the twilight zone of JNet being laggy? I mean, I was a bit laggy for most of the tournament because I was a bit underslept. Sometimes I was also very tense. I was like, I don't know even say anything. Will be, and I didn't want to drive into an avenue of my own mind. But yeah, in case I was wrong, and you know, I mean, it's not about being right. It's just about making entertaining. But yeah, okay. We have a drop, which happened. We will be adding time, of course. I mean, if it's necessary, of course, to add time, there will be some extra time. Those disconnects happen, and you could say, okay, well, you know, Janet, there's only 13 games. Why is it happening? It's like, honestly, there are so many variables in networking and making websites work, especially websites that are kind of high intensity background code, client side, server side, different things happening, because this is what's happening on this website as well. And it's happening in the browser. It's not a native app. It's just in the browser. So, you know, a bit of a cyber breeze, and then things happen. Also, you could just say, hey, maybe Longy just, you know, maybe Longy just totally hacked the corp so hard here, like, you know, just disconnected everything. This is Apocalypse is banned, but apparently this is what happened. Apocalypse. But anyway, those things will happen. So the best thing to do is just have a big jug of water with you. Get a sip, like, you know, take a sip, take another sip, chill. Think about how life is beautiful and nice and full of wonder and different things, and rejoin. Okay, we might have to redo or we just see we do have a technical difficulty here. I'm going to try and jump out, and I'm going to try and jump in again. Okay, I'm gonna jump over to Discord. In the meantime, I'm gonna put the other game on the screen so that you can take a look at that, and I'm gonna jump on Discord and try and figure out. Oh, was that it? They already finished? What? That must have been quite tense. Okay, well, I'm just gonna drop out and go into Discord and see what's going on. We are having some technical difficulties with the table, which is unfortunate. Let me figure it out. I'll be back with you in a second. Okay, everybody, we're still streaming, we're still gonna be going into the games, but for now we're just trying to figure out something totally exploded on the servers, and the two players involved are discussing. And yeah, we'll see what their decision is. Please remember, this is a casual tournament. We are... how to put it? We're playing it for fun. There are some prizes involved, obviously, but nothing super serious. Just a couple of nice knickknacks here and there. And yeah, I just want the players to actually have a chance to discuss what happened. But what happened is basically, first one player dropped, then the other dropped, and then none of them could rejoin in their respective roles during the game. The runner was up by 4 points. So one option is the corp conceding, basically, because that was a technicality. The other option is just remaking the game from scratch. So I'm letting the players decide, and I trust them, obviously, and I wouldn't cut into their decision unless it was something totally, you know, outlandish. Like if they tell me we have to remake the whole tournament, I'm of course gonna say no. If they tell me flip a coin or something, then I don't know. I mean, if they both agree, you know, I just want these lovely people to decide what exactly they want to do with this situation. I'm fine with most solutions, probably not fine with some of them, but that doesn't mean we're not gonna introduce that solution. In the meantime, the other game already finished, so I just have to make sure. And in the meantime, I'm checking with the other two players who finished, apparently. So... this is quite the situation. Quite the predicament, as one of my favorite video game characters would say. Okay, so we have a decision by the players. We're gonna be going into round 2 then. We have the results. We're completing this round. We're going into round 2. And we're gonna be... following table 4. We want to see table 4. For sure. This was an unusual, freaky situation with JNet, but we love JNet, and it's not JNet's fault. It's just like I was saying, so many moving parts in the background. It's kind of hard to make sure everything works. We're going into the next round. So we had a result in the first game where Baramu won against Cable Counter John points, and then we had a concession. So we had a concession from Captain Nice versus Longy because the game crapped out. Yeah, Longy was 4 points ahead. It all looked. It all looked seriously down. Sorry. Well, yeah, like the whole table just crashed, and we couldn't really repair the game. So huge kudos to Captain Nice and Fair Play. Huge kudos to Longy as well for discussing this and actually talking about stuff. And we are going to be going into the next game then. There's a cursed table in there. Do not get close to it. I'm actually wondering if maybe we're having some sort of a refresh happening on JNet right now. I don't know, I'm clicking around, things seem to be popping nicely along. People are creating games. We could also just blame the identity crisis folks for being awesome and breaking stuff. Kidding. But yeah. So this was unusual, but I do appreciate the community being so solid about it and just saying, hey, listen, you know, we can totally keep going and just do this in a fast way. Decide what we're doing with it and moving on. Okay, I clicked around like silly person that I am. I'm going to once again just make sure that things are running on this side, because why shouldn't they? I wonder if you have people in the background, you know, hacking the hackables and deleting the deletables and all that stuff. Somebody's doing something fishy here, and we're gonna figure out who it is. They're gonna have to pay or something, you know, but like that was basically a weird accident. Okay, both tables good to go. We're joining Baramu and no, we're joining actually Cable Carnage and Captain Nice. We want to see those folks duking it out. Okay, so I'm gonna kick them off. "40 minutes on the screen. And here we are. And the music should have finished. Oh, it's gonna plonk a bit in the background if you don't mind. It's gonna make it very funky. So we have Cable Carnage on the Earth Station, and we have Captain Nice with the Reina Roja, and we'll see where that gets them. All the best to all the top 4 players here. You know, they will need it if the servers don't hold up. No, I'm kidding. I mean, of course, everything's gonna be just fine. Okay, here we go. We have a bare bones Oaktown in here just because Crisium exists, and I'm wondering if this is a setup for a kill. Looks like it. This looks like a setup for Hurt, because now Netrunner has to run here again, and then they have to run that Oaktown, and then they're gonna be, well, not low on credits. They let it slide. They prepared for the money war and for a longer fight here. So that Oaktown, that bare Oaktown, completely scored 6 credits. That's, you know, that's at least an upfront tax. You basically know that you will have to pay 6 credits to get in, and you don't have to worry about ice. You don't have to worry about many other things, but you do have to worry about the 6 credits and what the corp is going to do to you if you don't have them. Earth Station, which is a lovely reverse of Gagarin. That's something I really appreciate. Also, the art on Earth. Fun! It's really very, very nice. Kira and Nguyen did a very good job here. And Cable Carnage is doing a very good job of putting a ton of tags on the runner. Are we in for a kill? What is gonna happen? Are the tags just a tempo tool here, or are they actually a means to an end? We shall learn about that in a few seconds, I assume. In the good old days, you know, runners would be just like, oh yeah, no worries. Or paper tripping. What a card that was. Or lawyer up. Not anymore. So yeah, now you have to just rely on the brute force of credits and clicks most of the time. Unless you have the lovely and amazing misdirection. So good, however, paper card. And influence. Maybe you don't. Shame. But anyway, tags are an interesting, one of the many interesting vectors in this game. Because some decks lean heavily on them, one way or another. Some decks just don't care. If you have a matchup where tags don't matter, it's a different kind of game in a way. It definitely loses a certain dimension to it. Okay. Brutality happened. Basically, Dreamland and Paladin Poem being trashed. So no kill here, just a tempo tool. Runner going down to 0 tags, 0 clicks, 0 credits, 0 agenda points, 0 brain damage as well. But yeah, and in the meantime, the Corp just doing Corpy things like, okay, well, I'm just gonna install Advance and flip again so that you can't really access this. However, the runner could just run HQ and then could just run the remote. But do they want to? I mean, punitive could be painful if this is a 3-point. Double punitive would be deadly. Of course, the Corp doesn't have that much money, so maybe running this is actually not a bad idea. Taking 4 credits here. Oh, that was cheeky. That's an NGO. No, what a ruse. A ruse cruise. You know how there's Tom Cruise the actor and then there's Com Truise the musician? We should have a Tom Ruse who would be like a Netrunner player. And I think Tom Ruse would exclusively be playing Jinteki. Maybe something else. I don't know. Networking is still legal. Okay. I do admit networking is still legal, but nobody plays it. It's a criminal card. Why would you play networking? Archivist, such a good card. There you go. Okay, so DRM, Digital Rights Management. Server 3 is becoming a pain in the server. And it's expensive to run. I don't think the runner has any answers to this, but the runner could just run. Would you actually run? Well, the runner is right now looking for options, looking for answers. Quite a big chunk of their econ is in the bin already, but there's still some more. And Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, as once the poet Samuel Taylor Coleridge indeed wrote. Anyway, Corp at 4 points. Not looking good for the runner here. But with Xanadu, they can put a bit of pressure on the Corp. Corp not contesting this run. They're probably more worried about R&D, or they just have agendas, winning agendas in the hand, and they're like, whatever. I mean, winning agendas or hedge funds, which is, of course, another signal that the Corp's economy is doing fine. So yeah, that hard-hitting news was a very crucial play here, getting rid of Paladin Poemu and getting rid of one more card. And Dreamnet, and both of these cards quite useful for the runner here, and Their loss definitely felt. The Corp in the meantime scoring, you know, public agendas that make you money, duh. Can also have amazing kick-ass, pretty much Blade Runner inspired. I mean, scary and terrible and absolutely artificial and brutalist and whatnot, but so. Back to the game. Stargate hitting the bin. Cable Carnage here as the Corp, doing what Corps do best. Basically making the runner choose all the wrong things, like running into an offshore. Captain Nice looking for answers, looking to trash things, looking to prepare the bin. So far, 2 copies of Black Orchestra in the bin and a Stargate, no other breakers. There's a wall-to-wall, and there's a third Oaktown. Look at this. I mean, the third Oaktown, such a pain. And that's probably a Crisium. This is very, 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 how to put it? Not oppressive, but kind of tough. This is very tough for the runner because getting through all this, even if you manage to go through the offshore, you still have to go twice. So yeah, that Black Orchestra doing some work here. Will that be enough? That's the question. Will that be enough? Even trashing that Crisium is going to make a bit of a... That is the Crisium indeed, you have to trash. To trash everything. Too big to fail would be awesome, but it's also expensive to trash. Crisium Grid is the primary target here, so that's where the 5 credits are going to go. Now we have to run through here again, lose again more money because of offshore. Such a little marvelous oppressive piece of ice. And then you have to run the remote, but that's not going to probably happen because, yeah, this is really, really tough for the runner. Yeah. Triple Oaktown is basically jackpot. It's like, you know, it's like you win a special prize. It's not even about the game anymore. It's just, you just win a special. I'm afraid that this is going to be game because this is probably indeed a hostile takeover. And this was just the rushiest of rushes. I mean, seriously, wow. Let's quickly jump onto the other table. Hopefully not too forcefully. I don't want to make it wobble. Both players kept here. Really an unfortunate game for Captain Nice. Really sorry to see that result. But then again, I mean, top 4. Come on, how many times can you be in the top 4? And you are the defending champion of lockdown, so to speak. Although we don't use the term champion here. It's just like top 4 player number 1, I would say. In the meantime, we have Bahram Wu on 6 points. Pushing Longy's Corp deck, you know, along the wall here with the Quetzal that's pretending to be Kumalo, or a Kumalo that's pretending to be Quetzal. It's maybe some sort of a carnival party, and Kumalo just dressed up as Quetzal with the best hair in Netrunner, just saying, to remind everybody. Running into a Fairchild, so digging into that HQ, trying to find some answers there, or just trying to find the last point. And let's see. Is that the case? But yeah, triple Oaktown and a hostile takeover. Poof. Very little you can do. Very well played by Cable Carnage. Mad Dash. Oh well. You don't need that one. Unless you want to win more. And that's game. Whoa, okay, that was turn 7. Wow. Okay, I mean, I think I'm gonna have the whole evening here to myself. No, I'm kidding, of course, but like, wait, these games are fast, and that only shows you that the players, of course, know what they're doing. I'm just gonna pair the next round straight away, or I'm actually gonna complete this one. I'm gonna pair the next one, do a quick switcheroo, just so that we have like a second of a breather. Maybe we'll actually need a longer breather. I don't know. Let's see. I'm gonna check with the folks on Discord. Checking with the players if they're okay with to start. And yeah, we're gonna be going straight away into this. Like, there's no better time than now. Oh well. This is the fastest finals ever. This is the fastest top 4 ever. We're just gonna be... I think RNG tonight is playing a big role in those games. Not because... how to put it? Not because the players are... lucky. I would just say you access cards and things happen, and this is what happens. So yeah. Joining the table. Am I joining the table? I'm not joining the table just yet. Probably they're making it super sturdy to make sure. Okay, there's a table for me to join. We're starting the timer. We're on it. Refreshing, crushing the music. Oh, it's actually gonna crush itself. This is cool. And we're in it. We're totally in it. Architects of Tomorrow versus Chaos Theory. Good luck and have fun to both of the players here. I wonder if this is going to become some sort of international gamer lingo in the next 100 years. You know, it's like like kind of almost Dutch, but not really. Or like people are just going to say good luck, have fun, like during any game for any reason whatsoever. Longy is taking a mulligan. Okay, so okay, Cable Carnage keeps the runner's hand here, and we're off to the races. Are you ready for this? I wonder if this game is going to be over in 2 minutes. No, I'm kidding. These have been the fastest top 4 games in quite a while. Baramu is, of course, waiting for the winner of this. Captain Nice placing 4th. So another time, you know, I just have to say Captain Nice as one of the originators of the diversified portfolio and one of the main promoters of the diversified portfolio format. So basically a kind of a patron of this tournament in a certain way. Unfortunately, fortunately top 4, and Captain Nice keeps arriving in top 4. That's the thing, you know. talk about consistency and talk about being a player who knows how to read the format and how to plug into it in a way and flow with the cards and with the ban list and with the ID costs as well. So you know, well done, Captain Nice. Congratulations for the top 4 placement. Now we're gonna see who's gonna go into the final between Cable Carnage and Longy. And to be honest, I don't know, and this is the exciting part. Cable Carnage, the winner of the first lockdown, all those years ago, in the beginning of, well, quite actually a few months ago by now. Been a while. Or was it only like 2 days and nobody told me? Anyway, definitely an experienced and dedicated player. Both players here, you know, top notch. Very focused on their game when they play offline, and I've seen them play off, both of them. Also, absolutely lovely people to talk about the game, to talk about other things, to be around, feel their enthusiasm when they build an unassailable tower of ice using that Jinja in server 1. Longy, what are you doing? But anyway, server 1 is becoming officially the scoring server here, I would say. And Cable Carnage has to find some answers. There is a clot. Is that clot going to be enough? We shall see. But well, for now, the initiative is in Longy's hand. Probably means it's going to be a score in server 1. And hopefully you're not hearing this, but apparently some of my neighbors have an interesting idea of what constitutes Saturday evenings in this part of town. Maybe I need to take action. Maybe not. Well, anyway. To everybody just tuning in, welcome to the stream if you just tuned in. This is the top 4 cut of the 5th edition of Lockdown. Jessica, welcome back. We are in the 3rd round already of the top 4 cut because things just moved very, very fast. Things escalated quickly. And we have Cable Carnage versus Longy. The winner of this is going to play against Baramu. Okay, apparently there's partying all over the place. Here people just shout weird things and I don't even know what's going on, if they're angry or sad or something. It doesn't sound like a party to me at all. Like a single person making noises. Well, anyway. Magarois, welcome to the stream. And yeah, good question there to a certain person that's becoming naturalized by the minute using, you know, sun rays and local food, I would say, not to mention all the local liquids. That server 1 ice tower is just getting ridiculous. How about you protect R&D? No, I'm kidding. But like, really? How much ice do you want to put in there? I'm kidding. Of course, I jest. I am absolutely kidding. I'm absolutely not being serious here. Also, it's Longy's game as the corp, so Longy can do whatever the corp wants to do here. For example, score a food for 3 solid, chunky, big, absolutely juicy, delicious global food points. And I think now it is Cable Carnage's turn to say, okay, you score an agenda, I don't mind, I'm just gonna run into a Fairchild 2 that I can click through, potentially, but I can also click through it, or make it into a sentry and just break it with a bit of effort. Wave the nanotech. But no, also clicking through and just paying that extra 2 credits of attacks. This is the part of Bioroid Ice that I really enjoy. It made breaking subroutines or getting through ice a bit more colorful, a bit more diverse, a bit more, or a bit less basically binary. As in, you do this or you do that. It's like, no, you can actually use clicks, you can use some other stuff, you can do that, whatever. You know, it all works. There was... What was the card? Fairchild 2.0, which hit the bin thanks to Imp. Impossible. But yeah. There was an implosion in the corpse HQ. Please stop building up the server. I'm running out of, you know, space. I will have to do something about it. You, Euler or Euler, and with that rig mostly almost assembled, running R&D now. And this is the part where I'm like, yeah, why did you put all the eyes on server 1? HE1 Nanotech is gonna have some trouble with it. It's only strength 2, but Pelangi, guess what, can make it into a code gate. Hello, Euler can break it actually for free. Well, I mean, okay, you have to pump the strength, but then you break it for 0. So that's a, you know, that's a callback to the good old the good old times. What am I saying? Good old times of Yogg 0.0 being scary, super efficient. Here we go. There's an ash. Why would you res the ash? Is there an interaction I'm missing? Oh yeah, you can res a bioroid. Right, you can res a bioroid. But wait, this? Was this the correct way? I mean, this is not a piece of bioroid. Nice. Has this been errated now that you can actually res? Oh no, res a bioroid. Sorry, yes, absolutely true. Res a bioroid, the bioroid. Yeah, makes sense. Sorry, I stand corrected. Or actually, I'm sitting corrected. Never mind. Yeah. I know. Don't no need to point your tongues at me. Your tongues are probably full of viruses anyway, people. So wear masks, stay safe, and use gloves. And this is actually a thing I'm going to complain about. It's as if pseudo-magically in the last 2 weeks, everything just flipped around and suddenly there's no virus and there's no problems. At least in certain parts of here. And I don't get it. It's still there. Like, you can still get sick. You can still suffer the consequences. Why are you not being more reasonable about it? Some people are. I don't know. Okay, that was my old person's rant, and we're back to the game where actually Cable Carnage decided to assail the terrible Tower of Ice, which you can't really res because you have no credits, Longy. So what happened there? And yeah, you can access the ash and just trash the ash, making it much easier in the future to access. Bad Corp, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they trash your ash? I'm kidding, of course. I mean, there is a plan behind this facade of 6 pieces of ice. There are 3 points on the table, so hey, who am I to judge a corp with points? And Longy knows exactly what Longy's doing. Like, come on, we're talking about the BCom champion of 2020. So, also a new member of the Lockdown Council, so... I'm just checking what my neighbors are doing. Seem to be very agitated. Oh well, as long as nobody enters this place, we're fine, and we're gonna be seeing a misdirection installed. That's quite cool. This is probably unnecessary. However, who knows? That's the thing, I have no idea whether misdirection is a good card here or not. Won't hurt. And Longy is known or famous for building those decks that are punishing mistakes. So there's probably a trick somewhere in here. Oh, it's Aesop's fodder 0 cost install. Indeed, Clusterfox, you are absolutely right. Well, you know, some people know the game, some people just have silly questions. I would totally wonder, like, why are you installing this? I didn't actually see the Aesop, sorry. I didn't notice it on the table. I was like, yeah, stuff, Beth, whatever, Clot. Clot is kind of serious or important. But there was actually an Aesop. So yeah. That is a res. So, Architects of Tomorrow here doing actually quite a lot of heavy lifting and resing ice that the corp wouldn't be able to res otherwise. Server 1 getting double advanced. I wonder if this is going to be some sort of economy. One would hope that the corp actually gets some money going because they're fairly low. Then again, you don't have to worry about it because any ice that is bypassed allows you to res another bioroid. So yeah, I know it's only once per turn, but that's a solid discount of 4 credits. And the runner has to take it into account. That's an NGO, so that's more money for the corp, and that of course opens up new possibilities of closing this game out for the corp. For the corp with the biggest server I've ever seen. No, I'm kidding. What is actually the tallest tower you have ever seen of ice? Jinja or no Jinja? I think 7 is the biggest one I've seen. And of course, when it comes to horizontal play, 500 different assets, upgrades, and all the other stuff, that's not a scary thing. Which kind of makes you wonder, right? Because actually, no, it makes sense. The playmats are not that tall and they're definitely wider. So yeah, asset spam makes sense and building a limited tower of ice makes sense. If it was the other way around, you know, oof, and they would probably have to change some mechanics. That's a border control. This is not a bioroid. How dare you? Well, no, basically, of course, the runner here will have to figure out how to get through all those lovely pieces of ice. But they have all the money in the universe. 10 ice on R&D versus diaper. Holy schmoly, 7 or 8 shenanigans. What? Biggest shenanigans I ever did was surf into a 5-6 big server at Antwerp tournament. The other person was not amused. I can totally understand the other person not being amused. Yeah. Amusement is definitely not an option. I mean, I'm kidding. Of course, you can be at least entertained, but yeah. I think this is the part of playing corp that I like the least, which is, oh, you have a master plan or you have this thing going on, and then there's this runner just going like, yeah, whatever, dude, or whatever, you know, like, I mean, I'm saying dude because of the surfing connotation, but like, yeah, whatevs, I'm just gonna stuff, flip cards, whatever, I'm in. And if they're playing Geist, it's gonna be like, yeah, I also drew 15 cards and have 50 more credits, and I steal your agenda and I laugh in your face. And that's basically how Geist plays. And then you're the corp with this amazing, awesome master plan of totally stopping the runner, and it just doesn't happen. It's sad. But well, anyway. Okay, so Cable Carnage is not giving up, going in again, paying through the nose, or I don't know, what else could you be paying through? Through a complicated system of triple blinds set up online with cryptocurrency. Well, anyway, like basically that's going to be expensive to get in. And then Longy still has a border control. The outermost piece of ice is a border control. Then there's a Fairchild. Then there's another Fairchild and another Fairchild. I think the name of this deck is Fair Children. No, I'm kidding. I have no idea what the name of this deck is. I would call it the unspeakable abomination of a Jinja City grid tower of ice measuring 6 pieces. Oh, stem hack. That is legit. Cable Carnage is casually saying, I know, it's gonna be expensive. I know. However, let me just get in, steal all the stuff I need to steal, and then we can talk. Also, I mean, let's be honest, the runner here is in a situation where they have to stop the corp from getting more points, and that's the best way to do it. You know, stealing those points from under the corp. because otherwise there will be a runaway situation, and that Vitruvius is a crucial thing at the cost of brain damage. So stim hack causing brain damage, trashing stim hack. That is not ideal. You probably would like to have a second stim hack just in case, because that remote is not looking particularly deadly, but it's not cheap. It is not cheap. Blue level clearance, so Longa here probably trying to fish for some things to pop into server 1. IPO, okay. No popping, just moneying up. This gives Cable Carnage a bit of a breather here. You can money up, you can set up a bit more. Indeed, you can put in Akamatsu Mem chip, such a cool old school card of awesomeness, which has this aesthetic, the art. It has this aesthetic of kind of original, like OG Netrunner, the 90s Netrunner, but with, you know, like with touches and with the graphics that are almost modern. But yeah, it does feel like OG Netrunner in a way if you look at it. And I haven't seen all the OG Netrunner cards, of course, in my life. I never played that game, unfortunately. Or fortunately, maybe I would be totally against playing Netrunner if I played the original one. I don't know. I did play all the Cyberpunk RPGs and that was enough. Harbinger and Simul chip for that sweet recurring of Harbingers, for example. Or Imps, and I think Imp is a prime target here for this Simul chip, because why not? I like this this Chaos Theory. I was going to say Haley. This Chaos Theory is kind of cool. You have an Imp, you have some Harbingers, you have a Clot. You have your opponent who just scored a corporate sales team, which makes them money and also puts them closer to winning. You have to keep the corp honest. There is a biotic in the bin. I would be worried about a Vitruvius from hand. That's gonna take a while, so I assume the corp is just gonna money up now. Running that remote because you can't let it slide. 21 credits in the bank. That's some decent dosh, as they say. Oh boy. Border control number 3, if I'm not mistaken. Indeed, this is the last of the border controls, but it is a strong play here. Because you want to drag the runner through the server again and again and again and again. I wonder how many pieces of ice this deck has. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4. Excuse me, that's just bubbles. I did not have champagne, fortunately. I just, you know, I'm so poor I can only have the bubbles now. Oh well, happens. I like the war stories being shared in the chat about, you know, old school decks. Back in the day. Back in the day. Cyber Trooper to loot here would be quite the savior indeed. But we have an SMC. A bit worried about the corpse. Yeah, I mean, the corp might be looking for a Vitruvius and a Biotic, just discard from hand. But then again, there's Cloth on the table, so they probably will be purging at some point, maybe even now. If I was the corp now, I would be purging, but then again, they have Simul chip, so they can just reinstall it at will. And this is the trick here. Figuring out how to time it properly so that either escape with the agenda as the corp, or that you shuffle that one clot around well enough in case it gets trashed, that the corp just doesn't have this window doing magiques and scoring out on you. For now, the runner's fairly safe here. But the corp is just going to keep doing this and inviting the runner to come over and stay a while and pay extra on the servers and they're gonna run through. Euler is getting trashed, which means, of course, Simul chip is on, and there's a new Euler on the table. Cyber Trooper Talut here would be awesome. So yes, Cable Carnage not giving up, just pushing through that server. That border control is probably gonna happen now. No, it won't. That was a Vitruvius. Okay. Why did it not happen? I would totally border control this. Did I miss something? Jessica, thank you so much for being an awesome person and helping out in the chat. Indeed, this is round 3. The winner of this is facing Baramu in the final. The first 2 rounds were lightning fast. In the first round, we had one of the games had technical issues, and Captain Nice graciously agreed to concede after a discussion. So this was between the players, and they agreed to do it this way. And that was a technical issue, basically JNet just not working at all for at least that one table. And then we had Baramu winning against Cable Carnage on points in like 7 turns. No, 14. No, sorry, 14 turns, minutes, something like this. I mean, it was a fast game. Everybody's playing fast today. Then round 2, we're watching Longi. So Cable Carnage and Baramu. Maybe that was actually the points game. I don't even remember. A lot of stuff happening today. But yeah, then we had it's all on Cobra. Silly person. In round 2, we had Baramu versus Longi, and Cable Carnage versus Captain Nice. And Cable Carnage just super outrushed Captain Nice. And Baramu's victory was basically a lot of super efficient single accesses that were agendas. And that was it. Now we're in round 3, and the winner of this is going to face Baramu. And there's an Eli 1.0. Everybody, look at this. So that Eli is probably going to cause the rest of the R&D ice. Indeed. That's the second Ichi, so we have 2 Ichis, the twins. Ooh, imagine if next gold, if next ice, if that subtype, if bioroids work the same. It's like, this ice has 1 subroutine for each bioroid rest. This ice has +1 strength for every 2 bioroid cards rest. Like, what? It would be kind of scary. Cable Carnage now probably not getting in. This is probably the crucial run where that border control is going to be used. Because I don't see it not being used. I mean, of course, it all depends on what is in server 1, but seriously, honestly, for real, it is time to, you know, deploy the deployables. Beal or no Beal? That's an Ash. Oh no! Will you trash the Ash or will you Ash the trash? By the way, in other news, Chaos Theory reached 0 cards in her stack. So money's too tight to mention. No, I'm kidding, not money, but like cards are too tight to mention here. But knowing Cable Carnage, this could actually happen. There are those Yomi plays, you know, where you just go, okay, I'm just gonna dig in HQ. And, okay, maybe whiff this time. What's gonna happen now? I mean, we're gonna jam slam server 1. We still have a solid 11 minutes in the round, so that's just fine. And yes, indeed, there is ace-ups on the table that can turn quite a bit of the runner's rig still. For example, that Akamatsu is worth a good 3 credits. But it's gonna take time, and now you have to wonder. That server 1 card, what can it be? Can the runner still pull off a stem hack? Do they still have a third stem hack? Now we should be starting. Oh no, they actually, sorry, 3 stem hacks in the bend, that's it, no more stem hacks. But yeah, what can the runner do here? They have to run with 2 clicks to spare. I think that's basically corpse game, unless there's some sort of a magical way of magical Trevoring, so to speak. If you don't know magical Trevor, you should do. Is the tricks that so yeah, I think this is a corpse game here, and that's gonna be it. That server of the Jinja Abomination is just too much to handle. This was a good meta call as well, like Architect of Tomorrow, we've had a handful of them. We had 3 of them, and this is one of them getting to the top. So here we go for a dig in a single poke, actually. I should be more precise. As we all know, digs are when there's more than 1 card being accessed, and pokes are when there's only 1 card. And how would you call a run when there are no cards accessed? Wasted or Stargate. Anyway, the problem right now as well for Cable Carnage is that this deck is running food and a ton of 2-pointers. So you have to steal 2 agendas. Pretty sure. Unless you have a mad dash. You don't. Running the central for a single access, I mean, there's not much that can be done, to be honest. Basically running, this is like an Icarus run, you know, like you have the Icarus flying into the sun and losing the feathers and falling apart. This is the same. It's kind of like I'm trying to achieve the impossible here, and you know, kudos to Cable Carnage. I mean, you never give up. You just always try to. I mean, maybe there's, I don't know, maybe there's a card there that actually win. Let's see. Tags and everything trashed and here because itchies are porous. They're painful, but they're porous. That is a whiff, and that probably is an agenda, or maybe it's not. But it is, indeed. Oh. Is it a food? Did the game just crash? It's a food! Okay, but the runner has 2 tags, no money whatsoever. I guess the runner can just concede. I don't know, I mean, of course, I'm not saying they should, but it's kind of very hard to figure out what could potentially happen here. Yeah, no cards in deck, no cards in hand, no programs. I'm pretty sure the runner can still... No, I'm kidding. But yeah. Yeah, that's what you do. You just run. Always be running. You can click through that Eli. You don't have to worry. And then you just click through the itchy. For the 1 sub. Or you actually don't, because maybe the corp is gonna trace you. I mean, you know, you can just pay 1. Yeah, can't let the brain fire. Indeed. So basically, the runner can click through this 1 subroutine and save themselves a trace, or let the trace fire as a subroutine, in which case the corp pays 3 credits and kills the runner. Okay, so they click through that subroutine, and then 2 program trashes are just wasted because there are no programs to trash. And then okay, we're redoing the run for technical difficulties. Well, not difficulties, but just to remake it properly. And once again, I'm just gonna call out Encoder here. Thank you so much for boosting the Nisei JNet server, the Discord one, with the Nitro boost. That was really, really cool of you. Thank you so much. That was totally uncalled for, but you just did it. So huge thanks to you. If we ever have this Mount Rushmore kind of, but for Netrunner folks, you're gonna be on it. Kidding. I mean, you know, we just have to find the massive. That's a food. Turn 21, half an hour of a game, so still 7 minutes to spare. What a game. Okay, so I'm just gonna ask the players if they need a break. I mean, especially Longi. Baram, who had a bit of a break. You are watching, obviously, you are watching Lockdown number 5, which is not a mambo. Just saying. Be right back. Okay, we're gonna have a 5-minute break, which I'm going to use to tell you about things. So before I forget about things that I wanted to tell you about, in case you're just tuning in, just to make sure that I tell you about the upcoming tournaments that you can, of course, check on Always Be Running. We have Ocarina happening tomorrow. You should totally attend this event. The only kind of runner in New Angeles. And take a look at this beauty. Basically, you have a form you have to use. There's a bit more info, and there's actually all the info on the StimHack forums. There are some players already registered on here, but that doesn't count. It never counts. It's all about registering using that Google form here. This is what you have to use. The only kind of runner in New Angeles, you're not the only kind of runner in New Angeles, obviously. That's Kathy Jones. And Sanjay put together a very interesting format. We're looking forward to see what's gonna happen with this. I'm gonna be watching the stream. I think Andre from Metropole Grid is on it, so I won't be streaming. Definitely I need a break. I'm already getting a bit of a sore throat here, but never mind. And then on the 6th month of this year, of the year of pandemic 2020, we're gonna be organizing, hosting, streaming, all that stuff. Fight Club, 3 versus 3 team event, so there's gonna be a one night only for those 2 teams, and then the winners stay. The people defeated move on, and then another team, and then another team, and then another team, and there's gonna be a whole cycle of this. This is organized by Princess Space Kitten and the general team of the Fight Clubbers, or the Fight Clubification people. All the information you need is described here. It's a standard tournament, of course, standard format tournament, but the way it's shaped up and the way it works is a bit unique. It's a bit different, and it's super exciting, quite fun. It's really team-based play par excellence. So it's kind of like you take the president of servers, if you will, and then just make it a bit more adrenaline-driven and actually add elimination to it and so on. And stuff like that, and subs, and you know, jumping in and helping out your buddies and stuff like that. And then we have a ton of different events, and I think in June in some places we might start seeing events happening offline. Really looking forward to hearing more news about it. Of course, above all, stay safe. You know, safety first, like just stick to the regulations, don't do anything silly, please. We love you all. Don't get, you know, like the community needs you. Don't get sick, please, and may you stay safe and healthy until we figure it out as we should. I'm taking a quick look if we are getting anywhere on the Discord. Okay, they're getting ready. I'm gonna be then boring you later on about other things. Friendly banter. Okay, so yeah, I mean, because I have the opportunity, I'm gonna tell you a bit more about, again, the changes happening or the future of this format. So we're gonna be going for an event series. You've already noticed that we had already 5 of these. This is the 5th one. A new lockdown event will be happening every 4 weekends. So on a Saturday or on a Sunday, depending on, you know, weather, whatever, different things. On the first week after the tournament, so basically Monday starting in 2 days, for example, for this one, right? The top 4 players will choose the ban list. So they actually will be working together on this, and I'm going to tell you a bit more in a second about this. Then the second week, the Lockdown Council, so the new group of top 4 players from all the tournaments, are going to be setting the ID point costs for all the IDs in the game. And then the third week, we're just going to open up, and there will be 2 weeks for people to, more or less 2 weeks, to register, to build decks, to test, and so on. The announcement will have all the information you need to build proper decks and get ready for the event. And now if you're wondering, what do some of those mystical things mean that I just mentioned? So the Lockdown Council, which I'm pulling up on the screen right now, basically top 4 players from all the different editions of the Lockdown series, they will be voting on the ID point cost. They will be the mentors for the structure and format of the future events, and they will be invited to be commentators on the stream. Obviously, I'm not saying no other people will be. Absolutely, I love having commentators on the stream. I'm just saying they will be kind of, you know, the people who know how this works and so on and so forth. So they will be able to share their tidbits of knowledge and experience and war stories and whatnot. I'm trying to make sure that I actually share the other bit of information with you as well. But I'm clicking probably all the wrong boxes here, as I tend to do. Indeed, so here we are. The Lockdown Council, as of today, I should be adding Longy's name in there. So Longy is going to be there indeed as number 14. But these are the people in the Lockdown Council. And there are 13 of them. Longy is going to be 14th. These are all the top 4 players from all the different editions so far. It's an honorary position. So You don't have to be super active. You don't have to do anything. I will just be referring to you. I will be asking you your opinions. And if you don't say anything, you don't have to, obviously. If you are interested in getting involved, you're more than welcome. You earned your spot in that group, so to speak. So I'm super happy, super excited to have all those people on board. And then one more final thing about card ban updates. We will be having the top 4 players choosing the cards together. Right now they're doing it separately and sometimes there are double picks. This will be streamlined and all the cards will be unique. The card bans will be expanded to 20 slots instead of the 16 we have right now. So 10 for the runners, 10 for the corps. The top 2 players of an event will be choosing 3 cards each. And of course it will be done publicly or openly, so with the other players, so they don't choose doubles. The other 2 players in top 4 will be choosing 2 cards as usual. And then all participants of an edition of a series event here, of the lockdown series, will be voting on 1 card only to be banned for the next edition. So everybody can vote on any card they want, runner, corp, neutral, faction, whichever, but they can only choose 1 card. They drop the link into a form, and then the most popular or unpopular in that case card will be automatically banned for the next edition as well. So that's sure gamble money Senai. Well, if you participate, you get 1 vote. If you get into the top 4, you have a bit more of power in deciding things. And then finally, the final update of the reminders of the updates. This is the logo! Isn't it cool? It looks almost like a Wi-Fi signal with a credit token that's kind of recurring downwards. Yeah, this is your down payment for your Wi-Fi mortgage in your hexagonal house. Exactly. Okay, anyway, I am switching to the final table. The players are there. I should be switching the music off because no music can, help us. This is untimed. We're in it. This is the final. The corp is keeping. Longy has to win both games. The runner is mulliganing. That, of course, sets the stage. Good luck to both of them. They will need it. And here we go. This is the final game of the evening, or maybe the penultimate. Absolute champs, the 2 players here. Longy, a new addition to the top 4 people. Baramu has already been here and there during the different tournaments, during the different lockdown series events, obviously. So just to remind you so that you remember, and actually that I remember as well. Baramu placed as 2nd in the 3rd edition. And also, I think... Oh no, that was actually it! Okay, whoa! Okay. I remember, I think there was something with the Swiss points as well that actually prevented Baramu from getting into it. But he did indeed place 2nd in the 3rd edition. So the hunger to win here is big, and we have Longy, the dark horse of this race. Who, of course, did not appear out of nowhere, but has been participating in the previous editions, a few of them, and just was not lucky enough to get into the top 4. But now it has changed, and we're in the finals here. That's the final game. So place your bets. Of course, there are no bets. There's only the Cybernetics Court that gives the Corp 4 extra cards in their hand. And there's the Dirty Laundry helping in trashing the Ginger. So HB in the final as well. As you all remember, Long is playing Architect of Tomorrow. If there's a second game, that's what Baramu is going to be facing. And, well, let's see where that gets us. I'll be a bit wary here about the open R&D, but this is the choice of the corp to play it this way to protect server 1, even though the runner is fairly low on credits, so there will be access on R&D. That might turn into agendas, and that would be unfortunate, but not impossible. Just saying, I'm not clairvoyant, I just played this game as well. So there we go. Remote enforcement, that's 2 points. Will Longy run again? I would, but you don't have to, of course, and you can just draw up because you probably want to make sure that you have more tools in your arsenal now that you have 2 points and you have a bit of an advantage. Very good point by NetSM. Fully operational is a card. And icing the cybernetics court, indeed, it does seem a bit controversial, but it makes sense. If you think about fully operational being a card there and being an HB card, you want to go horizontally, you want to be protected. That sounds like an invitation. That sounds like a description, sorry, of sexual intercourse. You horizontally want. Anyway, never mind. Don't listen to me. It's late. It's almost 9 in the evening here. And you are watching the final round of lockdown number 5. We will be having lockdown number 6 in 4 weeks. I'll be announcing it shortly, but I was explaining the different updates to the, and that hopefully is going to work out quite nicely. I will have to do some paperwork with emails and whatnot. Make sure that get things rolling. Fully operational indeed, played for 3 juicy decisions. Draw, and money. So many cards in your hand that you can afford to hold because Cybernetics Court. Cybernetics Court has 7 floors of attractions. The plasteel used to construct it was even more expensive than the thousands of cybernetic implants displayed inside. 7 floors of attractions kind of makes me think of Akihabara or any other, you know, kind of a tech city or tech district in Japan, mostly Tokyo, but Osaka has one as well, if I remember correctly. But yeah, it's kind of 7 floors. It's kind of, you know, you start at the innocent floors and then you move into the weird stuff. And the 7th floor is like where nobody knows how the elevator works anymore. 7. Anyway. Mambo number lockdown, yeah. I don't know if anybody has seen the image, and I don't know if it was true or not, by Lou Vega from Twitter or Facebook or something, saying that if the once the quarantine is over, he will release Mambo number 6. It's like, well, why not? Anyway, we have a border control on the remote protecting Mason Bellamy, also known as Damon Stone, also, you know, that person with cyber fingers that used to be a runner, roamed to the gills and seems to know all the runner's tricks. Longy is bouncing off that border control, doesn't care about Mason Bellamy much, does care about HQ because HQ is full of cards, plenty full of cards. 8 cards in the corpse hand. Will this be a res? 13 credits. I would res this. Then again, not, because that would be, I don't know. It is a res and it is a drafter. So that's nice because you do actually tax the runner a bitsy bit. Drafter being a sentry and Penrose being a decoder. You have to Pelangi the drafter and then you have to pay a bit extra. You can get in, of course, and you will get in and you will access a card. And I wonder what's going to happen here. Is the corp sitting on a bunch of agendas here? Sorry, I should shut up. Well, I remember Baramu mentioning one of the previous games being a series of brutal single accesses. Yeah, well, there we go. I mean, this is not a series just yet. It's only 2 out of 2, but it's a trend. I think it's a trend. So we're seeing a trend here, and Longy is in a good spot now. However, of course, that good spot will not last forever because the corp is setting up here, and They will be playing cards to get more stuff, more toys, more money, more everything into their hand. Protect HQ, which is a big tell, and then burning the virus counters, purging them. Pelangi no longer with a counter. Very rude. I absolutely agree. This was mega rude of absolute rudeness. But you gotta do what you gotta do as the corp. Longy taking time, all the money in the world, or at least 17 credits. Please don't quote me if you say, oh yeah, I have all the money in the world, I have 17 credits. That won't help much. After Image, what a lovely card. And Simul Chip hitting the table as well. And will the Netrunner farming start? Because those credits on Netrunner, they cannot be purged. They can only be purged by the holy power of tags and destruction. A run on R&D with the last click, though, that is a bit controversial. Then again, if it's a barrier, if it's a Bioroid barrier, for some reason, although we do know that this build is not Bioroid powered, could be a vanilla, for example. Could be a border control. Could be anything. Could be something not worth resing. I mean, Corp is on 8 credits. Thank you, Magaris, for checking about Mambo number 6. My dreams have been shattered many times in my life, and this is one of those times that I will have to, again, grin and bear it. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe I am actually Louis, whatever. Maybe I'm that person, Louis Bega, and then I'm going to release Mambo number 6 anyway. But yeah, it was just a meme, most likely. What if it wasn't? What if it's like Cthulhu? Like, oh, it's such a fun piece of popular culture. What if it's true? Ooh. Anyway, okay, back into the back into the game. Server 1 getting some protection. Please pause. Corp is active. Nobody move, okay? Nobody move. The corp is acting. You double dare me to release it. Okay, well, I didn't say in what format I'm going to release it. Maybe it will be a cloud of gas, or maybe it will be an actual set of bits and bobs, and maybe it will be a vinyl record that will be readable. I don't know. Also, let's not mix dogs into daring people into doing anything. Dogs are too cool to be. Well, anyway, here we go. A run on HQ. And we have a second draft. What? Well, that is going to be taxing, or you can just blow for the first one with your fancy stealth credit bit. Although not really, because you would have to use this and then the other one, and then you have to bounce, and then yeah, of course, yeah, no, fair enough. Fair enough. So you can just go through the first one. The second one is probably gonna fire if you keep going, so maybe you don't want to. Maybe you just want to make sure that you're going to build up your board state and get some more of that sweet stealth econ going, or you're going to risk it, you're going to dare it, and you're going to say, oh yeah, that's a bit of a risky play though. That's a bit of a risky play though. But no, actually, yeah, the after image credits, sorry, yeah, the Netrunner credits helped. You do break this, and you don't want to let it fire. Yeah, so 1 in 8, right? What can I say? Longy now having a deep think, because maybe you just draw up. I mean, you kind of got this. You're at 6 points. What can the core possibly do? I mean, they can build a monstrous server with that Jinja. But yeah, maybe drawing up and maybe just getting ready and setting up for another single access steal, because why not? This is brutal. This is brutal the other way around. Oh, and by the way, in case you haven't noticed, the Shinteki.net tournament Discord server for Nisei has a new cool icon as well. Just saying. Anyway, back into this game, which is setting up to be quite interesting, and I'm wondering if we're gonna have a second one. I think we're gonna have a second one. This is, by the way, not timed, so we're letting the players play as long as they need to, within reason, of course. So if Longy, for example, scores the 7 point and decides to go up to 20, we're not gonna stop playing, but we're just gonna all turn computers off and go to sleep and stuff because it's gonna be late. But yeah. Another poke at HQ. Now, if this poke is a score, is a steal of an agenda, and it wins along in the game. Oh gods! Gods! I am yeah, uncanny is a very this is so cards accessed 5, of which 4 are agendas. What was this? I kid you not. What was this? Jaws drop, indeed. Yeah, like, what is this? Like, please, like, somebody explain this to me. Longy is the master of RNG. Like, well, anyway, I'm gonna leave this game now, and we're gonna drop a quick screen for intermission just so that we can chill a bit. Have you seen this? Ah, this is ridiculous! What just happened? What just happened? This was serious business. What was that? And yeah, Quetzal versus Architects of Tomorrow, indeed. Magic fingers, indeed. Magic cyber fingers. I'm wondering if Longy's playing with one of those Nintendo Power Gloves or something, you know? Like, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, just like holding it on the side and just rubbing it for luck. Or, I mean, come on! I am scarred now. And if I ever get paired against Longy anywhere, I would be like, please don't run, please don't single access, please don't. Like, you run my HQ and I have no agendas, but I'm pretty sure if you access a card, it's gonna be an agenda. Oh god. This was some serious business. Okay, wow. Yeah, we're going into the final table then. We're gonna have Hasbioroid as CEO'd by Longy, and that's the verb for piloting. And Quetzal, the free spirit, as guided by Baramu in the final game of the 5th edition of Lockdown. Thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for participating, thank you so much for making this so much fun to organize. Absolutely bonkers today, like the final 2 games, well, the top 4, super duper powerful. I'm just still wowing from the previous game, so I'm gonna let them know whenever they want, they can go. Woo! Seriously. Seriously. I should be cracking a beer as well, but I'm not drinking beer anymore, so We're gonna have a chat with the two finalists. Obviously, good luck to both of them. They've been absolute champs for the whole day. Let's do this! Let's do this. Quetzal is keeping. Here we go! Here we go, everybody. After that last game, I'm ready for anything and everything. I'm ready for llamas falling out of the sky and confetti being turned into crack cocaine. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. Like, just this is gonna be the game. The winner takes it all. Abba, thank you very much. We'll see what's gonna happen. Lambas? Well, no, that would be the elvish bread, no? Anyway. I have no predictions whatsoever for this game. We've seen both of these decks in action previously. The Quetzal is pretending to be a Kumalo, or a Kumalo is pretending to be Quetzal, and there's a ton of econ already on the table. Whereas this Architect of Tomorrow is basically a ginger-fueled nightmare full of bioroids that drags you through endless towers of ice repeatedly for you to give up all hope and then crash and burn without any credits while it's scoring points. So this is the scenario we're facing here, and I have no predictions whatsoever. It can go both ways. The Quetzal deck has a very powerful virus fueled engine for Yusuf and Pelangi, and with Nopkiri in there as well, to basically either lock down R&D or HQ or oppress the hell out of everything else. We have a Rez and a Fairchild 3.0, and that's basically a value tempo play. The runner can easily click through this, which they will, of course, because they don't want to trash any cards here, just to keep their stuff going. And the Corp kind of reset the board here, but gains a turn and can absolutely Rez this Fairchild for free, which is huge. The savings from Architects of Tomorrow are quite big if your deck composition is quite nice. Do remember though that this deck is running also border controls that are not bioroids, but you know, they're perfectly legal. Okay, we had a bit of a redo here, and actually the HQ ice instead of the R&D ice. Fair enough, fair deal. Both players are on Discord, so they are communicating, which is good. What a final. This is, and don't get me wrong, all the games that we've seen the whole day and the previous editions, they're exciting, unless somebody plays 6th agenda as Mario, in which case, whatever. But no, I mean... Sorry. It's always exciting, and that's the magic of the game as well. And I think of any competitive game that you kind of know and you kind of feel how it works and it's complex, that you can never guess what's gonna happen. You can never guess what the result will be. You just have to participate in it, and this is the magic of this event as well. Who would have thought that the last game is gonna turn out this way? But it did. Magic fingers in all the different ways. Oof. And here we are in the second round of the final. Ooh, Lambada. Ooh, that's a great name for a deck. Cluster Fox, I hereby task you with the... You're getting a quest from me. I'm the quest giver. You're getting a quest to build a Lambada deck. Also, Mushashis and Lambadas, that's also a good one. Skipping, very good point there. Memes aplenty left and right. Server 1, single advance card. What could it be? Probably an agenda, but the runner has 16 credits and a Quetzal. Problem is, if this is the marketing team, then that's gonna be dripping economy for the corp. So maybe you don't want to make it happen. Make lamb legal again and you have a deal. Well, I cannot make lamb legal again. I don't have the power. You have to talk to other people who have the power. Progenitor hitting the table kind of reminds me of kind of, you know, oh yeah, here we go. This is the corporate sales team, not the marketing. So yeah, CST making drip economy happen for the corp now every turn. And progenitor kind of makes me think of, you know, sour cabbage, like cukrut, or we call it bigos in Polish, but basically, you know, I don't know why. Probably a bunch of snakes or something. Must be the colors. Never mind, I'm having weird thoughts here. I had dinner, but in case you're worried. And yeah, I forgot to mention, this Quetzal also plays Find the Truth, which I find the marvelous, lovely, amazing, awesome include, and I should totally ask Baramu when we chat later on after this game. How did this deck come to be? Sauerkraut, well, yeah, that's the German name for it as well, but Chukrut is the local name, or French, and then Bigos is actually the right way of using. I actually had some for dinner. Anyway. Okay, I just saw Cluster Fox's comment. And yeah, I think there's a Mad Dash in this deck as well, in the Quetzal deck. I was just a bit like, what are we talking about now? But yes. Here comes the engine onto the table. We have Yusuf and Surfer. So Quetzal can surf into servers now. And that server 1 is not safe anymore. Oops, excuse me for squeezing the screen in an incorrect way. So Will Baram Wu, who finished second in the third edition of Lockdown, finally get to the first place? Or will Longi, who was present in Lockdowns before and finished in decent positions, absolutely, but never in the top 4. And today is the first top 4 for Longi. Will Longi actually take the win here? These are all big questions that we'll get an answer to at some point soon. That's an NGO. Well, rused. You can almost hear the people working at the NGO, you know, cackling like, and then this person came over here and was like, you're an agenda. And we were like, nope, we just make money for the corp. And yeah. Okay, maybe that was a bad way of narrating this particular segment of the game. Once Nopkiri comes online, it will be tough for Longi. Indeed, Nene absolutely agreed. Yes. Cowabunga, dudes, far out. Let's order some pizza. And let's be like the Ninja Turtle. Not coming out much during the day. That sounded dark. Anyway. On the bright side of things, I do hope that your area and, you know, you and yours and everybody you know and everybody else and so on, and the human chain continuing forever, everybody's fine, and that you are feeling better with this whole quarantine situation, with all that weird stuff happening right now, that you're either recovering or have already recovered from the shock. For me, the shock was the first 2 weeks, and I couldn't really admit it to myself, but I was like, what the hell is going on? It took me 2 weeks to process everything and kind of get a mindset to go on with different things and continue and for example, come up with this format, which I'm enjoying a lot. So yeah, it's been a while since we've been all in more or less forced lockdown in many different places around the world. And yeah, I just hope you're doing okay with it. And if you're one of those lucky people who can go around, I'm happy for you. Please use this. It's a great freedom to have if you have it. And yeah, totally use it as much. Server 1 could be another corporate sales team. Could be another NGO. Well, that would make it a third NGO. And would you actually have an NGO with a single tick on it? That is a big question. And what is Baramu do with this? That is another big question. I mean, it's a single advanced card. It cannot be anything big, right? Mad Dash going into that server. And I'm sorry, I was just listening to my neighbors being very noisy. Yeah, I don't think they're having fun. Never mind. That's their problem, not mine, or not yours. That could be a big thing, especially if this is food, for example. Yet. But I'm betting it's a CST. It's an NGO with a single dog. What? What a play. You know what this means? 1 meat damage for the runner. Oops. That was fierce. And the trashed card is a street peddler. Whoa. That was a ruse. That was a rude ruse. Jessica, I'm really sorry to hear about your stream buffering. There's not much I can do about it. Yeah. And your point about a 12-hour long stream a few weeks ago is absolutely valid. This just flew by. I absolutely agree. This is like the 8th hour. I'm like, we're already finishing? What? We had a 45-minute break, and yeah, I barely managed to have dinner because I also was communicating with other people. So yeah, this is just fast today, and people are playing like machines. This is exactly what this Architects of Tomorrow deck does. It just builds this one Tower of Ice, and you will have to go through it over and over and over and over again. Gachapon going into play. Being trashed. And Nobkiri is now online, officially of course. But this is where the beauty of the asymmetry of the game shines. And I'm not even talking about the shapes the cards make on the screen. You know, it's more like both players want the same thing in different ways, and you can clearly see how differently they have to set up, how differently they are trying to get to that goal. And this is just wonderful. I should be fixing Jessica's stream problem. Okay, I'm going to focus really hard, and then I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna use my cybernetically healing hands, and I'm just going to you know, like, make the stream work. Now it's gonna work perfectly fine. You just have to refresh the page, Jessica, you know, like reload Twitch, it's gonna be just fine. I just use my magic. So yeah. We have some cards going out of the game, so a copy of Yusuf and a copy of Daily Casts out, but we have a Virus Breeding Ground, Stimhack, Dreamnet going back into the stack. And a Virus Breeding Ground hitting the table. 4-0 because of the Gachapon discount. So even though Longy has 2 points and that server 1, which could seem unassailable in a way right now, maybe perhaps, or not really. Yeah, like Baramu has gotten to, you know, the top of the pops, so to speak, or to the top of the 24 player lineup today with this deck. And yeah, I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing with that runner. Clicking through and canceling through the Fairchild. There's an Eli being res because of course this counts, and this is a monstrosity that Architects of Tomorrow is just so awesome at. Free reses, people, free reses. So this combined with the power of Jinja, so good. Just so bleeding good. Jessica, I hope your stream is working just fine, more stable. Okay, that's great. See, there you go, my magical hands. And for a very, very short split second, I thought to myself, hey, maybe I could pretend I'm glitching, but no. That would be mean, sorry, that would be a terrible thing. I'm very happy you have a stable stream right now, more or less. And I'm really sorry for the internet's not working quite well there. That's a food. Ooh. Dear people, this is looking more and more in Longy's favor. Beal or no Beal time, indeed. The runner is under pressure here. I mean, the Corp is on 5 points. Vitruvius is a card. All the Corp agendas in this deck are 2 pointers for the runner, so you have to steal 4. Or 3 and a mad dash, of course, but you have to be sure of it. As you can see, there are biotics in this deck, in the Corp deck, so it is a tough spot. Then again, the approach to HQ, and it's a violated clearance. Okay. That can, of course, actually be trash because it does have a trash icon, so that's a big thing. That would have drawn a lot of cards for Longy. So that was a tactical... Yeah, that was a very tactical access and a tactical trash. And now the game continues. I'm doing a much better job piloting the log. Well, thank you very much. I'm actually scrolling it because it's a scrollable log. I'm not piloting anything. Remember, you're CEOing the corp and you're guiding the runner. That's it. The voice is in the runner's head. You know, that's what you're guiding the runner. You're not piloting anything. You're guiding the runner and you're CEOing the corporation. That's it. Trust me. I know what I'm talking about. I have been a runner in a corporation all my life. Okay, Margaris, your stream is glitched. I'm sorry. I will have to unmagic your stream as well. What am I even like? What? This is a serious game here. I'm going back to commentating because you people, chat, are just silly. No, I mean just refresh, please, or get a better internet provider, or ask your neighbors not to stream Netflix all the time. I don't know. Sometimes my internet glitches. We had this stream dropping as well during events, so. And I'm apparently sitting on a fiber connection. Consumer fiber, yeah. Anyway. Can a Twitch stream be piloted? Well, only if you have a remote controller. No, it can't be piloted. Twitch stream is streamed. I don't know. I'm not a dictionary. What can you do with a Twitch stream? You can, for example, enjoy it. It can be enjoyed. And we have Baram accessing hedge fund. Will Baram trash this with an imp token? Was imp already used this turn? I don't think it was. so many things happening here that probably not. Yusuf is amassing virus tokens in the meantime. It is fairly crucial. Good stuff. The corp in a rather strong position here. And it's right now, for example, server 1 is still a good protection. It's just all about doing the maths and wondering, like, okay, will the runner have stim hacks? So will actually have there be any stim hacks played? Not yet, of course. Only the mad dash that whiffed on the NGO with a single token, which was just brilliant. Brilliant piece of rusing by Longy. But yeah, if the runner has a stim hack, they can potentially get in quite easily. Actually, they don't even need a stim hack. What am I even talking about? Just make me shut up. Yusuf is running only on virus counters. No other card here. Well, okay, Surfer needs some credits, but you have enough credits already. That's about it. It's all about them viruses. So if you don't have a CVS in your corp deck, well, server 1 is paper thin indeed. And border control is a card, and I assume the middle card is border control. Protecting HQ. Is this a ruse? Can a Twitch stream be pirated? Probably. Can a pirate be piloted? These are some serious philosophical questions. Okay, so the runner here slowly getting all the bits and pieces they need to pressure the corp a bit more. But the corp sitting on a serious threat of biotic to Vitruvius. And this is a big thing. And here the runner has to do something about it as soon as they can. Best solution being, of course, stealing the 3 Vitruviuses. And then you're just fine. We have an itchy res for 1 credit, because why not? Valid level clearance being trashed. Jinja being trashed, so the runner here hindering the corp's plans of defending R&D. But probably the corp has more Jinjas than 1. Server 1 install. Runner fairly low on credits, which don't matter that much. Single advance on server 1. So now it's on. This has to be contested. There's no way you leave that be. Whatever it is. NGOs are out of the game. So you just go for it. Question is, how do you get in there? What do you do with it? This is a toughie. An outburst of absolute love for Hernando Cortez. Indeed, Hernando is amazing. And here we go. Here we go. A bit of a glitch on JNet's side, I assume. Server is bugged. Yeah, okay, well, fair enough. We know that. We heard about that, indeed. Ellie, yeah, exactly. Eli is in her eyes. I'm just taking a bit of a. I'm taking white marker here, like a whiteboard marker, and just writing on my screen what's what now. But we will remember that Eli is in her eyes. So now that Eli, if Eli gets I'm sorry, not trash. That means it's the innermost ice, and that means that Baramu can access the card in server 1. The tension is terrible. Is this an agenda? Is this something else? Is this a cerebral operator? It's a food! Okay, oof. I was a bit worried here for the runner. Because what if it's a cerebral operator? No. But well. That's 2 agenda points for the runner, so it's 5-2, and the game continues. Uh-oh, what is going on? I think I'm trying to do it manually. Let's see if it works out. In the meantime, we have a lovely chat in the chat about Flashpoint and resources and anarchs and whatnot. Yeah. Janet Bugger. What is going on? I just hope that this game is not gonna implode or something. Okay. So I'm just going to take this technical break, while we know what's getting resolved here, to remind you that tomorrow there's the Ocarina event, which is the only kind of runner in New Angeles, which is organized by Sanjay. and promises to be quite an event with unusual IDs and exciting potential plays. So if you're into unusual challenges and interesting formats and new things to try out, do give a look. Take a look at Ocarina. Do give some attention of yours to Ocarina on Always Be Running. And there is a thread on StimHack forums about the format, how it works, what it's about, what are the peculiar differences in it. It looks great. I wish I had the brain power to just jump in and do this. I know that some people watching today are already going to do it. Sanjay is the tournament organizer. There will be, of course, a Discord channel for it on the Nisei Discord server, the usual spot. And yeah, I think Andre from Metropole Grid is streaming this. I hope he is. And well, that's as much as I can say about it. I hope I get to watch the stream later because yeah, there have been some changes to JNet to make it happen. Some minute minor changes, but it could be quite fun. So definitely recommend it. Ocarina happening tomorrow. In the meantime, today we have the Identity Crisis ran by Alexis. I wish I could stream everything at the same time. I just don't have the power or the brain cells for it. But yeah, that is happening as well. And Identity Crisis is another great format which challenges the way you think about decks. I remember playing in the first one that I could attend, and my brain was just bending the other way around because it was like I know what I'm playing against, but it's different. And yeah. Well, anyway. So different formats happening, and then 1st of June 2020, Fight Club is coming back, and it's gonna be the first night with a team of 3 versus another team of 3. Last team standing or last team member standing wins the whole game for their team. So get ready to be excited. Okay, what is going on here? I'm a bit worried about this game. Oh boy. Actually, Xanadu was a song by ABBA as well, come to think of it. We have a virtual table that's just doing funky things, but I think Longy right now, by the power of magic fingers that pull agendas, in 5 accesses, 4 agendas, and just saying, so by the power of Longy's awesome talent, actually managed to reset the situation into what it is. The outside is Phantom doesn't appear in the game. Indeed, we do agree this is the situation. I can't trash anything. I can hover over it, but this Eli here that you're seeing on the outermost layer, it just does not exist. So there are 3 pieces of ice in server 1. If anybody asks you, where have you been last night? Where were you last night? What were you doing? It's like, I was watching 3 pieces of ice on a server, not 4, just 3. Next weekend should be great. Oh, birthday weekend. Ah, happy birthday, Jessica, in advance. We are here first to wish you all the happy birthdays. Ha ha ha. By the power of Grayskull? Yeah, indeed. I am pretty sure that Longy is related to the people related to Grayskull. There are only 3 eyes. How many pieces of ice do you see? 3. Not 5, not 4. 2 is forbidden. There is only 3. That is the number of pieces of ice you see, and the number of pieces of ice you see is 3. In the pines where the sun don't ever shine. To be Canadian. Anyway, so yeah, the 3 pieces of ice on server 1 that look like 4, but they're actually 3, and I'm going to be talking about this for the whole duration of the rest of the game, because, you know, if you forget that there are only 3 pieces of ice there, you will start seeing 4. That is not advisable, because that would be like a hallucination. Do avoid hallucinations as much as possible unless you really want them and you're in a safe environment. But yeah, right now we're having this consensual hallucination, and I could totally quote Neuromancer here about cyberspace. But this is a consensual hallucination experienced by billions of people around the world who see 4 pieces of ice, but there's actually only 3. Let's be honest. There's no... Ah, that was in relation to the question, where did you go last night? Hole in my culture. I don't have a culture. I have a lot of holes, like places, but you know, I don't have a culture. So there we go. Anyway, what is going on with this game? Because I'm a bit worried about it. I mean, it's almost Tuesday by now, and they're still playing. No, I'm kidding, of course. We had some technical difficulties early today. We had some technical difficulties right now. We're just gonna keep going through until the very end. And huge kudos to the 2 troopers fighting it out until the very last click and the very last credit. It is looking in Longy's favor in certain ways. However, Surfer is a card. Things happen. Money is just an illusion. Just like that piece of ice, outermost piece of ice on server 1. 5 is absolutely right out. Yeah, I mean, don't even mention this. It's in the holy book of Netrunner armaments, assets, and all the other stuff that somebody should carry in ceremoniously. Okay, Baramu is gambling that server 1 is not an agenda, and I know Longy well enough to tell you that this is an agenda, and this is game. Whoa, hey! Ah, what a game! We are done. We are done. I'm just gonna switcheroo. Well played, Longy. Indeed, this was serious biz. Woo! I'm gonna take a breather right now to update the updatables, and then be back with the finalists for a chat. So please do not leave the stream. We'll be back as soon as they are actually ready to, you know, talk about things. This was exciting. I am trying to get the finalists, so Baramu and Longi, into the chat. Okay, hey, you're here.
Hey, hello, what a game,
Hello,
right?
what a game. Okay, let me just make sure that I switch the music off and wow, what a game. I mean, what a day in general. Holy schmoly, like seriously. This was
Well, those were really tense games, both of them.
I can imagine,
Yeah,
right?
I'm sweating over here because
Maybe it's just warm, no? But like
it's not that warm.
oof. So I mean, okay. So yeah, William. Was it William? William, right? Yeah, I remember correctly. Jeez, you have to remind me of your name. Baramu. Was it William?
Oh, James.
James.
I'm James.
Ah, Jesus. There you go. You can kill me now. Never mind. Okay, James.
No worries.
I know. I
James.
just have to. I have to take notes for everybody's username and name. But like, okay. So James, you've been here before. You've been a fixture in a way for this tournament, one way or another. This is the second time you're finishing second. Oh, so close. This is just. But I mean, how does it feel? Like in
the
general.
bridesmaid, never the bride. You know.
Oh. I mean,
No, this was really good. And Longy deserves this one. Like, we had a really interesting back and forth with our other games because I played Longy earlier, and my runner just mashed his corp. I was just picking agendas off HQ like they were birdseed, and then he did exactly the same to me when we played the previous game. I drew nothing but agendas. I had about 9 in hand at one point. And yeah, so I think that this was the true deciding game after some very similar kind of runner versus runner games, and I just couldn't get up and running fast enough.
I do remember you having a game versus, I think it was versus Cable Carnage, right? Where you just had a lot of single accesses that were agendas, and that game was over pretty fast. Or was it? Yeah, I think it was versus Cable Carnage in the top 4.
Yeah. That one went pretty quick. Oh no, I think against Cable Carnage though I was corp, and I just got my corp just burst up really quick and scored out. But Cable Carnage got a lot. That was a real tense game. If you were watching that one, that was the one where he trashed a GFI with a Stargate on click 2 of the very last go. The GFI for the win, ran the bin. I put it back into HQ with a Vitruvius, and then he ran HQ for a 50-50 chance to steal it. And that was like nail-bitingly tense.
Wow.
But yeah, there's been some really good games today.
Yeah, I was just going to ask both of you about your experience of the meta, because this was a criminal-free meta, and I think Has Bioroid just ruled the waves today, not to mention, of course, Shapers. But that was just, I mean, it was all Shapers, all Has Bioroid. Well, I mean, let's be honest. Okay, maybe I'm stretching this a bit because, of course, we had Anarchs as well, but there were so many Shapers. That's what I'm trying to say here. So what is your impression of today's meta and in general, like how it evolved since the last time you played?
I don't know who will start. Please start it.
Long, you can go first.
Okay, yeah. So for me, I must say I haven't prepared that much, so I didn't study the options. Well, one thing was clear that criminals were out of the game when I saw the cards that were gonna ban, and I just wanted to bring something. I usually not to play that bad. I bring only one ID that is totally new for me and one that I'm a bit skilled with. As the new one, I chose the Architects of Tomorrow because I like general HB. So I chose Architects, and then I looked at the list and said myself, okay, what to do with the remaining points? And I always liked Smoke. I like Stealth Trick. Last time I brought Chaos Theory, but also on Stealth Trick. So I just chose Smoke, and that was it because I'm familiar with that. And I said to myself, okay, if I'm sweating during the games, let be at least familiar with one ID. So that was how I chose shapers. But I generally prefer criminals. But like I said, for this kind of tournament with that ban list, they were off the chart, and you can see it on the attendance. But that's good. I mean, what I really appreciate on these tournaments that you organize, thank you very much for that, is that the ban list is always different, and that makes it even better. Because we used to run a diversified portfolio, like we have been running it basically year and a half, but we do not play with that as much as you do. But I think that's like one of the most funny formats I have ever seen.
Yeah, it is. It is. It offers a different. It offers a different way of looking at the game, and I think adding the ban list, it's making it definitely spicier and more fun for people because it keeps changing. And I think this is something that I do appreciate in that little experiment. So James, what about you? Like you have some experience of the previous versions as well, or the previous editions. How did it feel today?
Am I okay here? By the way, my internet just dropped a second, so let me know if I'm cutting out at all.
I think we can hear you fine. Yeah,
we can hear you perfectly.
Cool. So really fun today. Like, and obviously it was going to be pretty much an anti-criminal meta, and I almost messaged you to suggest that you put out a special prize for anyone playing criminal today, because I think I might have even taken up that challenge for how to build a criminal deck when you can't have half of their usual toolbox. It would have been fun. But yeah, I kind of expected a lot of Shaper because of that. And I expected some sort of fairly big rig stuff, so I tried to make my corp deck just work as fast as possible, because of that, so that they didn't have time to get set up. And yeah, a lot of HB today, which is pretty fun. Like it's quite fun to play against HB. Like you can generally face check their ice, and sometimes really bad stuff happens, but sometimes you can just sort of, sometimes it's not too bad, and it kind of makes face checking a bit more fun, which is I think quite good for the game, rather than a Jinteki heavy meta where you're like, I can't run until I'm set up, or I'm gonna hit an Anansi face first. So that was pretty fun. It made some really good games, and particular shout out to a game I had against the One, aka Neo, where within the first 5 turns, I'd hit a snare turn 1, he'd punitive me turn 3, he'd scape net my find the truth. Like by turn 5, I had no cards, no credits, no board state, but 4 points. But it was like the most intense 5 rounds of Netrunner I've ever played.
What was the ID? Did you play against?
They were playing Cybernetics.
Okay.
And yeah, it was just every single turn something like fairly insane happened for like 5 turns, and it was a pretty nuts game.
No, I mean this sounds definitely memorable.
Another thing is that I expected today actually was more white decks. I know that Rashida was banned too, but seeing Apocalypse banned, I was afraid of those all asset spams. But I think I only met one, and it was even semi-asset spam. I think not having Rashida hurt from me. Yeah, I played asset spam. I don't know who was it, but did you guys see a lot of asset spam today?
I didn't really come across any. I mean, I was playing sort of this semi-horizontal deck out of Seder, obviously, which I have named Siderwise, like sideways, yeah, sideways.
Yeah.
and I only felt that was safe because there was no APOC. But I know I think I saw one person on Jinteki. What's the asset spam Jinteki? I suddenly can't think of it.
Well, there's
RP.
Replicated perfection.
Yeah. And I think they were playing like quite an asset spammy, but I didn't come across them, but I just noticed one of their games. But I didn't see much, and I guess that is kind of surprising with APOC not being around.
Yeah, I have to say that people really kind of saw what problem cards, in a way, for certain strategies, certain archetypes are out of the game, and they just adapted. And I think, for example, your build with the Architects of Tomorrow, which is a pretty glaciary build, it's like, yeah, there is no apocalypse, so I can build a lot of ice into this, and it's going to be rest cheaper and so on. And that just works. It's it's resistant to all that stuff. It's expensive to run through. It's fun to run through. So like James was saying, you can face check it and it can be terrible, but it can also be just okay, and you can run it without the rig and so on, which is fine. So that kind of makes it into a different kind of game. And we've seen some games here that were definitely this kind of a labyrinth. It's like, okay, I have to get through this somehow to stop the corp from winning, or to get my victory points here, to get my final points to win this game. But it will require a different kind of puzzle in a way because of the setup and so on. And then there were some really interesting decks as well. There were Harpsichord Studios. Like there were 3 people playing Harpsichord Studios. I was like, whoa, this is cool. I haven't seen Harpsichord in a while. So I was really excited to see those played. And yeah, I was a bit sad about the lack of Wayland, but that's fine. And I have to say that Cable Carnage's Earth Station was super mean. In a good way. But like, yeah.
I didn't get to play against that, and I got to choose whether I wanted to take on his Earth Station or his runner, which was Chaos Theory or Smoke. I can't remember, one or the other. And I decided that whatever he would be doing out of Earth Station would probably be very fast and very, very brutal. So I bailed out of facing it, but maybe I'll try and get him for a game so that I can see how my Surfer deck does against it at some point.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the banned corp cards, and Vesper, you are right. There is nothing that would hinder Wayland that much. So yeah, just surveyors out. But also SSL, I think Wayland, especially on punitive and so on, need a lot of money, so they play those 5/3s to get money for punitives. Maybe that could be the reason. Without Rashida, Surveyor, SSL. But every deck misses Rashida. Yeah, you can. Yeah. I wanted to play the Architects. I know it's Glaciary deck, but you have to play it as a rush. Otherwise, you have to force the runner to run and trigger your ID ability. Otherwise, the deck doesn't have enough money to rest all the ices. So if you just play it Glaciary and build your remotes, and the runner waits and then starts running, you are not able to win it. So I knew I had to rush the agendas. Even if I lose 1-2 agendas, the runner needs 4 to win. And it gives me the money to rest all my ICs. And it was basically the game against Cable Carnage. You see, he had all the money in words, but eventually he ran out of it, because once I get to the 5 points, I can smash anything on remote, and he has to go and check.
Yeah.
And also there is the counter strategy, and the runner can install Stargate and only steal the agendas from the R&D. So I can't even provide him time for that. I have to keep slamming those agendas into remote. I'm fine with that game because I used to play a lot of ASA, a lot of sports metal, so this was natural for me to play Architects, even though I played them for the first time. I mean, on the tournament.
Yeah, these are very interesting observations, and thank you for sharing. Like the way you see the game, and yeah, that's That's really useful to have as well because, of course, now over the next 2 weeks, you're going to be the ones, also with Cable Carnage and with Captain Nice, and with the rest of the folks who were in the top fours, because that's a change for number 6 now. You will be setting not only the banned cards, that will be only the top 4 of you, but also the ID costs. So
The rating. Okay.
yeah, so I'm really curious to see how this is gonna work out. I'll work a bit on the setup and then send a lot of emails, or maybe the same email to a lot of cool people to actually just cooperate on this and collaborate online on document. And I'm really curious about number 6 happening in 4 weeks, more or less. That's my plan. So that's going to be quite an interesting challenge, I think, organizationally, for me to just pull off. But I'm pretty sure that with everybody's support, it's going to. A quick question about your potential bans, of course, for the next one. Or this is not binding. You can change your mind, of course. You can be rusing us right now or something. But like, if you were to ban 3 cards, because that's what you're gonna actually get, three bans each for each side, what would you go for?
Well, I think that APOC not being around makes for more interesting corp. Like, you can build stuff as a corp. So I think I'm gonna ban APOC to make sure that it stays banned, because we had this, I think, after Iberian lockdown number 3, when we all kind of assumed someone else was going to ban APOC, and then no one did, and then there was APOC. So I think I'm going to ban APOC for sure, just so that I can build some weird sort of labyrinthine nonsense out of my corp. And don't know further than that. I banned Stargate last time, but I don't know if I'll ban Stargate again. Maybe. No, I haven't really thought about running it.
Okay.
As for me, when I would also ban APOC, because this is supposed to be funny format and you don't want to have your whole rig wiped out. But with APOC banned, I would definitely ban team sponsorship, because that at least somehow keeps the asset spams in check. Because I like, and it is good card, but it helps this shenanigan decks. And what I like about diversified portfolio, the game is like more surprising, but also more fair, and like more old school Netrunner. I just don't think the team sponsorship belongs to that environment.
Yeah, I get you. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. These are good choices. I'm pretty sure that, between the 4 of you and the 10 cards that you will be banning on the runner side and the 10 cards you will be banning together on the corp side, there will be quite interesting options. I'm looking forward to an extended ban list as well, because yeah, it's gonna make the game interesting, I would say. And yeah, we can kind of, or you can ban kind of fairly some painful cards, or some cards that you think could make the game more interesting by not being there, from each faction, or like for each power level, in a way. Okay, cool. One final question before we go, because it's been like 8 hours, almost 9 hours of streaming. Woo. Anyway,
Wow.
yeah. We have a request from the chat about banning Amani, but that's not gonna happen, probably. Just saying. But what
I can guess who that was.
what future events are you gonna attend, if any, in the coming weeks or days or weeks? Are you eyeing anything? Are you taking it easy?
Well, I was really looking forward to Sanjay's tournament tomorrow night, the Ocarina format, which just looks absolutely mental. And I've built some really fun decks for it, but I did that before I realised that lockdown was today, and because I have a little one, I have to choose between one or the other. And I felt like I should come back to the lockdown. I have had such fun at the lockdown tournaments before, So I'm playing the lockdown today. That means that I can't play Sanjay's one tomorrow. So I really hope he runs another. I'm sure he will. That just looks like an absolutely nuts format. For anyone who hasn't heard about it, it's you don't play as an ID. You play as either an agenda or a unique connection resource. And it looks like so much fun and so much kind of unexpectedness happening. And if anyone wants some really fun decks to play, I've got some good ideas. So hit me up because I can't play them.
Okay, I mean, definitely Ocarina looks to be super interesting. I'm very curious how it's going to play out. And I mean, on one hand, I feel very humbled that you chose this event over Sanjay's. And on the other hand, well, I mean, congratulations on being a responsible parent. And I hope you get to play more in the future. And hey, guess what? Kids can be taught how to play Netrunner. And you already can build decks for them as well. Oh, Longy, what about you?
Actually, my next tournament is finally one that I have with friends live after 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be this week, this Thursday. And it's just small J&K, but it's also Krusty's first. Krusty is preparing it as a celebration of his 30th birthday. So we are really looking forward to it because I would say out of our community in Czech Republic, Krusty is probably the biggest fan of the game. So he prepared for us special prizes. We prepared some small surprise for him. And he also really knows how to drink. So we are really looking forward to that game.
That sounds great. I just opened the site for it. It's called Runner Approaches Server 40. It's a trap. This is really
exactly.
cool.
That's it. That's the tournament.
I love the name. And I see you're playing in Black Oil, which I think is the usual venue in Brno for people to play, right?
Yeah, exactly. We have 2 venues, but the Black Oil can be sometimes crowded because there is a lot of different games being played. But it's our first choice, and we usually play there because they have beer on tap. They have great guy behind the bar. You can have food there, plenty of space to play, everything you need basically.
That's so cool. I mean, I hope people will upload photos or they're gonna share some stories because I'm really looking forward to offline events happening again. But yeah, of course, we should all do it in a reasonable way. And this looks really cool. I'm really keeping my fingers crossed for you. That's gonna be amazing. And well, I should remember to send wishes to Krusty on the. Is it on the day of the birthday? Yeah, it's on the day, right?
Yeah, I think he already had.
Okay, because it's a Thursday.
He was waiting because of the quarantine, so now the quarantine dropped and we can play. But I think you can congratulate him directly because he's in the chat. I see him right.
Yeah, we totally. So yeah, Krusty, all the best to your birthday. Being 40 is fun. Take it from me. It's loads of fun. You get to play more Netrunner as well. But yeah, this looks like a great event. You hope for no photos. Well, okay. But all the best for the 40th. May there be another 40 or 180. Oof. Okay, so this was a day full of net running of the highest caliber and loads of fun, Actually, there were not that many Yankee decks. It was all solid decks just adapted to this unusual meta, which I'm very happy to see. Thank you so much for playing the whole day. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Congratulations to both of you. And congratulations to the other top 4 players and to everybody playing today. We had 24 people, which was awesome for a Saturday, midday, European time, more or less. Yeah, that's great. Looking forward to organizing the next one. It's definitely coming in 4 weeks. Looking forward to coordinating all the stuff with everybody involved, which is going to be fun. And yeah, once more, thank you so much. Have a good night, evening, morning, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. Thanks to my guests today. Thank you, Longy. Thank you, Baramu. And I'll talk to you soon, or I'll may you soon.
Thanks, Vesper. Great tournament.
Thank you for having us, and especially thanks for organizing that stuff. Really good job.
Oh, it's easy.
I hopefully see you in the next one.
Yeah.
Or chat with you in the after the finals chat with you, maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean,
You
this is
never
again-
know. You never know.
now you have a reputation to uphold. Now you have a position to defend, so you have to.
I
No
should
pressure.
have.
No pressure.
Damn it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Have a good
Okay,
night.
thank you and have a good night,
Yeah.
guys. Bye
Cheers.
bye.
Bye.
Night, everyone.
Okay, everybody, so that was it. Great to have a quick chat. Great to reach the 9-hour mark, because why not? Once more, all the best to Krusty for the 40th birthday. Take all the photos and then destroy them. No, I'm kidding. But, like, you know, celebrate. Absolutely. You should totally celebrate this. You know, like a Netrunner birthday with a bunch of people who are good friends and play the game. That sounds like great, great fun. I don't think my neighbors are having a Netrunner birthday here. This is definitely not Netrunner related. No Netrunner player would be using those words in such context. Anyway, dear folks, this was lockdown number 5, and I will just remind you for the one final time: Ocarina happening tomorrow, the only kind of runner in New Angeles, organized by Sanjay. Do attend. All the information will always be running. Fight Club happening on the 1st of June, organized by Princess Space Kitten. You need a team of 3, but other than that, it's tons and tons of great fun and sportsmanship, sportswomanship, I don't know, sportspersonship. Just, you know, loads of sports fun, because it's really sporty. Everybody should be playing sports, sports metal at this, but they're not probably. But do take a look, because it's a new exciting format. I find it super fun. I don't want to put up a team just yet, but I am thinking of putting together a team, just saying. So, you know. By the way, to be on a team, you don't have to be from the same meta. You can be from totally different planets as well. As long as you can participate in the event at the same time, you're more than welcome to do so. Do check the website or do check the page on Always Be Running for Fight Club, the 3 versus 3 team event. It's going to be epic. And then, yeah, a ton of other events, but like you already heard from Longy himself, the winner of today's lockdown, there will be an offline event in Czech Republic. This is cool. A runner approaches server 40. Everybody send wishes to Krusty. This is a prerogative. You should totally do it. I bid you a farewell, a good night, a great evening, morning, wherever you are. Enjoy. I will be signing off for the night. Wish you all the best. Talk to you soon. Ciao.